This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open presented by AT&T. We're here for week number 2 of the playoffs with more Dota Underlords action. I'm Inverum, joined by Sunsfan. And Sunsfan, I have to say, it's a great day to be playing some Underlords.
Brand new patch, bunch of new stuff that we can talk about throughout the entire day. Probably too much, actually, to talk about. But the good news, my friend, is there are no more scrappies in the game.
We're so excited
Praise Gaben. The games are going to
yeah.
be so good. I love new patches because it's like this in Dota and pretty much any game. When you get to cast the day after or the day of, you can talk about whatever you want. It's just all theory crafting because nobody has any understanding of what is actually good and not at this point.
Oh yeah, we're going to be seeing so many different strategies come out. I'm stoked to see what the players are going to be bringing to the table. And speaking of players competing in the ESL Mobile Open, if you've been following along in sort of the broader world of news, we have some exciting stuff going on. PUBG Mobile is back for Season 4 of the ESL Mobile Open. We're super excited to have it back. And I don't know, maybe there's some more exciting news coming down the pipe. Maybe, you know, working with Tencent and the larger PUBG Mobile esports ecosystem. I'm just saying a little bit. If you guys want to keep an eye on that, you should definitely do that. And of course, we're really excited to be talking about that. But you know what? There's a lot of cool things happening in the world of mobile esports, not just here. Because, you know what? There's over 200 million mobile gamers in the United States alone. We had over 669,000 of them compete so far in the ESL Mobile Open. We had quite a few players compete at Underlords this season, but only 24 of them have made it to the playoffs. And Sunsfan, only 8 will make it to our live finals at ESL in Los Angeles.
The best of the best, as they say. So that should be exciting to see which players get whittled out, although it's very sad to see them go, of course, but they have a lot of opportunity to actually get the top 8 still.
And I would say this is the best opportunity for players who might not necessarily have had the most stellar performance on day number 1. Everything is on its head. The patch is brand new. People are still figuring out this is their chance to come in and define the meta and really get some points on the board. We're also very excited because, of course, once again, it's not just us here on the couch. 1437 is going to be helping us break down all the plays, analyzing the patch. Welcome back, 1437. How you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm super excited for Season 1. I think this new patch has changed a lot of things from the last one. Not only Scrappy's being gone, but a lot of new mechanics and gameplay changes as well. I think from my experience playing this last 24 hours, I've noticed that there's a huge surge of Savages, especially 4 Savage builds that are really popular and very powerful. So I'm really looking forward to like how that meta game is going to take place and how people will decide to counter it as well.
And that's so cool because, you know, Savages being one of those options. We were talking about Knights, we were talking about Assassins. So many cool things coming up. Players are still deciding what they think is the strongest. And from what I've been seeing, I've been seeing multiple different strategies winning these games. And obviously, you got a chance to play quite a bit yesterday. What are your first impressions?
I hope to God Assassins are good. You brought that up. I haven't seen it myself yet, but that is easily my favorite alliance of all time. And the fact that you were talking about this earlier, combine them with the new Void alliance, where you do extra damage, pure damage, in fact, sounds super sick. So hopefully that's viable.
I've seen it play. We'll see.
You promised me we'll see it. So,
look,
you know.
I can hope, a man can dream. Because, of course, we're here in the playoffs. We've had already 6 weeks of competition to lead us here. These players know what they're doing better than we do, so maybe they'll pull out some cool strats. You know, I talk about how there's been 6 weeks of play. There's a lot of stuff going on with this tournament as a whole. It's actually, you know, a little bit complicated if you're just joining us here for the first time. So let's take a look at this video that breaks it all down for you.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. Gamers from across North America will compete in various mobile titles, secure their place on the largest esports stages, and for their share of over $350,000. Anyone can play online to earn points during the open qualifiers. From there, players will advance to the closed qualifiers, where top players will compete to advance into the playoffs. The playoffs will whittle down the field to our few remaining contenders, the very best securing their place in the live finals. The finalists for Season 4 will win a trip to ESL 1 Los Angeles to compete alongside professional esports players. These games will be broadcast for the community to watch, learn, and root for their favorite players. The ESL Mobile Open will run year-round across 3 seasons, each culminating with a major LAN event, with more prizes up for grabs. This is the ESL Mobile Open, where everybody can be somebody.
Well, you heard it there. That really is the mantra of the program, where everybody can be somebody, giving everyone a chance to compete in mobile esports. And again, over 669,000 entries in the Mobile Open so far. People have definitely been getting involved. But you know what? There's only 24 players that we have to worry about, Suns fan. Let's figure out exactly how they are going to be scored in their games over the course of today, and yesterday, or last week, and next week as well. 10 points for first place feels good.
Absolutely. That's the big point differential. That'll be differential there between 1 and 2. But of course, as we've talked about many a time, everybody gets at least something. So even if you bomb out a couple games in a row, the fact that we're playing so many games overall means that you'll always have a chance to get back. Well, I say always, but there is a certain point of no return, Paul.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet, thankfully.
Yeah, there's still so many opportunities for players to step up and get it done. And let's actually take a look at our leaderboards overall when we get a chance here. Ziggy up at the top, but we have a lot of players. Even just like 1st to 10th is only about a 10-point spread.
Yeah.
Look at all the players, 28 points. We have like a 4-way split for 7th place. That is intense. So many players are vying for these top spots.
Now, the thing you have to remember, Paul, all of these players played Scrappy, so everything's going to change completely now. So looking forward to see how consistent they actually can be in a brand new patch. And I am still, remember I said this last week, Apodictic. It's taken me a lot of practice to say that name correctly, but I feel like somebody like that can come back with a vengeance, with a new patch, and just completely cream everybody. But we'll see.
Okay, so here's the thing. Remember games from last week, we literally saw in the same lobby, from game 1 to game 2, player in first place, game 1, and player in last place in game 1. Literally swap places, literally first and last, from game to game. It's crazy. Who can get the units that they're looking for in this case? Who can bring out the strategies? Let's take a look at group number 2, which is where we're going to be starting things off with Ziggy, our first place player going into today. And that's quite a spread. Ziggy definitely had a good time last week in group number 2.
Yeah, he has a little bit of wiggle room, but again, like we said, there's so many games to be played that that's not going to be safe for too long of a period.
And we're taking a look at the rest of the players here in this group. Towards the bottom in particular, there's definitely some room for them to grow for sure. So we're going to be keeping an eye on a lot of these players. Abnaside as well last week, a player that really impressed me.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent. I think Band was the most surprising one of all because I thought he started out really strong and then only ends up bottom 3 in his group still. So, but again, plenty of room to actually grow and get back into things. This could be completely flip-flop just by the end of today. So we'll have to see.
I have no expectations. Actually, the only expectation I have is that I should have no expectations.
Yes,
because, again,
expect the unexpected.
Exactly. Because a player could come in, they've been grinding the last 24 hours ever since the game's, the patch has come out. The game is launched. It's officially launched, which is fantastic. And they're saying, look, I have a strat. I think it's the one. I think this is the be-all, end-all. And then the rest of the lobby then has to go, okay, well, how do I beat this? And then it becomes an interesting game of either trying to match and play that same strat or find the counter to it. And that's when things get really interesting. I remember watching tournaments months and months ago. That's generally tended to be the case. One player came out, I think the instance was mages in this case. A player had this sick mage strat that really nobody else in the lobby could beat. And then all of a sudden, people are like trying to play it themselves, but they don't quite know the nuance and the ins and out of it quite, and they can't quite match it. Or people are trying to come up with these different strategies to beat it. So we'll see what happens as we get into game number 1, numero uno here. First one of the day number 2 of the playoffs. I'm excited to see. There's one thing I don't think is going to change too much, and that's some players just sacrificing your early game because yes.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to stay the same. But the thing that I'm most excited about over everything else, and that's saying something, Paul, is the cosmetics. Oh, my Lord. We were talking about this off camera, but on the side, depending on which cosmetics they actually equip, like the trees and the cactuses, we as spectators can destroy them on their board.
Ooh.
How sick is that?
This is so interesting. Let's take a look at, here, I'm going to,
Keep doing. Don't stop.
Don't stop on the cheese.
Just eat it.
Eat the cheese!
Unfortunately, it does replenish every round, so we just have to keep doing it nonstop.
I can't eat that much cheese.
We're not even going to cast this game, actually. We're just going to destroy the cosmetics as much as we can.
That's totally fair. I mean, look, we have so many more options. The Battle Pass is amazing. Let's take a look at the scoreboard, though, and just refresh our memory on who is in this lobby and as well as what they're looking to be running here. Let's see. So, yes, Jitch is going to be just starting things off. Open Fort. You're going to see a couple more of that well with S. Judd and Expedite. But looks like a couple other players, this Martini and crew, are going to be running actual units to start this game.
Actual units?
Actual
wow.
units.
That's
Let's jump
incredible.
on board with It's Martini.
Well, something we should also mention, obviously a lot of things have changed in this patch, but one thing, items are now every 4 rounds instead of 5, so you're going to be seeing that a lot more often. which I personally love because items are super cool, and they made a lot of more interesting additions to the game in terms of items as well, where I honestly can't even remember the names of half of them at this point.
Hats.
The one, yeah, the hats that essentially change. I shouldn't say change. It adds an additional alliance to you. Very cool, and I think like the hunter one might be one of the strongest. I think
it's really
super
strong. Just the ability to get an extra attack is amazing. This is an item set that's kind of common in some other auto battlers, and it's something I'm a huge fan of because it allows you to just take these alliances to another level and find new and creative ways to break the game, of which I'm super stoked about. So as a reminder, I am observing this, and this is our first time, obviously, on the new thing, and I'm trying to figure out where the shop button's invisible, and I'm trying to find it.
We had this issue yesterday as well.
Okay.
We might not be able to. If we can bind spacebar to something, then that would be best. But we are using a tablet, so we'll have to look in that maybe after this game.
Yes. I'm going to try and find this shop.
Oh, that's a lot of rock golems.
That's a lot of
golems.
Oh my goodness. Whack them. Whack the golems.
What's your favorite terrain you've seen so far?
There's like a
because there's a rainy version of everything. There's
I have like this it's like the sunset streets or something. I think is really nice. I don't know this. Actually, I think it's this one. I like this one a lot. It looks very peaceful, other than the giant hordes of stone.
Yes, they're very intimidating indeed.
Yeah,
I filled mine up with the Hellbear tomatoes.
Oh.
Because I hate tomatoes so much that I need to have them watch over me to protect me from the evil that is to come.
That is fair. And you know what? We're going to give these players a few rounds to sort of get into things here, but we are actually going to talk about some of the different strategies that they are bringing to the table. Obviously, at this point, really unsure. Savage already coming out. That's what 1437 said to be on the lookout for. So getting that, nice and early level 4 from It's Martini, wants to maintain his win streak. He's already up above that 10 gold, so be getting that additional interest, of course. So going into Insect Savage, that's a good start.
Yeah, Insects are always solid for that missed chance that you get, but we should mention some of the changes, of course, to Savage themselves. I mean, we can talk about the heroes that have been kind of removed from that alliance, which Lycan is probably the most notable. But the fact that you can actually stack damage onto all your heroes, not just Savage, is pretty huge. So the numbers look less than they were, and they are, but it's because it's all your units. And then if you get to the full alliance of 6, it includes all your summons as well, which is super strong.
Yeah,
so looking forward to see if that actually. I mean, Theban or 1437 did talk about the fact that Savage is pretty popular right now, so we'll see.
Well, let's start to take a look through this as well. Let's take a look at Grips. It's going to be running Savage as well. So Bristleback, I think, in my opinion, is one of the strongest early game 2-cost units. He just tanks so much damage. I've seen him like 1v3, like round 1. It's really, really silly. So adding that in, getting Deadeye in there as well. Deadeye, of course, now only being just need one of them. Going there, Bloodseeker. If you can get Bloodseeker stacked early, it's absolutely disgusting. You get like an early Stonehill Pike or Cloak. Oh my goodness.
So that's actually this is a really cool example. There's actually no Bloodseeker there.
Exactly.
That is the item.
Yep.
The flayed something. It's gonna take a while.
Mantle of the Flayed Twins.
Yeah. And the fact that it's on Lycan is pretty nice because he gets that critical strike once he actually transforms. But I think maybe a unit we should look out for, Paul, is LC. She was technically relatively strong in certain builds in the last patch. Now should be stronger because of all these new items that end up giving you more alliances as a whole, because she gets buffed for each active alliance.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the shop here as well for a little bit as we... there we go. You see exactly what potentially they're doing with Warriors is another one that I'm going to be interested to see how that plays out. Because you had an interesting note about why Warriors felt so much stronger.
Well, Warriors were garbage for a very long period of time. And really the reason was because Scrappies were so good. They were just much better. They got armor as well, and they got regen. So the fact that no Scrappies are in the game anymore means Warriors are infinitely better than before.
Yep. Also good news, I found the shop button.
Where was it?
It was right up here.
Oh, it's invisible.
Oh, it was always invisible. I was just doing that from sheer gumption the whole time last week.
But it's higher than it was before. The patch, that was not in the patch notes, that the invisible shop is about 10 pixels higher than before.
Pixel perfect, guys. Frame perfect. All right. Let's keep an eye. So,
look at these avatars, Paul. I'm sorry to interrupt. These cosmetics are really getting
Look at these. I know.
I like them a lot.
I'm going to be honest, guys. This first game is just going to be us fanboying a little bit.
What do you mean, the first day?
First day.
I think. Yes,
okay,
the entire day.
The entire day. We're going to try and show as many different strategies as possible, though. So let's go down to Ziggy. Ziggy obviously coming into this in first place. Insta Spirit.
Wow.
Spirit, it is interesting. He's running Spirit even though he's a level 2. Level 2 Arc Warden on his board, not even running it, because he'd rather have the additional level 1 Storm Spirit. Because...
Yeah, we talked about this last week, and not much has changed in that regard, but when you have the 3 Spirit Alliance active, it means once all 3, or 3 of them, I should say, have their spells ready to go, they create a triangle, which you'll see. We call it the Triangle of Doom. The Delta Slam is the official name, but that doesn't sound as cool as just triangle, trigonometry, whatever you want to call it.
Boom.
Does a lot of damage there.
Boom.
And each individual spirit has something unique about them. So Storm Spirit is the most prevalent. He disarms, as we're going to see them lose as we're talking them up, but having multiple Storm Spirits makes it much stronger. So you'll see, like later in the game, he's going to have 2 level 2 Storm Spirits, 2 level 1 Storm Spirits, and he will never upgrade to a level 3.
Well, that's how it was in the last patch. Who knows if that's going to stay the same
True.
this time around. We've been seeing it pair with Mage sometimes. We'll see how that changes up. He was able to do some upgrading there as well. Of course, the economy above 30 is still where you want to be. That is unchanged. That's Jamel bot. We're not going to hang out with Jamel too much. We are instead going to see Jitch on Twitch. Once again, going Brawny Savage. Ooh, so Brawnies. Brawnies are really cool right now because before, like, they were good in the early game. If you get them stacked, they're pretty solid. But the way they transition to the late game now just feels so much stronger.
Yeah, and the fact that, I mean, they did change a little bit in terms of how much HP you get for killing summon units.
Yes.
So it's a quarter. So it can stack up over time, of course. But, I mean, Brawny's just like this. Feels like this feels good type of alliance, right? If you can get off to even just a halfway decent start.
Yeah, no, I played a game with them yesterday, and giving an additional 1,800 or almost 2,000 HP on every single unit, and because you can actually stack more Brawnies now as well, just feels amazing. The big part of that, though, see if anybody commits to running here, is the Snapfire, which you see on the board, because Brawny Dragons can just be with the Viper. It just feels really good.
Yeah, the fact that she is Brawny now, right?
Yep.
That's a big change. Used
That's
to be
huge.
Inventor. We're also seeing Magnus on the board. That's another unit that changed. Used to be a 2 cost, now it's a 1. Used to be a Shaman, which no longer exists, and is now a Druid.
Yes.
But basically the same skill set. I think it's still in power, and I'm not sure about the stat differential, but relatively the same.
And I like this, putting the Stonehill Pike on the Beastmaster. Now, you stack up the HP with the Brawny buff, and you stack up the damage with the Pike. Beastmaster gets real scary. He gets so many kills. If you can get him to level 2 somewhat early, oh my goodness, his axes just get so many kills in these games. I wouldn't be surprised to see him hitting 3-4 kills in a round sometimes.
And I've actually want to explain how Brawny works exactly, just because there's been some people that have been a little bit confused about the wording, but it's actually retroactive in terms of how many units that you kill. So it takes all the Brawny kills overall and gives you HP in turn. But even if you upgrade a unit, it will combine. So it's pretty retroactive and kind of nice, especially like we talked about if you get off to a good start.
Absolutely. But interesting to note, of course, we have so many solid Brawny units as well. I think that's just, and the synergy is just amazing. So we'll definitely be seeing how players are keeping up with that, so especially in terms of stacks. That's something the audience always wants to see. Where are they at with their stacks?
Yeah.
And we'll definitely be trying to keep up with that as much as possible. And as I mentioned before, Bristleback just benefiting so much from that additional HP because you get more quill sprays and you get those stacks off. And the longer he can stay alive, the more damage he does just natively, and it's amazing. So keep an eye on that. As we're just going to move down the line here, let's see how Expedite's doing. Expedite in the middle of the pack, going for something completely... We're already seeing completely different builds. Sunspan.
It's incredible what happens when you delete Scrappy from the game.
I'm so excited about it.
Yeah, this is really nice. I mean, we're seeing a Legion combine very early, level 2 with a Desolator.
Deso. Okay.
See if she can get off to a strong start. Of course, like we said, she gets buffed up based on how many different alliances are active. There's only 4 right now, but expect that to change, especially with the cap onto the Weaver. So he's a demon right now, in addition to his other alliances, but running Knights and Insects as well.
I believe he's actually Bloodbound. Bloodbound with the Ogre cap.
Oh, sorry.
Dude, the game literally came out yesterday. We are all still learning, but Bloodbound can be so solid. I actually won a game with Bloodbound earlier for the first time in my entire Dota Underlords career.
Really?
And it felt real good. Yeah. Not gonna lie.
Well, Bloodbound also changed. That's, again, we're going to be talking about a lot of changes that were created, but Bloodbound has changed to where if one unit dies, they all get buffed, which is how it originally was, I believe. And then it kind of went to this random factor, and now it's back again to just being very strong, especially with the addition of the cap, like we talked about.
Yeah, I think I was on Reddit earlier, and I saw somebody stacked up to, I think it was 14 alliances.
Oh, my.
That's a lot of alliances.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. So I believe she gets 8% increase HP per alliance and 3% damage. In addition to, of course, if she gets a dual victory, she will gain permanent damage overall.
So this is an interesting point now for Expedite. Do I commit to Knights? You have a level 2 you're staring down a level 2 Omni Knight. And are you going to commit to it? That's the big question mark.
I think so.
Yeah, I think.
And I think you probably take Necro as well, because in Knight lineups he's very good, especially now that he's Warlock again. That's something we should mention. He used to be Warlock originally, and then they took that away, and he was still relatively strong. But the Warlock Alliance really makes him like mega. I think he's, even though they nerfed his Death Pulse to do less damage, I think he's one of the strongest units in the game again.
Yeah, it definitely not quite as beefy and impactful, but it still, if you can position him correctly, it does a lot. So
I mean,
Expedite,
if you think about it, so they nerfed the Death Pulse, right, to do less damage and less heal, but the fact that he's a Warlock again means that he's healing additionally on top of that. So ends up being similar to before, plus you're activating another alliance.
Yeah, we'll see how Expedite's doing here. He's struggling a little bit in this early game, but Knights, until you can get them at least 4 stacked, really don't feel quite as good because they just can't keep the link going. Oftentimes on these boards, so we'll keep an eye on how he moves into that. We're not going to explore Jamelbot because that's let's look at Band. Band also going for this strong Savage build, almost got the 6x Savage.
That's
Say that
very
3 times
early.
fast.
Yeah, 6 Savage incoming soon, 2 Summoners. That's a brand new alliance that will essentially buff any summon units based on how many levels you have of it. I believe it's 20% at level 1. So Summoners feels like it's a side alliance. It's not something you want to main in.
No.
But Savage, of course, is something you can, in addition to Druids.
Oh my goodness, Magnus buff on the bear. Misha, please! Oh my goodness!
Yeah, that was a good choice for the Empower, for sure.
Wow, absolutely. And this is interesting, too, because already we're seeing, players just sort of committing to,
that's the other thing. So not only do items come up every 4 rounds, but you can re-roll them, which makes them much more impactful, because there are a few items that, depending on your build, just have absolutely no impact on your game, and you cannot get the same items in the next re-roll. So you can kind of decipher what your probabilities are for getting an item that would be useful, which is very nice.
And it just adds another level of question. But the other thing I wanted to talk about was the Underlord selection.
Yep.
Because obviously, last week we just saw Eno. We literally saw 24 of 24 Eno picks.
Yeah.
And we are seeing a lot more diversity this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Eno was nerfed quite heavily, and slight changes to the other ones, of course, but I think what Valve wants to do, obviously they want everything to be balanced, which is in the ideal world, but every single Underlord has a specific feel, right? Like if you want a general, like obviously they have 2 different builds for each Underlord, but they still have their own identity. So like Hobgen, if you need extra damage, that is your hero. If you're going Mage, that's, I think, going to be the choice pretty much every time at this point.
Yeah. It really feels like, again, Hobgen is damage, Jewel is a tank, and Essex is a healer. You get utility from Eno. That's sort of, I think, how the vibes are feeling right now. I tend to lean more towards the healing aspects of each of them. I find they tend to do a little bit better, at least for me, in the preliminary games that I've played so far.
Especially now that healers, you only need 2 of to activate.
Yeah.
Plus, if you have any type of demon synergy, then an Essex is just your auto choice, I feel like, every game.
Yeah. I haven't actually been seeing players running a ton of demon. That's one thing I feel like I haven't seen a whole lot of yet so far. So we'll definitely keep an eye out for that. It seems like Savage, we've got Savage, Hunter. Wow, this is actually quite a few synergies lining up here for Band to start this one off. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on it. I'll open the scoreboard up after this round, and we'll see sort of what everybody is leaning into in this game so far. And it seems like having a lot of success going up into, Jamelbot.
Wait, is it really a bot, or is it somebody pretending to be a bot? Because we saw this yesterday in our stream.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Somebody kept pretending to be a bot, and they most certainly were not one.
Well, I'll get production to get that answer, Mary. Let's take a look at the scoreboard and see what the alliances are looking like. And it looks like Abnaside was not able to join us, so that's where Mr. Melbot's coming from.
So he gets a free point, or is it where the bot ends up?
I'm not sure.
If the bot does not get 8th place, then somebody's doing something wrong.
Yeah, but taking a look at this, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Savage alliances coming out. We've got 3 Brawnies. We've got a lot of Druids. We have 1 person running Knights. We've got a bunch of Hunters as well. So it seems to be Druid, Hunter, Savage, Insect. Some variation of this kind of seems to be the trend so far, at least in these games. Only seeing 1 Mage player. We're not seeing anybody running Brutes, which I think is kind of... Oh, one player running Brutes. Jitch up at the top there actually bringing some in. So overall, I like the amount of different builds that we're seeing coming out so far, but Savage definitely seems to be, at least so far, one of the agreed-upon go-to. I think the fact that it buffs everybody, kind of being the same one here. So we've also got 1437 on the line. I mentioned before, I feel like for us, being able to get his insight into some of these games as they're going on is super impactful. So I'm actually going to throw it over to 1437 here to sort of give us his take on how this game is going so far.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Well, so far, it seems like Savages have been very dominant, especially in the early mid game. We can see right now there's about 5 or 6 players who are into this build. Now, going into the mid game and late game, it's going to be very important for them to either be playing Brawnies or Hunters alongside that. So we're going to be watching Jitch, especially right now. He's got a very dominant 2-star early game board. He's also got that 2-star Trem Protector, making the 3-star Druid. So he's snowballing extremely hard at the moment, but we'll see how he will transition out of this. We saw in the early game, Martini, he actually completed a win streak, but because he leveled very high up and wasn't able to get some of his other upgrades, it doesn't seem like he's stabilized quite yet on his high level. But he does have the chance to get the higher tiered unit compared to everybody else. And one really important player in this game who we should keep an eye out for is going to be Ziggy, because he's in Spirit Mages, and I have very high expectations from him this game.
Awesome. How do you feel overall looking at the Mage board? How do you think that's going to do transitioning to the late game?
I think the Mages have probably the best chance in this game to counter these Savage and Hunter boards. So I feel like that's the board that's going to have the highest opportunity to pretty much beat out everybody else, where the other players' boards are going to depend on who's going to hit the Medusa and the Maranas in the late game.
Awesome. Love to hear it. Excited to touch base at the end of the game and hear what your final thoughts are on this. And I think one of the reasons that, Suns fan, that I like Mages so much in this matchup is because obviously Savages, they need to stack, but Mages just have so much burst damage. You see when the wave goes through, from that Coddle, it just gives people. When the Razor, everybody ults, you just wipe people off the board. So if you can get them leveled up enough and you can get all that burst damage at once, you just don't allow the Savages to stack, and they just don't become nearly as successful.
As we say that, of course, he gets crushed on board.
Late game. We're talking about the late game.
The late game is very important. I mean, his front line right now is not too impressive. It's just Jewel, as he's called, and Earth Spirit Ascension, and Razors up front for the... doesn't even have Primordial yet, actually, so... Going to be struggling in that department for now, but you're right. Late game, it starts to get super devastating, especially now that he has 6 Mage with that Morphling and Ogre put in.
Oh boy.
So the damage is going to be pretty overwhelming. Of course, in terms of the spirits themselves, there's not going to be a crazy amount of triangles coming out because there's only 1 Storm Spirit on board. So expect that to increase with each level forthcoming.
Yeah.
Actually, went back to 5 Mage. Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, he took one out right at the end there. Was he actually not high enough level to run all that at once? Maybe he was just, no, I don't think so.
Because his Coddle actually got taken out with the Silver Edge on him. So I think maybe miscalculated something.
Yeah. I mean, he still won.
Apparently, yeah.
So, I mean, he's level 8 right now. Actually, everybody's level 8 right now. So everybody's leveling very evenly. I think that's sort of the one thing I've noticed. Players at this level, they know when they need to hit these power spikes.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we talked about, the items coming out as well, every 4 rounds changes a decent amount in addition to what you're actually used to playing. Because having that many units that can theoretically, at the end of the game, if you go super late game, you're going to have more items than you do units. So you can actually just pick the best of, which in a theory buffs Eno, actually, because you get to
steal them.
Unless you want to put like a crappy item on somebody so he steals it right away. That could be a next level strat, potentially.
So we're gonna keep an eye on Ziggy, but I also want to take a look at how Band is doing. Now he's, again, going into a very similar build that everyone else is doing, but I feel like he hasn't necessarily had the ability to find a lot of the units that he's looking for. We're seeing only a level 1 Lycan, only a level 1 Tusk, only a level 1 Brood. Like, we're seeing a lot of level 1s in this board, and I feel like that's part of the reason why he's been struggling so far. Especially because we're going to see some level 3s on the other side there. Level 3 Magnus. Oh, me, oh, my. Doesn't even get off a Walrus Punch. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, that's never a very good sign. You can see the Antlers are on Lone Druid for now, so that is activating the 3rd Hunter
Misha,
bonus.
Move. Oh, no.
But yeah, like you said, just a lot of level 1 units, not super upgraded, and against a lot of these Druid Savage boards that already have decent amount of upgrades, you're gonna struggle. But this is where it gets exciting because I think, like, especially in the first game, people might be just trying to go with what the consensus is, which is apparently Savage, Druid, and whatnot. But
he actually won though.
Okay, that's
Got
did not see that. I mean, Mirana is a god. By the way. Mirana is, I think, my favorite unit right now in Underlords. I think she is super, super good.
Only issue I have with Mirana oftentimes is that because we're seeing so many summoner boards, that spear hits a lot of very useless things a lot.
True.
That's one thing I've noticed. It's like, well, it hit a wolf. That's no good. That's less ideal. Definitely seeing some of the benefit of having this Druid board, though. Having both players having that level 3 Magnus in this situation was huge. Magnus, with that Empower, just does so much. So we're going to see what Band looks like this time up against It's Martini, who, as mentioned before, had a strong start, but is running a somewhat similar build, this time with Warriors being thrown into the mix.
All right. Warrior Gaming for the win. I mean, this board, now that there's a Disruptor activating not only the Warlock Alliance, but he's a great, I guess you could call it CC. It's an amazing silence, especially in a game like this where units will not move out. They don't have the intelligence to move out of the silence AoE. So Disruptor, obviously one of the prime units to pick up.
Yeah, and again, still benefiting from that brawny buff and that massive square of damage is huge. But it looks like Band is stabilized down at the bottom. He's got himself a couple of wins, got a couple good options here.
It's either a Vlad's or a reroll.
Yeah, it goes with the Vlad's.
Yeah.
All right, got some Moon Shards, Butterfly, Diffusal Blade. So it seems like Band has stabilized here. Let's jump back on board with S. Judd, who we haven't seen since the beginning of the game, going with almost an identical build, only a little bit differently here. Ooh. Instead, opting to add in one of our newest alliance here, Vigilant. Let's talk about Vigilant a little bit.
Yeah, Vigilant is pretty interesting. It includes 3 Hunters, actually. At level 2, it's not that great, but once you get the 4 activation, every single one of your units will actually target the enemy that casts the spell last. So it's like a quick way to take somebody down. Of course, they've already gotten their spell off, but being able to focus fire something is super strong. At level 2 right now, it's only the units that are vigilant, so not super strong like we talked about. Something I do want to talk about, though, is Medusa, who just goes down here, changed from, if you upgrade her to level 2, of course, only has 2 split shot arrows as opposed to 3, which is a pretty big nerf, but she does have a Cadence Blade, I believe it's called, which adds pure damage. Changes her attack to do pure damage. So she's getting 2 of those right off the bat, which sounds really strong if it works, which I assume it does.
I believe it does, yes. It is the split shot, deals all on hit effects. The other unit that I actually found a lot of success with Cadence Blade, obviously for running the Medusa, put on the Medusa, was actually Windrunner. Because she doesn't have level 2, she only has 120, or 110, sorry, base attack damage. And her attack speed's pretty darn high. So having her sitting in the back like this, being able to do get those shots out, pretty solid, of course, with the Hunter. But I think Medusa is definitely one of the best picks for that. It's Martini and Band have actually stabilized down there at the bottom of the board here. So it's these other players, I think, who are struggling to find some of the units they're looking for here. And really just contest these Savage units. That's really the big thing here, and it's finding the slight little bits of nuance on this build. But I wouldn't be surprised to see this not even necessarily last the entire course of the day. I expect people are going to mix things up as these games goes on, especially if it's obvious like everybody's going for Savages. We'll see some other stuff come out.
Oh, for sure. We talked about the items being different, of course. Look at the items he has right now. These are super high quality. I think we're going to see a lot more consistent, amazing item builds from each respective player because, and I would expect some changes to come in the future as well for the items that are not like, first item that comes to mind is Force Staff. Why would you ever buy that item unless it's a very specific build for you? So really like to see this change though overall because now you have less items that are not doing a whole lot.
You do indeed.
It's like a super right-clicky item. Like, oh, look at all these.
It's crazy. No, but here's the thing. I think more items that buff magic damage as well. I think that's something that I want to see a little bit more of because everything here is really focused on attack speed and attack damage and a lot of that kind of stuff. But again, mage builds and these kind of things, I think it would help them be more viable in the world of Savage when you also are having these items that further additionally buff. Obviously, you have a Dagon there on the Crystal Maiden, but things that just give, obviously only really have one, I think right now so far in the Kaya, and that's like a tier 1 item. So I'd be curious to see some more magic buffing items coming out.
And the tier 1 time, you don't really know what units you're going necessarily.
Exactly.
Unless you've chosen ahead of time to go Scrappy and Denters, but that's no longer a thing, obviously. Looking at this board again, now he's finally got the 6 mage going with the Primordial and Spirits.
Oh my.
So
chunking them.
Actually, pretty good Disruptor ult, though. Ends up canceling out a lot of the damage.
Chain
but
Frost.
Doesn't matter.
So this is exactly what I was talking about, is the idea that you have the burst damage to not allow the other team to ramp. And what else? The other great thing about this is if you can survive with this many units alive, you're denying the brawny stacks.
Yep, true.
Because, brawny stacks, even if you lose, but you only lose by like 1 or 2 units, you're still got all those kills potentially. Oh, Axe.
I mean,
He's not going to take it.
It's not going to work in this build, but Axe has been changed to. This is the biggest buff of all time. A tier 1 unit with Berserker's Call has been changed to a tier 5. Got rid of Berserker's Call, but gets Culling Blade and Counter Helix. So Counter Helix essentially gives you a little AoE damage, pure damage, I believe it is, for a percentage of time that he's hit. But the most important thing that makes him super OP, in my opinion, is his Culling Blade. Any unit 25% HP or lower, he'll just chop down and has 0 cooldown.
Yeah.
It is, well, maybe it's 0.25 seconds, but basically no
Yeah.
cooldown. Super sick.
That was absolutely massive. You know what else is massive? That other than that change, the fact that he got his Lone Druid and Lycan to level 2 going into this round with only 3 HP remaining. This is exactly what It's Martini needs to have any hope of surviving. However, that's a level 3 Lone Druid on the other side with the Refresher Orb, and I don't think there's any coming back. Well, maybe there is. Maybe the Warlocks can help. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Coconut bounces, though. Yeah, looks like he's fine, actually.
Totally fine. I love it. And yeah, that was absolutely huge. Getting those 2 units up to level 2 because he no longer has the Druid synergy here. That's massive. But we do see Grips get eliminated, unfortunately, here. It's Martini barely stabilizing with that HP. And Tombstone, so good right now. Those
2
zombies.
tier 5s.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
What
the
would you go
zombies.
for in this situation? I think Tombstone.
I mean, I love Artifact, so Horn of the Alpha is always my
Moonshard, though. Moonshard
Yeah.
was the call. And
he
I
has
guess in this
3 moon shards.
that's a lot of attack speed.
Jeez Louise, that is...
No.
I mean, right now it's on Lone Druid. It's not the best, but he's
Yeah.
looking into the late game that he will eventually... Well, he has 3 HP. Maybe he just needs to... Yeah, zombies just seem like it might have been the better choice, but...
Yeah, because they are... I mean, maybe they just look more intimidating because they're like the tallest unit in the entire game. They're literally as tall as like the stone golems and stuff, but in any case...
I mean, it buys you more time. It gives you an extra thing that they need to kill in addition to the zombies themselves, not just the tombstone, but yeah, we'll see. I'm really disappointed with the cosmetics, by the way. These pro players have not even opened their loadout, apparently.
Only games.
Jeez.
No time to make it look pretty. I gotta beat the meta.
If any of the pro players in this are listening in, which hopefully they're not, well, actually, I guess there's no advantage to that.
Really.
Please equip some good cosmetics that we can take advantage of. Thank you. And use your spray paints, for God's sake.
Come on. That's
All right,
it.
Looks like he's taken out.
Yeah, he actually lost both rounds there against S. Judd and Jitch on Twitch. So let's jump on board with Jitch, who's in first place going into this. And actually, as we do this, I'm going to open up the scoreboard and see where everybody is at in terms of their final item builds here now that we have made it into the late game. And we've got 1 mage build still left. That's from Ziggy. Otherwise, we are seeing a lot of Savage. We're seeing some Hunter. Actually, only 2 Hunters remaining. Brawny up at the top there. Jitch being able to get those early Brawny stacks. We talked about it before, Suns fan. How important is it, especially when you've got an initial 2,700 HP?
Yep, 2,700 HP is pretty nice.
It's more than a little nice. That's very nice.
Pretty good. It has 2 butterflies as well.
Oh
Man,
my
this is
goodness.
going to take some getting used to. The items just being so good.
Here's the thing, though. Putting your butterfly on a bristleback, I fundamentally disagree with, because his point is to be hit. He doesn't want to dodge things, guys. Come on. All right, just saying.
Yeah, it's also funny coming from Dota, where a butterfly on a non-agility hero. The only
Yes.
time you really see that is on like a tiny late game. Not to get into Dota mechanics here, but it's funny to see on strength for sure.
For sure.
Juggernaut's is fitting into the lore though. That Juggernaut is fine with a butterfly, I think.
Oh yeah. No, I could dig that. Battle Fury first, always, forever, no.
These days,
Okay,
that's an old school build.
That's an old. Oh yeah. Oh, it is. Well, that band is taken out in third though. Jitch has been looking really solid. He is on a massive win streak here. And now it is Ziggy and S. Judd. We have to jump on board with Ziggy, of course, coming into this as our number 1 seed. The only one not remaining running that Savage build. He's got the Tombstone out
Sure
there up
does.
in front.
How
And
many
this is gonna
Storm Spirits, though? Has he gotten kind of unlucky here? He has only 1 on board. He has 2 Void Spirits, actually. So what the Void Spirits provide in terms of their Delta Slam buff is the break mechanic. But that silence was pretty strong on the back line.
Yeah,
I mean, Disruptor has got to be like the best counter to Mage.
Yeah, and this is huge. Yeah, the Brawny counter. I mean, this is interesting. That 1437 kind of predicted it could be one of the great counters to the Savage, but the Brawny, like, That didn't even touch Disruptor's HP.
Yeah,
that did
hurt.
nothing. That was a tickle. And with that, Ziggy's 20 damage, he's gone. In an instant, he's done. 3rd place, so still a great placing there for him. But Jitch on Twitch just lost to S-Judd.
Oh, all right. And he actually upgrades a level 2 Tide Hunter. That's I don't know if I can call it a new unit. He's been reintroduced back into the game. Warrior and Scaled. Very strong because of the CC. Does have a Vlad's right now applied. So this build, he's got a little bit of everything. This feels like a build that you want a Legion Commander. It's got a lot of synergies.
He does, but it's interesting too is the Scaled now going to be way less relevant now that he's not playing up against Ziggy's mage build. So this is really just going to be a slugfest here in the mid. But that Disruptor, oh my, that Static Storm just, it does so much with this additional Warlock as well. Trying to get through it, and it looks like S-Judd's potentially struggling a little bit here, but that's still a pretty healthy Tide Hunter. Oh, actually, maybe he's looking okay. Eno in the back.
Look at how much damage Medusa has done this round, by the way.
14,000.
That is a level 1 Medusa, and that's because of the Jaden's Blade that we talked about earlier.
So
if you
you
can
don't
get
need to
that to
level her.
level... What's that?
You really don't even have to level her that much.
If you get level 2, though...
You get the extra shot.
No, they got rid of that, remember?
Oh, right.
But you get the extra HP and damage, just generally speaking, so...
Actually, it replaces your damage, though, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's not an addition. That's true.
Yes, it replaces it. So that's why, again, putting it on something that doesn't have the strongest attack damage normally, it just has a fast attack speed is what you're looking to get. But I actually think in this case, the Medusa's 100% the correct. The idea that you're doing 14% HP, flat HP, like true damage, essentially.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to phrase that technically. Very interesting here. So looking, they both totally run down their economy. They're neck and neck right now. It's down to 2 of them functionally running the same, but Warriors, though, still having this strong front line to give your Hunters that time to scale up, get the Savage procs is massive. But interesting, he didn't bother to get the last 2 versions of it, which I think is totally fine, because the only thing that it does, getting the additional 2 stacks of Savage, is giving it to your Underlord. And I think in this situation, that's just not necessarily relevant.
Probably not going to matter too much. Tide Hunter gets off a pretty good ultimate. Seeing the Heart applied to Slardar, surprisingly. So trying to get as much time as possible to get the Corrosive Haze off, so the Hunters can actually just decimate with that minus armor.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, they're just keeping them alive long enough to just continue to get that spell off. Whoa!
But Axe is chopping.
Oh my.
I think Axe is the new addition to this board. I don't believe it was there last round.
Whack. Come on and slam.
God, it's actually so
Welcome
satisfying.
to the jam.
It's going to be neck and neck, actually.
Yeah, I think the Axe probably gets it for Jitch, actually. I think he's got enough going on here. Let's take a look at the shop. Man, he's getting in there. Oh my god! Find the pixel. Here we go.
It's only 2 pixels.
It's literally 2 pixels large, and it's invisible. Ooh.
I mean, repositioning could make a huge difference as well, because I think, relatively speaking, their boards are fairly even.
Still having
the Axe being the 4th brawny does help quite a bit, of course.
Yeah, for sure. He might actually have. Yeah, actually has. Yeah, has 5 brawnies going on right now. That's what I thought. So getting that additional stack with the Axe here is massive. Wow, just instantly blowing people up. Bringing the Beastmaster in. Kind of denied a little bit of damage on those Axes, but doesn't mean a whole lot. Oh, watch Axe go off. Just see the blood splatter on your screen. Not a good time to be alive. Well, oh wait, hang on.
Might be turning this around.
Yeah.
Tide Hunter ult actually helped so much. Double Disruptor ult in the end, though, does make a huge difference.
Getting a little bit of swing from that counter Helix, but it actually looks like this might be going the way of S-Judd this time around, trading back and forth.
Indeed. I mean, it's all about this position. You just change one or two heroes, it can make a massive difference.
Yeah, the positioning game, huge. Only a level 1 Lycan. Thing to keep in mind here for Jitch as well. There he goes, gets to level 2.
Okay.
That's massive.
Yep, that's pretty big. Puts the Silver Edge on him and Vanguard onto the Magnus in the back.
Level 2 Medusa, though, for S-Judd.
Does he still have the Jaden's Blade?
Let's take a look.
Yes.
He does. So let's take a look at this Medusa right now.
I actually don't know how the attack speed, does that even increase
I think
per
her
level?
I think her attack rate did. Oh, I'm not sure 100% sure on that. I think it does.
Because remember, like we talked about, the attack damage being increased makes 0 difference. It's really about the HP being doubled.
Oh my
so
goodness.
she can survive.
Yeah, look at those splits. Oh, there's the ult, of course, as well. The Stone Gaze.
True.
Going to be doing a lot. Murata getting hooked in, probably the best target because, of course, Murata can leap away. And not if she's silenced, though. That's kind of a big deal. These Disruptor ults have been absolutely massive. They have been pivotal in this game.
Yeah. It's all about the CC at the end of the day. Who can get theirs off first?
Medusa's still alive, though, and
that's
that's
the
absolutely
second
massive.
ult for Medusa. So that's something that you did mention, but the ult does make a massive difference once you upgrade to level 2.
See, here's the thing. This Caden's Blade is actually the biggest difference maker going into Bronnies, because the more HP you have, the more damage it does. Let's take a look at S-Judd right now. Jitch, I should say, and take a look at where he's at in terms of additional. He's got 3,600. They have 120 Bronny kills. But this Medusa, if it stays alive, if it gets multiple ults off, if
that's
it's stealing,
good though. Butterfly on Axe.
Oh.
That's a really good move. So the miss chance will make a huge difference.
Yep.
Basically, I want to put that on any Bronny because you can miss with. I want to say Jaden's Blade now because of you.
Sorry.
Caden's Blade. Was I calling it Jaden's Blade?
No, I think I was just wrong. I don't know.
Caden's Blade. I mean,
Caden's
it's
Blade.
not an item in Dota, so that's I'm sure it has lore implications that I have no idea about.
Sand King goes in, gets the ult off, but really everybody is still up and alive, and I just have to watch for Medusa. That is the key unit here to keep an eye on. And, oh boy. Seeing the NO ult going in, got an additional bit of CC is massive, and this isn't looking necessarily so good here for Jitch.
Yeah,
he's got that level 3 Magnus. That's going to be his saving grace right here.
Medusa, though, again, with the beautiful ult.
Uh-oh.
And Caden's Blade, regardless of the butterflies, is still going to be really the reason he wins this, I feel like. That was a huge pickup. That's such a good item.
Yeah. And that's going to be it. S-Judd walking away with the victory here in game number 1. Slight variation on this Savage strategy and making it look good, finding the adaptations, getting the right items, knowing when to reroll for those items. That was just a combination of really good things done back to back to back. And I feel like we're seeing this game already start to level up a little bit just in the nuance of choice. Because before,
absolutely.
when it was Scrappy and Mentor, you knew what units you were picking. You knew what you were looking for. It was sort of just very formulaic.
It was cookie cutter, to say the least. The
Yeah.
Caden's Blade, though, that is got to be one of the coolest additions. I thought it was cool going in, but now we're seeing it in practice. The fact that it might not even be that good against certain lineups, but you're right, Bronny, the more HP, I mean, it's percentage based, so it doesn't matter how much HP, it's going to do the same amount of percentage damage. So that is super awesome. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's our impression watching this game here on the couch. 1437 is standing by to give his thoughts on that game. Man, what'd you think?
All right. Well, that was a very interesting game here. We got a lot of clips for you guys to see. I think there's a lot of cool new things that have been popping up since the new patch. So we're going to go into clip number 1 over here, where we got Ziggy playing the 6 mages. He was the one very unique build in this game. And one of the reasons why 6 mages are good is in the mid game, the Savage builds don't really have a way to mitigate the magic damage. Late game, they can build Tidehunter and Medusa to get some scaled going. But if you see here, in the mid game, fighting into Grip's board, he just completely destroys him, especially the Spirits, Delta Slam. The Storm can disarm the enemy units, and obviously Savages are all about getting that right clicks in to build up their damage. So here on clip number 2, I want you guys to take a look at Ban's HP. He's got 20 health. He was making a comeback into this game, and we're going to see the true power of Savages and what they're actually able to do in a fight. So we got Mirana clicked over here. If you look at the bottom left corner and you see her damage, you can see it's growing. Right? It's going to be 97, 100, and so on and so on. Every time the Hunter procs come out, the Mirana is getting 8 damage per hit from that. So the Hunter in the late game with the 4 Savages, they build up a lot of damage, and just from that alone, you have a very solid end game build. And this is why you see a lot of players pairing the Savages with the Hunters in the late game. And the Savages themselves are pretty much like a supporting cast for your DPSers. And here we have the final fight with S-Judd's Hunter, Warrior, Savage board. One of the advantages that he had compared to everyone else was in the mid game, get a Pudge 2-star providing Heartless with the Jaw Ranger, and then he also had this Slaughter that was pretty much melting through this Bronnies in the late game as well. Now, the most important key factor in this entire build was the Medusa with the Caden's Blade. Normally, you see Bronnies, when they get this late into the game, when they have as many kills as Jitch did, you normally cannot come back from this situation, but thanks to the addition of Caden's Blade, you can see the Hunter's Savage build being able to actually melt these Bronnies rather quickly. And on top of that, the Savages also help you build up damage throughout the fight, and since Bronnies do like long drawn out fights, it's going to be very beneficial for you to play the 4 Savages going into the late game to fight into the Bronnies.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, 1437. That was, that was it. It really just came down to those couple pivotal moments, the slight variations of the build, staying alive longer, getting up your stacks, magic resist or not. A lot of things that we touched on as well, but it was glad to see 1437 really reiterate. And again, Savages look good, felt good, but I don't necessarily think it's going to be the be-all, end-all here.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot more strategies to come. Did you see that first clip where Lycan ran into the middle of because he had the Deadeye
hat?
That might be the worst item now that I think about it.
He just went, I haven't transformed yet. I'm still a man.
Like, the reason it's okay on the reason Bloodseeker has the alliance because he's so fast and he has phase movement speed.
Yeah.
I mean, this gives you phase, but doesn't give you the movement speed. If they might have to add the movement speed to that.
I think
that sounds awful.
I think they might. Yeah, that was a little bit less ideal there in that situation, but still some learning lessons for us, learning lessons for the players as well. Because of course we're into the playoffs, but it's only day one of this new patch, so things are still very exciting. And of course, we're excited to have AT&T as a sponsor, the presenting partner for ESL Mobile Open here, once again helping us to support the grassroots of mobile esports, helping to make this entire tournament a reality. Because what better situation to be in? It's day one of the new patch. The game is live, and you're playing in a tournament for over $35,000 in prize pool, where the finals are at ESL 1 Los Angeles. Already, we're off to a great start. Day one of the fresh launch.
Let's get to game 2 already. Please hurry.
All right. Okay. Before we get there, though, okay. Social media on Twitter at ESL Underlords. Keep up to date with all the amazing stuff that we're doing there. And of course, also, Season 5 is coming up. If you want to get more information on Season 5, you can use !sign up in the chat to put your information and you'll be notified when all those details are coming for Season 5. So if you're a fan of the Mobile Open competing in all these different game titles, be sure to go check that out. Now we're going to hop onto a break, Suns fan. Then we'll get game number 2. I know, we're all patient. We want to see it. Game number 2 coming up just after this.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, welcome back everybody, the ESL Mobile Open. We're here for Season 4, it's the playoffs, and of course, Dota Underlords action. I'm Inverum, joined by Suns fan. We just had game number 1. It was pretty stellar, but quite a few of similar strategies. I expect we're going to see...
Assassins?
I hope so.
Assassins?
I really hope so. I really hope we're going to see some Assassins come out, because I think they could be kind of fun. 1437 crushed my dreams in Twitch chat, but, you know, maybe it'll happen. Maybe it'll happen. If you're just joining us, you're not 100% sure what the ESL Mobile Open is all about. It's basically an opportunity for you to compete in multiple games across multiple seasons, all in the world of mobile esports. Dota Underlords only being one of our game titles here, which is amazing. We're giving opportunities for players who may never have gotten to compete in esports before a chance to compete on massive stages. I'm talking DreamHacks. I'm talking ESL 1s. These are huge opportunities if you want to get involved in esports. You say, hey, I play mobile games, but I still want to feel like some of these pros. In the instance of Dota Underlords, literally playing on stage as the same stage as the pros at ESL 1 LA at a Dota major, that's kind of a big deal if you're a Dota fan.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a dream come true in a lot of respects. Imagine being on stage and everyone's watching you on your phone. That is some pressure, my friend.
It's like when you're in school and your teacher was like, "Get off your phone! Look at me now! Look at me now!" Or maybe yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Depends
Why
how
not?
old you are, I guess. But yeah, I mean, that's an amazing opportunity for all of these players. And if you're just joining us for the first time, this might be the first you're hearing about it. But if you're a returning viewer, you've heard me talk about Any Key and the Good Luck Have Fun pledge before. There are multiple things involved in the pledge, but where every single week we've been trying to highlight a different one here. And this is number 4, talking about one of our promises to stand up when we're seeing other people being the victim of harassment online. Because when you play online video games, sometimes people can be kind of crappy about it, not presenting the most positive opportunities and environments to play in. So the Good Luck Have Fun pledge is all about saying, look, I'm going to stand up for the folks. I am not going to be toxic whether I win or lose. I'm going to try and create the best environment that I want to play games in and for other people. So if you're interested in learning a little bit more about the pledge, ! GLHF in chat, or you can watch this video to hear from some other folks as well.
Hi, my name is D1 Ala Mengret.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
My name is Bill Carter. My handle is Jump.
My name is Christopher Michaels, better known as Monte Cristo.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle Morrow, and I'm on-camera talent for both esports and the world of entertainment.
I think it's important that people are made aware that their behavior is not acceptable if you're going to throw out bigoted terms or target somebody for that kind of harassment.
So dealing with toxicity, even just on a normal day-to-day basis, when I game, I just like to be sort of an anonymous gamer, and to this day, I am scared to use my mic.
I think that anytime you can sit someone down that has a negative mindset or has a sense of toxicity, think about who you're affecting.
If I had the ability to confront a troll face to face, they would not be the keyboard warrior that they are inside of the game.
The GLHF pledge is super important. Anything that's encouraging people to promote positivity, to promote understanding, to promote sympathy.
It's cool to see that people are going above and beyond to be a voice for those from a community that may not be as well represented in gaming. You do matter.
GLHF.
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 Good luck. Have fun.
Well, you heard it there, folks. ! GLHF in the chat if you want to get involved. You get an exclusive Twitch badge that is global. You can use it anywhere on Twitch. Our goal is to have 1 million signatures by the end of 2020, and over 400,000 people have already taken the pledge. So it's like a good chunk of humans. It's like bigger than the city I grew up in. So that's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's for a great cause. I mean, we got to fight toxicity. Insert a ninja joke here, but all kidding aside, it is something you have to. I mean, for us older gamers, I guess you could. I mean, me especially. I'm ancient at this point. Something you had to put up with for a while. Now it's becoming less acceptable as to be a norm, which is great to see for the future.
Especially because we're trying to introduce new people into these games that we love, and when they go in and actually feel like they're welcome, it makes such a big difference. So, you know, if you want people to join in these communities that we're a big fan of, obviously it helps a lot when they feel like they can do so. So yeah, definitely check that out. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Let's get back into the action. You guys are ready to watch some gameplay, and we are more than happy to acquiesce. Ziggy still up there at the top, did enough damage in that last game with that 3rd place finish to walk away with that #1 spot, still extending that lead to 43 points. Swift B, Kore is still up there as well, but our 38-point trend has only increased.
It's actually much closer than it was in the past, but Abnaside still in the thick of things despite not even making it into the lobby the last game. Hey, my Apodictic pick, he has increased his odds a little bit. He's on his way up, as you can see by that giant arrow next to his name. Expecting great things, Paul. Can't wait to see him. Hopefully we see him in the next game.
I can't remember if he's in group 1 or 3, because we're going to see group #1.
We'll see. I'll be very disappointed if Apodictic is not in this group. He is not in this group.
Oh, feels
very disappointed.
Feels bad, man. You'll get it. Don't worry. There are 3 groups of 8 players each. Over the course of the day, we will see all 3 groups. Most of them, well, 2 of them twice and 1 of them once. That's how 5 games works. Kore is at the top of this lobby, tied with Illustrial. Den and M Knight need to step up the game a little bit here. Isa! It's down towards the bottom as well.
Yeah, he's dropped quite a bit.
He has. He had a great
got
start.
A great start and has just dropped like a rock. We'll see if he can. I mean, it's just 1 game today on the new patch, so got a lot to go.
Let's get into game #2, numero dos for the day. I'm living in California. I'm learning Spanish. How cool is that?
Spanish is a great language to learn.
I know. I speak French, and it's not very useful here. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And I also don't speak it very well anymore. So it's a combination of factors.
So you don't speak French?
I do. It's just less good. Also, my producer for the record said the wrong number in my ear. It is deux, not trois. Thank you. Come on. Oh, that's a different word. Never mind. Anyway, let's get into the game. Den, who is coming to this lobby in last place and is going to open forward his way to immediate lose streaks. But look at how cute that little avatar is. It's like a little Deku leaf.
He has 2 Lunas already. And this is another thing we didn't mention. Luna is back in the fray of things. So Knight's getting an extra DPS dealer, which is great to see. I was a huge Luna fan. I think we were talking. You were not a big
I am
Luna.
not. She felt chronically underwhelming.
God tier.
The glaives should feel so impactful. They're bouncy. They should be bouncy blades of death.
Well, you're going to see a level 2 Luna pretty sure here, not too far from here at least, with an Ogre cap, Bloodbound. You need another Bloodbound to actually activate that, and, well, there's a Warlock on the bench right now. So you could be seeing an early Luna that grows to be as big as the entire board, because this was something that people experimented with when Bloodbound was first introduced.
I'm ready. Give me the big Luna.
So you'll like Luna if she's Bloodbound?
I'm willing to give Luna a second chance.
Okay.
You know, that's the world we live in.
Can she 1v2? Because Warlock versus Warlock going to basically cancel each other out.
That's not
Bloodbound
how that works.
It's 1v3 now.
I think I need you to check your math.
1v3. Okay, it's not enough. Not enough damage. I mean, it's a level 1 Luna. What can we expect?
Yeah.
He's fine losing.
Yeah.
Oh, we do have a tomato on the screen. By the way. Can you please destroy him? Keep clicking.
Okay.
Don't stop clicking.
Okay.
Paul.
All right.
Keep it up. It's
okay.
A couple more.
Okay.
And it'll please.
Okay.
Yes! Yes! You killed the tomato. It'll regrow, though, very shortly.
It is raining.
Now, can we look at some of the other boards?
We can.
I want to see the cosmetics. I don't even care about the
All right. Well, I do. I care about that. Let's go to Swift Panther.
No, next.
All right.
We're looking for music bells. No, next.
Okay.
These players really... Okay, this is not bad.
Go.
Next.
Okay.
Keep going. We're just going to go through all of them. Next.
Yep. Okay.
Ooh. Seriously, guys?
Ooh,
next.
No, hey, I like this one.
This one's a little better.
This one's
you got
not bad.
some synergy with potato and tomato.
Okay.
Lots
of cacti.
Next. I like how the tomato's on a cart right now.
Yeah, I don't have to go up with the statue.
We'll wait till the end of the round, and we'll continue to finish with the cosmetics.
Yeah, because I lost track of where we were at.
That's fine. And they did introduce spray paints which the players are not using to full advantage. Remember, it's all about mind games here. Because you can't control the units once they're on the board, but you can't control the mind of your opponent if you tilt them into oblivion, which the spray paints were exclusively put in for. Because remember, there's no chat here, Paul. You can't all chat.
Nope.
You got to get inside your opponent's head with spray paints.
Could you imagine if
going down.
there was
you got 2 more.
Okay, sorry, Lord Gort. That was the last one. No, we already saw Den. Who's now going Knights. Who's going to have an interesting Knight Bloodbound build, which is going to be really interesting. He's got the Bloodseekers as well.
Yep,
So I'm
level
actually
2s.
stoked about to see how this goes. Because if you can get an early Stonehill item and get that on that Bloodseeker, it can get hella stacked. I'm excited.
This is pretty cool. So
But
level
Brawny
2
stacks
Luna,
though. He's intentionally putting in, even if they lose, just the kills the Brawnies are going to get early are going to make such a difference here. And every character is a Brawny.
Absolutely.
But Glaives.
So when a Bloodbound unit dies, which the Sacrificial Lamb, of course, was Warlock there that you guys saw, 125 damage will be applied to every other Bloodbound, which in this case is the Luna because she's wearing a cap that makes her dumb. I believe that's the lore behind. It's like a dunce cap almost.
Well, it looks like the one that Ogre Magi wears, which would check out.
Yep, exactly.
Brilliant. Let's take a look at the scoreboard now to sort of see what initial builds people are moving into. Seen a couple Bloodbounds. Seen a lot of Bloodbounds. Okay, this is like totally different than the last time around, where we saw everybody instantly going into Savages. I'm seeing Trolls here. I'm seeing some Insects. I'm seeing the potential to build into some Savage Brawny, but very different already, and we are getting the potential. I'm going to take a look at Lord Gort here with this Legion Commander.
So this one does not have the cap, I believe, right? Yeah, so no cap for the Legion Commander, but does have Bloodbound active in general, and will not be successful. He actually loses the dual damage.
Feels
Unfortunate.
Bad. Feels bad.
Yeah, that never feels good in the early game for sure.
Well, that's where Knights at this level, just having that percentage-based reduction is going to feel really powerful.
Yep.
Early game and late game, I've tend is where Knights tend to feel pretty darn good.
I believe Batrider got that kill, so even though it's only, I believe, 5 extra damage, the fact that the spell for Batrider, Sticky Napalm, amplifies your damage in general ends up being, you know, could be significant if he gets a few more dual kills in the future.
We'll keep an eye on that.
Does he want to go Knights? He does have a couple here.
He does have a couple. He's got the Omni on his board. He's going to wait until after the round lock. Actually, it literally doesn't matter. He only has 8 gold.
A little surprised he didn't sell the Viper to get interest there.
Yeah, that is interesting.
What are you holding on a Viper this early for? Wants to match up the Dragons with Snapfire?
Come on, I believe in you. Get the mana. Get the mana.
Not even close.
Okay. M Knight looks like the open fort strat to start things off.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's jump aboard with M Knight. Let's see exactly what they're up to here. Whoa! Okay, so I had this other theory crafting thing I was thinking, and I don't know if this makes any sense at all. But Arc Warden with Cadence Blade?
So items do not work on Arc Warden clones anymore, unfortunately. I found this out the hard way last night. It was, I mean, it works on the original, but yeah.
Forget it, Medusa. Best carrier of that item.
Yes, I think
Hands down.
I wonder how it works on Luna, though, with the glaives.
That might actually be, well, look at that.
If that works, that is broken.
Yes, it should not work that way. I think Medusa should be fine with. They're a tier 5 unit. That makes sense. Luna, on the other hand, that's a yikes from me, dog. It should not work that way. Hopefully, people know, and they can tell us. To be fair, guys, it's literally day 1. We're still learning with you here.
That's right.
That's going to be so many Brawny kills. They're going to get so stacked already. Oh, man. Swift Panther. Let's jump aboard
Let's go to
Swift
his
Panther.
board. Yeah. Let's see how many kills each. So, 480 health already. Wow.
He's already got the level 2 jug. He's got the pike. Remember I was talking about so what's great about the pike, I'm not sure I put it on I guess this Snapfire's okay. The attack rate's a little slow to kind of take full advantage of that. But of course you don't want to put it on the jug either because spin to win. I actually would be putting this on the Beastmaster. As weird as that sounds.
Level 1 Beastmaster?
Maybe not, because the chance of getting those kills. Oh, let's actually take a look.
I mean, you can switch it up later because it is retroactive. It's just based on how many kills the unit itself has. It'll increase the damage, so you can put it. You can just switch it up late game as well.
Yeah,
that's pretty nice.
That's fair. So we'll keep an eye on how it's doing right now. Going into a Spirit Mage board, it looks like is going to be the case here for the opponent. Issa!
And these extra summon kills will, of course,
stack
add
up as well.
0.25 towards the stack, so you need to kill 4 to get the regular buff that you would normally get, which Eidolons always help with that.
And it's interesting because I actually feel like as long as Brawny is like solid in the meta, you almost don't want to run Summoner or Primordial boards because you're literally just feeding your opponents. You're just giving. Ooh.
This is either a Deso or a reroll. The other two I think are absolute. I think we were talking about this pregame, but Armlet gives you 90 damage. I think it gives you some attack speed, but also you lose 100 HP a second, which obviously is very similar to Dota, but it, in practice for me, has been horrendous.
I have also not had the most ideal situation with this. I don't know if Nyx is the play here. I think you just kind of scrap the Nyx at this point. I don't feel like it really. I mean, unless you're gonna go scrap Brawny Assassin with the Viper, the Dragon.
I mean, it is a full refund if you end up wanting to sell it. So
Yeah.
just getting a level 2 unit out there could be fine. The fact that he got a Deso though is pretty huge, especially in a lineup where you have things like Quill Spray that deal physical damage. So any minus armor is going to help amplify a Brawny board in general because they're going to be dealing mostly, other than the spin from Juggernaut. Because again, like the axes are physical from Beastmaster.
Yep.
So pretty nice overall.
Could you imagine if Quill Spray applied the Desolator effect?
Yeah, that would be dirty.
That would be real strong.
I mean,
You basically get Vicious Nasal Goo with the Quill Spray.
That's almost like a Luna Moonglaive Cadence Blade.
Right. I need to look at. Where was the Luna? Was it Lustriel? Who had that? Bungum? No.
There was a couple here. Oh, that's quite a blood bounce strat we have going here.
Okay.
And this is the one hero I said might be good with Armlet is Bloodseeker.
And we are 3 units off a level 3 Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Which if you can get that early, good luck to everybody.
So the Stonehall Cloak, of course, if you don't know what that item does, it increases your HP based on how many kills you have. But the problem is, on Bloodseeker, I don't think it makes any difference because the amount of HP that you lose is percentage based. So the more you increase it, the more you're going to decrease, if that makes sense. Oh, here we go.
100
so
health per
10
second.
armor. That's right. It wasn't attack speed. 10 armor.
100 health per second. So we'll see how this goes. With the Double Bloodseekers.
Yep, and it used to be the case where 2 Bloodseekers on the same board kind of cannibalize each other, but now that it's changed, so the unit that just dies in your vicinity heals you.
Yeah, you can literally get it from the other one dying.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Oh, that's so dirty. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Oh, Bungum, you scary, scary person.
I mean,
that is 8 kills for Bloodseeker. So if he eventually does get the level 3 and they do combine with the Stonehall Cloak.
Well, I was saying the Stonehall Cloak I don't think it's good because it's percentage-based HP you lose.
You mean, oh, that's fair.
Unless it takes, I mean, I'm pretty sure it works that way because the only other way that it would make sense that it would be good to have Stonehall Cloak on him is if the HP that you gain from Stonehall Cloak does not count as your HP on the hero. Does that make sense? Like it's a separate instance.
I think it does, though. But I think even still, just having more general HP probably is still good. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. We'll keep
percentages.
Yeah, percentages. Math. They didn't pay us to do math, guys. But let's see who else we got. Let's talk about Corey. Corey, one of the top players in here as well, going into more of that Hunter Savage build like we saw in the other lobby. But it's so interesting, even just like lobby to lobby, how different these builds are going so far. I love that. That is so cool. We're going to see lobby metas develop. And that is an exciting, what a time. Also, we see Enos. Enos and Nesix kind of seem to be the play here with the one Hobgin coming in. I still think that
no
Eno
jewels yet, huh?
No jewels in this lobby.
Well, I think that might have something to do with the fact that Warriors are probably a lot better now.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have tanks in a lot of these games.
Well, you're going to have, with the Brawnies, with the Savages, you're going to have some tanks.
Is Hobgin a mage player by any chance? Whoever picked Hobgin.
We'll check after this. It's Issa. Yes, I believe that was the mage board.
He's played a lot of mage.
He does.
Actually.
That seems to be sort of his.
That was like the
thing.
first mage that we watched.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
100% with brutes.
All right. So he has the front line. Oh, he does have cosmetics applied, of course.
Heck
that is the barricade. Is the shopping cart. Beautiful.
But it looks so nice from the side, and you only get to see it from the top, and it makes me sad.
Yeah.
That's what it falls on.
Well, you can zoom in, technically.
I don't want to try.
Yeah. Don't mess up the spectating. But
I'm not
in theory, you can zoom in to look at your cosmetics.
Yep.
Very important feature.
This is critical. Critical.
I mean, going back to our Bloodseeker, because I'm thinking more about this as well, the Stonehall Cloak. The only reason that Stonehall Cloak can be good, if it works the way I think, is technically you're taking less damage when they attack you.
Yeah.
Right? That's the difference. But I think it's probably better on other heroes, most likely. Because I think most of the damage you're taking is from yourself at the end of the day. And it doesn't heal you. It's not like a heart. A heart gives you at least HP regen on top of the extra HP. So, we'll see.
I mean, the Stonehall Cloak is just a flat buff in HP, 50 HP for every kill. So, all right, let's take a look at the leaderboard one more time here after this item selection comes through. Ooh.
Reroll. Oh, actually, Octarine Essence for a mage.
Yes.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
On Storm Spirit.
Let's take a look. Okay. Wow, this is what I wanted to see, Suns fam. We've got a Brawny Savage. We've got a Bloodbound Healer. We've got some Troll Knights. We've got more Brawnies. We've got some more Knights. We've got Mages Brutes. We've got Hunters. We've got all the things.
We finally get to see Knights Healers, which we were talking about last week, and we didn't see one time.
Yeah.
So awesome.
I'm stoked. I want to see this board one more time. I was looking for Bungum here.
The Bloodbounds are the most exciting right now because they're actually viable.
Which is hilarious. Because you just want to leave these Warlocks at level 1.
Yeah.
You want them to die immediately. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Bloodseekers.
Close.
Little Bloodseekers. Oh, they're fine now. They got the ramp.
I mean, he has the healing alliance enabled as well, so keeping the Bloodseekers alive.
So dirty.
Yeah, I'm going to say, even though obviously having 2 level 2 Bloodseekers at this stage will, generally your boards will look like this, but Armlet does seem pretty good on that hero.
Yeah, I agree.
Might be the only hero in the game.
I agree. I want to check out what Lustriel's doing as well. Lustriel, another one of the top competitors coming into this, in that first place. Going for more of a traditional build, like we would have seen in the other lobby. We've got the Druids, we've got some Brawnies, we've got some Savages and some Brutes.
Ooh. How much HP do the Brutes have right now?
Let's check. I'm going to guess only 400. So not a ton, actually. They didn't go all in on the Brawny stacks like that other player did, whose name I cannot recall at this immediate portion time in my head. So we'll see. Here we go. Ooh, and it's going to get the Viper upgrade as well. So that's kind of nice.
So looking for the... I guess this is something we missed, or I missed. Talking about why is he keeping Viper? Obviously the Dragon synergy, but the fact that Snapfire is a Brawny now means that you're going to be seeing Dragons with Brawny more often than we saw before, because it didn't really make sense, considering you needed so many different units to make that work. So that's a kind of cool duo that I don't think I've ever seen. And it's not on a consistent basis.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because depending on if anybody does end up running mages into you, you can flex into the scaled, which is kind of nice. So,
which is the... it's not necessarily counter to Brawny, but they kind of work against each other, depending on how many kills Brawny's have throughout.
Viper doesn't have scale. What am I saying? No, but you can...
oh, they got rid of his scale. That's right. Yeah.
Day 1, guys. Day 1. Let's take a look at... I'm seeing Issa getting some levels up here, the mages, because, of course, at this point, he's not going to be contested on any of these mage picks. And kind of a different board format here, too. Normally, we traditionally see our Keeper of the Light in the corner. We'd see it down here. But in this case, running it behind these barriers and creating so much space around this Razor as well, which is really interesting. As he's actually going up into Lustriel. We'll see how this is going to go for him.
Yeah, obviously level 2 Caudle will make the biggest difference on this board. But still doing... I mean, if Caudle can get his blast off, he's still super valuable as a level 1. But not enough for this particular fight.
And as I mentioned,
not
having
quite at
that,
6 mage either. He's 1 away.
Exactly. So not having that drastically increased, 75% more magic damage. That's huge. He does end up switching it up, like I mentioned before, in that slight positional difference. So we'll keep an eye on that. But the problem is right now...
he can put in Morphling to get 6 now.
There we go. They're all level 7, except for Bungum, who's been able to maintain incredible economy, be level 8, and still have above 30 gold. That's wild. We'll touch on that in a second. Has he taken too much damage in this mid-game transition?
44 HP? No, I think I mean, obviously you'd rather have 100, but
yeah,
I think this is survivable for now. And this is the power spike we were talking about. Level 2 Morphling will make a huge difference once he finds that. He's only 1 away. But the fact that he has 6 mages, he has a good front line with the Brutes, of course, that can buy some extra time for his Caudle to actually get these blasts off. So even if he's taking minimal damage now, if he can find just like a level 2 Morphling, I think that's his next big power spike. Obviously, Caudle is the biggest one, but you're still 2 away.
Yeah, that's the big question mark.
You said he's the only one going mage right now, right? So
that's
why I feel like he's probably going to come back in this game. At least that's my guess.
All right, we'll see. 1437 is standing by to give us his take on how the game is going so far. Theben, what are your thoughts now that we're around 16?
Well, Bloodseekers. I think we got a big Bloodseeker infestation here by Bungum. He's got 2 Bloodseeker 2-stars with a cloak and an armlet by round 10. So how the Bloodbound works now is that every time one of the Bloodbound units die, you get 125 damage to every Bloodbound. So both these Bloodseekers are gaining a bunch of damage as soon as these sacrifices die. And compared to before, where Bloodseeker was kind of just a meme or something you used in the early game, now it's a real strong unit going into a mid-late game, because you can pair that with Savages. And every time these Bloodseekers keep hitting, they're going to build up a lot of damage on top of the Bloodbound damage that they also get. So it's actually a very strong late game build as well. And I think Bungum is in a very good position to actually take this game all the way to first tier. And we also see in this game, Lustriel and Swift Panther both got 4 Brawnies going. So we have like 3 players who pretty much have like this growing potential from killing units. Bungum with his Stonehawk Cloak Bloodseeker, and the other 2 guys with the Brawnies getting kills and just building up HP. So it's going to be really hard for all the other players in this lobby to be able to keep up with them just by using only regular units. So they're going to have to find a way to try and bring down these high health units. Maybe we're going to see some Cadence Blades or other units that also do percentage-based damage this game.
All right, well, you heard it there. Keeping an eye on the Bloodseekers. We'll be checking it with Bungum over the course of this. Thank you so much, 1437.
Yeah, it's always great to hear from I consider him the best Underlords player at the moment.
Yep.
Of course, this new patch could change things, but he is. I mean, he was coaching on stream last night with somebody that has never played before. It was really informative, actually. Super, super good.
Yeah, if you guys don't watch his streams, you should be doing that. I'm just saying. Do it. Do it. Do it.
So this is against the Mage lineup. We'll see how he fares. Very, very tanky with the 4 Brawny, though. And that is kind of an issue for Mage, especially early on. You were talking about how he has taken a lot of damage, Isa, that is. And he's going to take a ton more right now.
Got to get through these carts. Not the pumpkins.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Not the pumpkins. Oh, man.
I like how the tomato is looking the complete other direction. You can change the direction they look at, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You get that option, but he chose for the tomato to look away for some reason.
Okay,
So much shame.
So much shame. He's embarrassed for you.
Yes.
So Lord Gort, he decided to go Knights. One of the couple players going Knights. Lord Gort has been doing great in this tournament so far, putting on a pretty stellar performance, but he's struggling in this game. And Knights is one of these routes that I actually expected to see more of from these players.
I mean, the issue is he doesn't really have that strong. I mean, he has the Knight synergy, but yeah, like only level 2s for a few of them right now. Like Omni Knight is not tanking at all. Sven, who I mean, I don't know how you feel about Sven. I think he's kind of garbage.
Because Sven, like a good carry Sven in Dota is so scary. He comes running at you, throws the stun. You're like, well, here we go.
Oh, it's funny because every time Sven is viable in Dota, they nerf him immediately, and then he's complete garbage again. Because there's only one way to play him, essentially.
Well, I mean, you have a whole series of videos on the internet just beating up on Sven, so I feel like it's.
That's true. I'm quite biased in that regard.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah, he might.
I think this
might be
the
dead
end.
here.
Yep, that might be it. Going into another Knight build, which is really interesting because it's not necessarily that Knights is in a rough spot. It's just that because he was competing in this for these Knights, he's 4 HP.
Let's look at his opponent then. Let's look at the differences between the Knights.
It was going up against Den, who came in second to last place here.
So 4 Knights, they're all level 2, so that's a huge difference. Obviously has the Bloodbound, which we saw very early on, and then the cap itself applied to Luna, so she doesn't really, well, she actually has a Dragonlance now, so who does the cap go to? You actually see a so 4 I love 4 Troll, 4 Knights. So a lot of attack speed. The fact that Shadow Shaman no longer is a Hex, is a Summoner that will provide you the Rasta wards, which I'm forgetting, the Serpent wards, I believe they're called.
Mass Serpent wards.
And the hilarious thing about it is they're guaranteed to block somebody. They trap somebody every time. If that was in Dota, that would be the best hero in the entire game. Easily.
Not a point and click ability. That's
look at Viper.
Oh,
It just jumps in.
Yeah,
right into the middle.
That's a really big static storm, though. We're gonna get the double Mass Serpent wards though with that refresher orb on the Shaman. So we'll see if they can break through it. I just don't think so, especially not with the Golem in the back line. That is just too much to overcome. Throw that Mortimer's Kiss on top, and yikes, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the Ogre cap was applied to CK. I don't know about that. I feel like Luna is still the best choice. Dragonlance gives you 20 attack speed, and she can attack globally now, which is nice.
Yeah.
Now you might be getting some better items, so we'll see if this makes a difference
With
or not.
Vlads in this lineup, I don't hate it. The sustainability just to give Luna more chance. Let's look at this balance. It might actually stack with Cadence Blade.
Maybe.
Just from the wording. Let's figure that out. Let's sleuths of the internet / YouTube Twitch chat figure that out. But so far, the 2 players that have run Knight are either eliminated or in second last place.
Yeah.
So somebody, either Knight's not necessarily the way to go, or just how they're building it. Instead of going 4 healers, opting to not have 4 trolls, instead of going for 4 layers, going full sustainability with this. We're going to watch Den. Going into Lustriel, this is not going to be ideal. Lustriel's had a great game so far.
Yeah, the problem is he won't be able to. He has to choose either trolls or healers, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, 4 trolls or 4 healers, because he won't be upgrading his levels anytime soon, based on how much damage he's getting. At this point, you're trying to play not to get into last place or whatever place he's in, right? Second to last.
Oh no, his Chaos Knight got got turned.
So, like, that's the issue with having Ogre Cap on CK, because your Warlock is in, I believe he's in front right now, dying, and then you're applying all that damage to CK, who just dies next. So you're not really getting any benefit of Bloodbound.
So here's
maybe
the
you
thing.
get rid of Bloodbound, just put Trolls.
I think he got baited in a Bloodbound. I think he got the cap early. He felt like he needed to run it, even when he has multiple opponents running strong Bloodbound lines. He kept the Warlock on when he it was giving him the healer synergy, but he's just basically, it's still sacrificing. He's going to get one heal off, and that's it. I actually feel like, and sometimes this happens, you get those early items, and you feel, when you had the Bloodbound contract before, people get baited into it, and that's not super ideal.
Not only the healer, but it gives Warlock, I mean, Warlock gives a lot of synergy. It's just as a unit is kind of garbage.
It's not great. Yeah, he's one of those linchpin units. We're seeing 2 of them here, but again, this is up against, we're going to see it from the other perspective here, Suns. Oh, run! Run, little buddies, run!
Bloodseeker is so fast. Armlet dealing a lot. I'm surprised he doesn't have the level 3 yet, actually, considering how early he had the 2 level 2s. But still seems to be doing quite well. Now, the big counter to Bloodseeker, of course, are Lone Druid Bears. If you can get an Entangle, then you basically just kill yourself with Bloodseeker.
Yeah, the Entangling Roots, just not quite doing enough, though. Still kept 1 alive. And with two bears coming in the Refresher Orb on that Lone Druid, that's just scary.
Yep, his board is pretty disgusting right now. Let's look at Bunjum again real quick, just to see if he's developed anything. So has the Broodmother back in. They changed that, of course, to be Spiderling.
Yep.
They inject it into heroes, deals damage, and if they die, Spiderlings will spawn as a result.
That's terrifying.
I'm not sure if the Spiderlings that spawn are the same as the Insect Alliance, or if, because they do minimal damage.
I think they look different. They look different. I think they're like glow red.
So I don't know what the point of them is. If
hang on. Lustriel just got a level 2 DK.
Okay. Ooh. Has the Dragon Alliance, of course, and the Crystallis applied.
And of course, now a tier 5 unit. Ace no longer in the game.
Yes. With
the Crystallis as well, with the Dream's going to transform. Look at the splash damage. This is going to be very rough for Corey. Let's see how this goes.
Well, DK should have the highest. Actually misses out on the Ravage. That's very fortunate for him. And DK just has a free time right-clicking.
Yep. Figuratively right-clicking.
Coming out from the Bears as well. I mean, Lone Druid remains to be probably the best, or one of the best at the very least, Refresher Orb carriers.
I would say 2-star Lich and Lone Druid. Lone Druid's my favorite, but Lich I could also...
actually losing this board, though.
And the DK did 10,000 damage, but it still felt underwhelming.
Oh, it's more, he just has no support. I mean, I've been there before as a carry in Dota. You just have nobody helping you. You know, you can't 1v5 at the end of the day.
That you cannot. So, interesting to see, because Corey, now potentially looking to go out in 5th place, is running a very similar Savage Hunter strat we saw in the other lobby, but he's not having success in this lobby, which makes me wonder if somebody had gone a crazy Bloodbound strat in the other one, how would that have shaken things up? Because this is almost identical to the comps we saw in that last game.
Of course, you can't force strats, right?
You can't.
And we're hoping that this is balanced enough at this stage that you can't force it to where you just have a consistent showing one way or the other. But I mean, through the Bloodbound thing, there's no way that's consistent because you have to find the units, right?
Yep.
There's not, like, you have to find the Bloodseekers, basically. Like, that's the biggest thing with that strat is finding those early Bloodseekers.
Speaking of finding the units you're looking for, Issa with multiple level 3 units.
Yeah, let's look at him after this now, because this
Corey's
is where it
done.
gets interesting. He took a lot of damage like you brought up earlier, but I've never seen a level 3 Storm Spirit because it's always with spirits that you never want to upgrade. So it's cool to see. So 6 has 4 brutes now. Doombringer level 2, Axe, which had a refresher, which didn't make any sense because he doesn't cast anything other than Culling Blade, which has no cooldown. But the Kata level 2 with a Kaya.
Oof.
This is a sick board.
Ooh, another refresher potentially here. If you put that on the Doom.
Yeah, Doom refresher.
Double Doom feels real good.
He could even re-roll. He might re-roll this, actually.
Interesting. I also just got an interesting note in my ear that Group 3 just finished their last game at round 29.
Really? Wow.
That was a fast GG. I'm curious to see who came
I feel like
out on
these
top of that.
the items changed to be every 4 rounds. Makes it faster.
I also, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, if there's any Valve developers in the chat who also would know this, I'd be really curious. Did the animations in the game get faster? I feel like the game, like 10%, just got faster. Just watching everything move around.
Right, yeah, possibly.
Just like watching.
Could be placebo.
It could be. but I just feel like generally watching everything just seems like it got just a touch quicker. Maybe that's just my imagination. But in any case, we'll see how this goes. Obviously, starting things off with a big static storm into mages is an ideal situation. And I'm a big proponent of brutes, so we'll see how they do acting as a front line here. And not good is going to be the answer.
Yeah, that's
probably, that's Issa gone.
Oh yeah, that's definitely 14 damage. But remember, he took so much damage that top 4 finish for him, I think in this case is definitely a godsend.
He had 34 HP like 10 rounds ago.
Yeah.
So I got to jump. Oh, okay. Well, that's Lustrial's eliminated as well. Well, here we go. Wow, that got... And then there were 2 very quickly.
I'd like to do a little PSA real quick, if that's okay, for the players that are probably watching now that the game's over for them. Please equip your cosmetics that are good that we can destroy. Equip the dice and the drums. We need to play music.
I got nothing to
Yeah, you guys have the worst equipped cosmetics. Please.
All right. I second that. Also, let's look at the scoreboard. I want to see what these final 2 builds look like. Level 10 for Bungum, level 9 for that Swift Panther. And we're seeing both running some variation of Savage. Brawnies into crazy Bloodbound strats. All right, Swift Panther. Can you get it done? Here come the Bloodseekers.
I love it when Viper just tanks a bunch of heroes in the back line, because he does so much damage with Corrosive Skin.
Oh.
And he's super tanky, even at just at level 2.
I'm starting to see the Bloodseekers go off, though. And
the fact that he does not have a level 3 still is kind of incredible. Let's look at his board after this, because I want to see what's on his bench.
I'm curious if he's intentionally not upgraded them.
Yeah, it's possible.
I think
it might be stronger with 2, because if one gets CC'd, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, well, you're putting less eggs in one basket. If one dies, they literally just add 125 damage to the other one.
Yeah.
I actually would not be surprised if he is intentionally not taking them Bungum with a strategy that I literally ran earlier today, a variation of this with Bloodbound, is going off. He's got the 2 level 1 Warlocks up on the front. Keep in mind, well, I say eggs in one basket. No, he's got 2 there on the board. Oh man,
He's going for it.
Oh, right. Ask and ye shall receive. Hello, because now he can get the scaled bonus, which is okay, into what he's playing against. Not ideal.
So has Armlet to equip on somebody.
I almost would have preferred he maybe chucking the statics. Yeah, throw the Armlet in there. Instead, he's got the Stonehill Cloak on this, which now is 170. He's got 12,000 HP.
Right, but look how fast he's going to lose HP. It's
That's
the same
fine.
rate as before.
Yeah, but the longer he's taking all that damage, now when he's healing it up, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He's probably healed 10,000 HP this game.
That Disruptor ult is so sick.
Oh, I don't actually know if he's going to win this, though.
He's dying.
See, I almost wonder if upgrading it was a mistake.
He's getting crushed now.
He just did 20 damage.
Yeah.
And now he took 20 damage.
The all eggs in one basket showing you why. I mean, it could also... I mean, I want to see if the item change makes a difference as well.
Yeah.
Is my eyesight bad, or is that armlet still not applied to anybody?
It is not applied. I would have put it personally on...
I'd still put it on Bloodseeker over the...
Oh, Disruptor.
Disruptor level 2 is huge.
That is massive.
Does he even want Warlock too? He just wants Warlock to die, I'm pretty sure.
He does. Yeah, he does. But he's put himself in right now. Throw the axe in there. I would put the axe in. Because then you... Okay.
And he's thinking about whether he wants to upgrade, but I guess not. Just wants to get the 2 level 1 Warlocks to buff the Bloodseeker.
It's 250 damage.
Yeah, and of course we have Scotty on the Medusa. So 2 targets at once will be slowed, which is pretty big.
That Ravage did not do a whole lot, though.
Double Disruptor ult from each respective side. Bloodseeker still... See, the problem is he's in the back by himself, so if he gets
CC'd
stunned or something, yeah, anything will be pretty easy to take him out.
So these rounds
doing much better this time, though.
Yeah, these rounds are going to be won or lost on how much the Bloodseeker gets focused and how many kills he can get.
Right.
Because he's literally healing 5,000 or 6,000 health every single time.
I mean, if I were Swift Panther here, I would try to position...
35%, yeah.
I would try to position the lone druid. He might not have issues actually taking him out here.
The Mirana's stun.
He's healing. All right, that hurts.
Buy an Essex. Let's do some math. 35% of 13,000. Yeah, he's healing almost. Yeah, he's healing like 4,000 plus.
Oh, wait.
Insects!
Oh my god. So this can actually go to Swift Panther's. It can swing it big time if Lone Druid can get his bear to entangle Bloodseeker. We talk about the CC. So positioning that Lone Druid is going to be crucial.
Ooh,
Shiva's is huge.
Shiva's is massive.
Amazing item. What does Bunjum get?
Put it.
I'm not sure if he's picked anything up quite yet.
He also got Shivas. No, he had that before. No,
Horn of the Alpha.
Horn of the Alpha. Okay.
All right, so an extra unit.
An extra die, an extra one to. Oh, it's not Bloodbound though.
So he's just not valuing the armlet at all. I mean, we talked about how it's only good on Bloodseeker, probably.
But I mean, the additional HP you get with the Stonehill Cloak is massive because this Bloodseeker now has 190 kills.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I'm just gonna leave its health bar up, and we're just gonna watch its health bar over the course of this next round.
Did he have a Sand King 2 before? Because this stun is gonna be pretty massive.
Oh no, it was only level 1 before this. That's actually huge. Watch his HP.
Got the Horn of the Alpha out. Tidehunter gets a decent ult off. Bloodseeker again on the back line. Will get stunned though by Medusa.
Doesn't matter.
We'll finally get the kill. Entangle. Okay, this is where you need an entangle really badly.
Or the Mirana ult. Or the Mirana. Okay, nope.
The bear is standing there doing literally nothing. You need. There it is.
There it is.
And he's dead.
That's it.
That's your whole DPS.
Yep, 23 damage.
So upgrading to level 3 was a
might have been a mistake.
Big mistake.
Because he was winning convincingly. The issue right now with this build is it is truly an all-in strat. You have just spent the last 45 minutes of this game feeding your one position in the hopes that they can maybe pull off the win. And this is a Bloodseeker and not an Alchemist. So things are getting a little interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bloodseeker can only be so strong.
That's
level
what I was
2
hoping
Tidehunter, though.
And he brought the axe in, for the Brawny. So only 2 kill count on this rep to the stat does literally nothing. All right, here we go. Once again, we're going to watch the HP of this Bloodseeker. This is the all-in strat. The Bloodseeker needs to live. This is the only way that Bungum wins this game.
He's going for the Medusa again, and you're going to see the Stone Gaze stunning him up, although he is healing because units are dying around him. There's the bigger Tidehunter.
Oh, here we go.
Level 2, so making a huge difference.
The CC coming out to help support him has been absolutely massive. They're all landing in the same position this time.
Entangle, no entangles yet.
His backline's just getting Shrek, though.
Entangles are all on the Tidehunter instead of the Bloodseeker.
I don't know if this Bloodseeker can do it. Killing an Essex is going to be massive, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
No,
he's done.
Going to get crushed here. Well, I don't know if positioning helps, because the issue with Bloodseeker is he's going to go to your backline pretty much every time. And he's at 11 HP now.
Oh, boy. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Bungum, so unfortunate, looked in such a commanding position. But that potential decision to take it to level 3 may have been his undoing here. Again, fortunately, it's just too early in the game for us to know if that's the case, objectively. Like, maybe some other little things changed, you know, getting to level 10. So I don't know. There's too many factors for us at this point to say, but having this one unit still, and just any CC comes through and you're just gone.
Yeah. I mean, the other issue is Bloodseeker, he might have a lot of HP, even though it is being drastically reduced by his own ability. He's not doing that much damage, you know?
He's only 175 damage.
Doesn't have any DPS. That's why I feel like this might not be the item for him at this stage. I mean, switch things up or something.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the whole point is that you want to have these other Bloodbound units die. That's how you want to beef them up. But, yeah, not 100% sure on that one. Because imagine if this had been a Stonehill Pike, and he's now doing...
that would have been disgusting.
And he's doing 1,000 damage a hit, you know, almost at that point. So that's when things get real interesting. I think he is going to actually get away with the win this round, though. Enough of his backline survived.
I think, did he get rid of one Warlock? Because that was
He did. He put in 2 level 1 axes.
Yeah.
Put in 2 level 1 axes. Okay. Such a weird situation we get in where a player is literally level 10 and is like, I don't know what unit I want to put in because, like, I don't know. Because
look at that. One arrow will actually just... Oh, there
just
it is.
In time.
Mirana's so good, actually. Yeah. That's a level 1. Sorry, that's a level 2. All right, this is actually getting closer than we thought.
It's a good game.
Turn this around.
This is a good game. All right, here we go.
Only not much gold for each respective player. 2 Medusa's not going to do much at this stage.
What is he looking to level up, though? Axe. He's looking for axe.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, but that's a level 3 going on the...
on who?
On the Mirana.
Oh, dear.
Oh, me, oh, my.
Yeah, Mirana is just absolutely filthy.
All right, we're going to watch this last one from Swift Panthers. And who better to level up?
By the way, another reason to not have Stonehall Cloak, the break mechanic on the Silver Edge denies you all the HP, I believe, unless they changed it.
I'm not sure.
It takes out your items, essentially.
Oh, the stun on Eno could actually... Oh, the chain stun on Eno. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's pretty big, actually.
Mirana is just going ham.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. Mirana and the Sand King combined just went nuts. Oh, there's the stun. The CC. She got to take down this Bloodseeker, though.
Nah, it's...
Oh, okay. Well, that's good night.
GG. Wow, that was
Swift
a great game.
Panther leveling up the Mirana. Namesake feels good with that one. Is it a Panther? It's kind of a Panther.
Close, yeah, it's
Yeah,
close.
It's close.
It's, I mean, yeah, what is it, actually? It's not a tiger. It's like a cross between a panther and a tiger. I mean, Panther, Luna. Luna definitely rides a panther.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. Mirana, some hybrid, I'm sure. Don't know the lore behind it.
Lore in the Twitch chat or YouTube chat. Let us know. Let us know about that. That was a great game. What I thought was going to be an absolute blowout turned into a final one-on-one slugfest. That was a duel, a fight to the death. Haven't really seen any of those so far in these Mobile Open playoffs where it's really come down to two players with that much HP who had that much of a convincing victory. And again, a choice to upgrade to level 3 might have been the end. I don't know. That's just our opinion. 1437 is standing by to give us his thoughts on that game. 1437, what'd you think?
Wow, what a back and forth game. That was actually amazing. I didn't think that it was gonna go that late, to be honest. I thought Bungam really had that. So we got a few clips for you guys to show like how this game sort of progressed and what happened. So we got clip number 1 over here. We got sorry, I think we actually, yeah, there we go. There's clip number 1. So we got Bungam here with his double Bloodseekers in the early game. He has a cloak and an armlet with the sacrifices. The moment that he picked up both of these Bloodseekers, he essentially secured his entire early and mid game. There was absolutely no way that any board stood a chance. This is the new Bloodseeker meta, okay? These Bloodseekers, if you get 2 of them out like this, you just can't really do anything as long as you have a few Bloodbound on the board. The enemy can't do anything about that. He was winning like 20 rounds in a row from there. So here we have Asa. Asa had 3-star Storm, Razor. One of the problems with mages right now is that they don't have something that does percentage-based damage, and the mages sort of just run out of gas at some point. We see Asa here fighting against Swift Panther's plus 3,000 HP brawny board, so they have 100 kills at this moment in time, and the mages just doing some static damage sort of just run out of gas because their units HP are just not enough to out-sustain the brawnies. And you can see here the Storm just getting arrowed up, dying, and so many units still left alive this late into the game, even though Asa did hit a very strong board. So Bungam, who was win streaking like crazy, had double Bloodseekers, decided to upgrade to a BS 3-star in this game. Now, a lot of situations you would think a 3-star would be very good, but one of the problems that Bungam faced was that this Mirana actually has a chance to arrow the Bloodseeker if there's only one of them, right? So if there's actually 2 Bloodseekers, even if one dies, you still have the second one who can pretty much get some more kills, and it's also one more Bloodbound unit that is dying for your other Bloodseeker, so it's going to get some damage off of that too. And on top of that, Swift Panther also had a Silver Edge on its team, so if there is a break that goes onto this Bloodseeker who has a Stonehowl Cloak, it will negate all of its HP and the passive of Bloodseeker, so it pretty much just becomes a regular unit that doesn't really do anything. So I think in this situation, if Bungam did have 2 Bloodseekers, he might have had a better chance in an earlier stage before Swift Panther hit that late game power spike to actually take him out.
Well, there you go. Thank you so much, 1437. Echoing a lot of the points that we made here on the couch, but really, yeah, just deep diving into that final decision making there. In the end, the build that saw so much success in our first game ended up coming out on top there in the end. We were a little unsure there if the Bloodbound train was going to leave the station. Instead, it kind of stalled a little bit, but still put on quite a performance.
I mean, the fact that almost every player went through a different build speaks volumes to what the patch is at right now. So pretty excited to see the rest of the games today.
Oh, yeah. I think every single game we're going to see something new. It's super exciting. We've only seen a couple, and we've got tons more to come. Before we jump onto a break, I need to remind you, of course, about the Good Luck Have Fun pledge and any key chance for you to sign up, get a global Twitch badge, take a stand against toxicity, and speak out against those who are throwing hate around online in the games we play. That's no fun. So, of course, if you want to get involved in that, ! Sign up in the chat. Over 400,000 people have already taken the pledge, leading to our goal of 1 million signatures by the end end of 2020. Also, Season 5 is coming up soon, and you can get involved. Exclamation point sign up in the chat will allow you to put your info in on a form, and you will be updated as soon as we have more information about Season 5. If you're curious about getting involved, definitely go check that out. We are going to jump on to a short break. When we come back, it is game number 3. We'll see you then.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. We're here for the playoffs of Season 4 with Dota Underlords. I'm Invera, joined by Suns fan. We have just seen 2 great games, a bunch of different strategies. This is what I wanted. This is it, man. This is day 1. The game is launched.
I kind of miss Scrappies.
You can leave. Just there's the you can go.
Scrappies. Oh no. Yeah, the fact that we've just seen so many different strats has made this so much more exciting. So.
Oh yeah. I've loved seeing all the players because there's no guide out there. There's no absolute rule of what you need to do. And it's represented in the leaderboard here that we're seeing some shifts coming in as players are figuring out what these best strats are. But there's just this massive bulk of players, all who've been tied going from 38 to 44 every single time. This group, it's like the Peloton if we were talking about it. But Ziggy, still out in the lead, has extended that lead to 9. That is massive.
Yeah, he's doing very, very well. Leroy has been consistently second place throughout this entire process as well, so to give a shout out to him. But of course, on his heels are 4 players at the 44 mark, so a lot of things can switch up here very, very short amount of time.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. So keep in mind, Leroy actually missed his first game.
He's a god.
He's an absolute beast. The fact that he is literally missing a potential 10 points and he's still in second place. God damn it, Leroy. Anyway.
Don't need to show up. It's fine.
That's fine. Yo, Apodictic, though.
Where is he? Oh, he's on the other side of the screen. Oh, Apodictic, I love you. You're doing it, my friend. Keep it up.
It's your faith, your confidence in him just driving him forward.
He was sick and tired of being on the right side of the screen for the entire process so far. Now has worked his way up to the left. Needs to find himself on the other screen, though. He needs to keep on
he's
doing
almost
what
there.
he's doing.
He's moving up in the world, all right? Group 3, here are the leaderboards. I want to make a note again, as I mentioned it during the last game. This game finished, I believe Leroy took the win, in 29 rounds.
Yeah.
That's a stomp. That is an absolute massacre. I think I've seen a handful of games go below 30 rounds.
Everything just seems to be faster paced, like we were alluding to earlier.
Yeah, I think more items helps a lot.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see if that continues to be a trend or if it was more of an anomaly. I mean, it's in the grand scheme of things, even though we've watched a few games so far, it's still a super small sample size.
Oh yeah, I mean we can theory craft all day. We can theory craft till the cows come home on what we think is meta and what we think is strong. But these players, these top lords of White Spire, are only going to continue to break it. They've got spreadsheets. It's going to be exciting, though the numbers don't always mean everything. Like in that last game, oh yes, on paper, a level 3 you think would be better. But sometimes
analytics, going to traditional sports, everyone's obsessed with analytics. Not always something you can abide by, though.
No, and as we get into game number 3, who knows? Things might get a little bit different. We'll see if Savages are still going to be par for the course, winning both games so far, or if, who knows, maybe somebody will learn how to Knights. Maybe we'll see Assassins.
I don't think so, but I'm going to keep hoping.
So this person does not want to go mages, because if you start a game with 2 CMs, look, you're just... at that point, I'd be like, yep, I guess that's where I'm going.
I think maybe he's seen the representation so far of mage has not been stellar. Of course, he's going to win this round, despite only putting 2 units out, because his opponent put out 1. And my math could be wrong here, but 2 does seem greater than 1. Usually.
Usually. I'm sure there's some world indiscrete math where that's not the case, but I'm not going to talk about that.
That's too advanced for me.
Yeah. No, I took it in university and regretted every single second I was in those classes.
Go to school, kids.
But actually, go to school, kids.
Remember all these classes you take and you're like, I'm never going to use this, and you were correct.
Yeah.
You will never.
Sitting in second-year university taking discrete math and being like, I want to write tweets for a living.
I mean, I think on a base level, not to go off on the tangent, but on some level, some of that is applicable depending on your field of study. But there's a certain point where you're like, there's no way.
I took like 4 years of stats, and in the world of esports, actually very useful.
Yep, it is.
Actually very useful. Statistics, excellent. We are seeing a couple open fort strats to start off this game. It looks like Savages so far seems to be the name of this game. Let's take a look at our leaderboards, our scoreboard, to start this off. If I can press the button, I can.
Apodictic.
Some demons.
Insect gamer.
Woo!
He's only lost 1 HP. That's actually... how's he only lost 1 HP? Okay, he actually wins here.
But he doesn't get the streak going. So you want to go 0-2 or you want to go 2-0. Like you either need to know you've got the board that's going to win or the board that's going to lose. These early streaks are so massive. And the key, I find, is if you... Obviously, it's riskier to do this when you have skilled enough players who are going to go open fort and do all this stuff. But if you can just lose by like 1 HP, just put like 1 or 2 dudes out just to lose enough that you don't get like smacked in terms of HP loss.
Right.
But you also maintain your loss streak. That's an idea. Because look at Nexus. Let's jump on board with Nexus here. 2 level 2s on the board.
Bench.
Not bench. Sorry, the bench that is not using.
So one variant, if you guys want to try this strat out, by the way, because it is super viable, as you can see from the highest level players in the world, make sure you go into options and select that thing that says do not put your units out on the board, because you can screw yourself.
You really can, because it'll just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and that is not the place that you want to be. Interesting, like Shadow Demon and Magnus. I guess you can get a little bit of Savage going on here. Potentially flex into Heartless with Drow. All right, I can kind of see where this is going. You can maybe even flex into some Hunter, move that around if you want to.
Looks like a very similar bench, too.
Yeah, so interesting. So normally you see players lose the first 5 rounds. That tends to be, or at least last patch was the case. Let's look at Forensic, though, who decided to say, look, I want to win no matter what. Get some Savage, getting some Insect. Insect is really impactful early game.
Yeah, for sure. The miss chance is pretty huge and deals a little bit of damage over time, of course. As Nyx Assassin, not a unit you typically want to keep long term. Although his Spike Carapace can be useful, but normally you want, like, the Sand King is the best of the insects by far. Not even, especially considering he's tier 5 now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But that extra CC is huge. Broodmother is usually a mainstay, and if you're going Hunters, then obviously Weaver is your choice. But going 4 insects, I don't think I've seen that super recently.
No, I haven't seen that in a hot minute. Gonna reroll here, pick up the Vanguard. Not a bad proposition. HTPG is going in for those brawny stacks. What's Frieza going to be up to here? Going interesting. Potentially building into this Bloodseeker once again with the Deadeye, but not really having anything to pair with it in terms of that Blood Bounce. So we'll be kind of surprised to see him fully commit to this, though he does have that early Stonehall Cloak on there. Apodictic, like we mentioned before, is just continuing to open for it. Potential Mage play, though, given his board. That's interesting.
That is interesting. Does not really synergize too well with insects, but well,
wins anyway.
Maybe a Nyx in frontliner. I could see that. Mischance against the Mage. But it's never like one of these. I mean, that's the thing about, like, even Primordial or Insects. They're not main strategies. And we have yet to see Void, by the way, which makes it very sad.
Void, all the characters in Void are super high tier, so getting it early is not viable. So we'll see how this goes. Finally, after 5 rounds is usually when we tend to have players put units on the board. Nexus is opting to go for a Druid Heartless Brute build, which is going to be pretty sick, I think. Leroy, again, our #1 player in the lobby, is just not doing anything.
He's losing.
He's still losing. Let's go back to Nexus.
And he's at 30 gold, so just wants to probably wait one more round before putting in some units.
Yeah. But this is going to do well. So going up into Frieza right now, who's in 2nd place in the lobby, this build is going to smack. Yeah. These Brutes in the early game are so strong. That was not even close.
Yeah, and you'll have, I mean, everybody's super tanky, right? Even the Heartless typically are generally tanky. And typically when you go for something that is all tank and no damage, you're going to have issues going into late game. But of course, the whole point of Heartless is to give you that damage, essentially. Yep. So it's not something I think they'll keep long term. Like, those will be, like, maybe Hunters on top of this could make a lot of sense, but I mean, I don't know how often we see 4 Druid either. I don't think that's a thing.
No. We usually see that as, again, one of these sort of auxiliary alliances that we see players play into. Let's take a look at Pouty Panda here as well.
Hey, he's got potatoes.
Oh, he does?
Please destroy one.
Okay, I'll pick one.
Good potato. Potato is stronger than tomato in this game, which is weird coming from Dota, where it's the opposite. Potato hits very hard. I think the insects go to work here.
Here we go. Fell over.
Pretty strong board right now. Of course, it is early on.
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, they're surviving with the heal from that Treant, though. I don't know. Oh, even with the Warless Punch. Oh, that's going to be close. Okay.
That was close.
Forensic, though, is on a 7-win streak on round 7. That is a good start to the game. If you're going to go that route, you're going to commit. Level 6 already, utilizing it. Gonna drop below that 30 gold, but that's okay in terms of overall econ. Still not a big deal. 2 level 2 Bloodseekers coming in unison between Frieza and HTPG. Which one of these boards do you want to watch? This Frieza's feels a lot more powerful to me.
I'm dying here.
Are you okay?
I'll be okay.
No. Oh no!
I'm just very excited to see these Savage come online, but we have to keep it. We have to click on these units that have the Stonehall Pikes just to see how much actual kills they're getting, because that's something that can ramp up really fast, right?
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of the Stonehall Pike on these, especially because you're going to continue to get these kills with the summons, which is getting really scary considering Bloodseeker just got, I don't know, let's see, 6 kills that round? 4. Still pretty darn solid. So already going to be adding that up to the kill count.
And you can find a cap that'll help him out for the Bloodbound eventually, right?
But yeah, potentially.
I'm trying to think of how they changed the odds of the items, but this might be the last time he'll have an opportunity to find one.
Do you just take the cloak, though?
Yeah,
that's
cloak is good.
Oh, he
Whoa.
rerolls.
Dead
And he gets
eye.
it! No, he gets it.
That's
Deadeye.
That's
no.
Deadeye. Unfortunate.
Oh, I got
Very
so
unfortunate.
excited.
But Deso's really good. I mean,
Yep.
you can't go wrong with a Deso. So this is where it's interesting because I don't know if you continue on with Bloodseeker, actually, because at a certain point, he's not as useful if he doesn't have the Bloodbound Alliance.
Yeah,
and you don't really want Warlocks, necessarily. We saw how it did get them second place last game that we're watching, but
You either have to commit or you don't. So my thing is I really want to watch Leroy this game. Leroy, though I haven't seen him yet on stream so far today, he has been going off. And we actually see 2 Bloodbound caps.
Yep. That's pretty good.
With Knights. And we have not seen Knights have any success so far today. So I'm curious, maybe we can get some more of this both from our admins and from our producer here, what build he was going these last 2 games, if he's been consistent. I would be very curious to know what build he's been going. Because, again, you can bait yourself with these items, and if he has not been running this and has been winning the last couple of games, deciding to do something different, that would be very interesting to me. Also, let's take a look at our Underlord selection.
Yeah, we have an Essex here for Leroy. Of course, he has CK, which will synergize quite well since you have the double demons, essentially. I mean, the fact that you have Knights, obviously, the reason you get Knights is because of damage mitigation. The more Knights, the better. And kind of where they drop off is in the damage department. Because late game, DK and Luna can give you damage if you have the right items. But if you have Bloodbound, then you kind of skip past that point to where you're already doing damage in the mid game.
Interesting.
And damage mitigation.
And interesting, Leroy actually is opting to lose this round. He's taken his units off the board, knowing he's going to lose. Interesting. So he wanted to keep, because he lost that last round, he wants to keep his loss streak going.
Right. Well, he's the expert. He's the one on top, or second place overall, despite going AFK in the last game.
Yeah. That's interesting. Okay. Got eyes on Leroy. We'll catch up with him in a bit. I need to see what Frenzik is doing. Because Frenzik has not lost a round. Oh.
Caster's Curse, typical.
Okay. Oh, my bad, dude.
Has double he's very tanky, though. Double Vanguard and Chainmail.
But he lost to the other Bloodseeker. Or what was the other Bloodseeker, which is on the bench. So it transitioned into Dragon, Brawny.
We were talking about this.
Savage.
So Brawny Dragons is not something you could have really said was a strategy before this patch. But now that Snapfire is a Brawny, can change that quite a bit. So that's cool. Very cool.
Brawny, Savage, wrecked.
That's right.
That's it.
Mage online for Apodictic, my boy. See if he can take a top 4 to continue his trajectory up in the standings.
I mean, looking pretty good so far. We're seeing that Ogre taking a lot of damage here and just wear down. War of Attrition.
Yeah, he's tanking pretty hard, and he will actually live throughout all that.
Really nice. So doing 10 damage already at this stage in the game, across the board. Leroy's still struggling, just living in that loss streak. Frenzik is going to be back on the winning train here. Let's take a look at the scoreboard to see how everybody is doing here coming into our mid game. So we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Savages. We're seeing 1 Knights. We're seeing a little bit of Brute play, quite a bit of Insects, and 1 Mage.
Man, Jewel is just not picked. That's the one Underlord everybody hates right now.
This is interesting. So this is almost an exact mirror composition, like a mirror lobby compositionally to Group 2 that we saw earlier. So this is interesting. We have about 5 to 6 players going the Savage build and then a Mage and a Knight respectively. So that's interesting how these players are trying to make these secondary strategies work.
Yeah, I think this... I mean, how many people are going Mage right now? Is this the only one for Apodictic? So that's always a good thing, right? I mean, we saw this last game. It wasn't the greatest board of all time, but it did secure him top 4, I believe. Because if you're the only one going a strategy that's even semi-viable, which I think Mage we can safely assume is,
Live.
They have a good time with that. And he will barely win this board.
Do a whole 3 damage.
The
See, here's
old
the thing.
Insect Primordial Mage.
Oh, boy.
Reroll.
I think you reroll.
You'll Scepter maybe, actually, for
the
your
mana?
eventual Coddle. Ugh, even worse.
I guess you go Midas.
Oh, God. Awful.
Attack speed's okay. See, here's the thing. What's interesting is in week 1, before the patch, the only time we saw a Mage do well, I don't think it won, but it came in second, I think, was when they had like 4 level 3s. Oh, no, it did win. It had 4 level 3s. I think that's really the only way that you're going to make these secondary strategies work, is just to have really lucky with some of that RNG. Is just to get that, get
you don't
those
always
units.
have to go for the win, right? I mean, it depends on how far down you are in the standings.
I mean, you always need to play for the win. You can't play for second.
The fact that, well, I think you can. I think that if you play the odds, right? If you say, I'm going to pick a strategy that will consistently get me top 4, I think that gets you into probably the top 8 overall.
Yeah.
If you're playing consistently enough. But the issue is, like, the games like we talked about are going so much faster. I don't know if you can get level 3s at this stage. Especially on, I mean, it is Mage, so nobody else is going for it, so it's your best chance.
We did see 2 level 3s from the Mage in the last game.
Okay.
We saw level 3 CM and a level 3 Storm Spirit.
Oh, right. I remember the Storm Spirit. So he's 1 Mage away from actually finishing this alliance off. Who's he missing?
He is missing either Lich or Storm.
All right, so Storm for the time being. And he's actually holding on to Ember and Earth Spirit, so thinking about transitioning to Spirits as well.
Do you take the Void, though, instead?
I think.
Yeah, you do. You just wait till after the round. So little thing, if you're new to Underlords, the reason he waited to pick that up there was so that he gets the 3 interest. He was above 30 gold. He waited to pick that item, that unit up, I should say, before that, for that reason. That Bloodseeker, though, is alive, and if he's alive, your hopes of winning are dead.
Yep, that is a problem. I mean, the issue right now with his lineup, he has absolutely no crowd control. And this is where it really hurts Mage lineups, because Kunkka's not in the game right now. They removed him, and that was the main crowd control, because it gives you the human alliance, which ends up netting you more mana regeneration over time, and it gives you a huge AoE stun. So now you're forced to, if you're going to go for some sort of frontliner, you need to get like a Tidehunter, but he doesn't really synergize with your lineup unless you're going Warriors.
Which is not something we're seeing anybody running so far. Warriors just still need a little bit of love. I think the buff to the armor they get is great, but I'm just not sure it was quite there. We're seeing the transition out of Legion Commander, not able to get the... So Legion Commander, if you can't get a level 2, you might as well not run her, because you're just literally feeding over damage to the other team. So we're seeing this still this pseudo Bloodbound strat with the caps and Knights, which I think is interesting. He's stabilized a little bit here. He's won the last few rounds. So we'll see how Leroy is going to be able to transition this into the late game.
I mean, he's hardcore committed to Knights, though.
Yeah, he
might
is.
Go for 6 here.
Well, because here's the thing. I mean, I feel like you kind of have to at this point. Even though it only gives an additional 5%, there's no massive... like, if it went from, like, 15 to 20 to 30, I think that might be a nice change that I'd like to see, because it feels like there's not enough of a benefit. Like, when you go from Heartless, you go from -9 armor to -16 armor. That's pretty huge. So... Anyway, we can talk about this all day. I want to hear what 1437 thinks. A very even lobby so far, but a lot of what we've already kind of seen so far today. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the meta is really shaping out here. We see Pouty Panda and Frenzic on the top 2 with the highest health, and they're both playing Savage Hunter. So it's round 16, they both hit the 4 Savage, 3 Hunter build that we've seen be very dominant throughout the day today. And you can see, like, pretty much that's the go-to build right now for, like, whoever wants to stay at high HP throughout the game. We also see in this game Leroy playing... something like a Legion Commander build. That was his attempt, but because he wasn't able to find Legions, he's playing into the Knights instead. He does have 2 Ogre Caps, which is really nice for him to have like that extra damage with his Bloodbound. So we're gonna see how he goes, how he's gonna pilot this game, because he's actually about 40 gold behind the highest net worth player since he decided to roll quite a bit in this game. I am really looking at Apodictic as well in this game, because he's got the 6 mages soon about to be completed, and I'm really hoping that the 6 mages are going to be the answer to these Savage builds that are dominating in the current stage of the meta.
Steven, why no assassins? Please tell me we can get assassins, please.
I mean, I want to say we can, but it feels like assassins are really hard to play, and I don't think on the after the update, a lot of these players have had any practice with assassins. Maybe next week we might see assassins come out, but for now I feel like they're in a really hard spot without Bounty Hunter as an early game assassin. Faces Void really hard to get in the later stages in the game because there's no ace searchers anymore. And I think Dragon Knight also being a 5 cost hurt them a lot, since you can't really pair with the Viper and have this early game DK or mid game DK 2-star to like help tank or reduce some damage for your assassin.
All right. Well, Makes me sad to hear it, but makes a lot of sense when you say it. Thank you so much. 14-37. We are seeing Pouty Panda just continue the streak right now. Nexus taking a lot of damage. Nexus and Swift B down to 19 HP apiece. We're going to jump on board with them. Swift B, who again, running another variation of this Brawny Savage Hunter. Just not quite, actually has pretty decent levels too. What's different here? Let's take a look. This is Pouty Panda's board. So he's got 4 Savage, 3 Hunter. He's got the Insect in there as well. He's got the Dusa.
Yeah, Dusa with a Deso.
With the Dusa with a Deso. That's huge. And the Stonehill Pike on that Weaver, who's got only 10 kills. Not a big deal here. They're comparing that to Swift B. Ooh, level 3 Bloodseeker. That's interesting. Doesn't have that. Is instead, okay, this is interesting. Has the Lone Druid there as well, who is going to get the star boost because of the Druid buff. But not having that really top-tier carry of the Dusa, I think, is really going to hurt, especially with this level 3 Bloodseeker getting buffed up by the Wisp as well. That's an interesting combination we haven't really seen. The IO.
Yeah, that's very nice. If the IO can actually stay put. But, of course, we'll be bringing back somebody from the dead, and it doesn't really matter. Looks like he's going to crush regardless. Keep in mind the crowned antlers are on Lycan, so it's not a true hunter. Used to be a hunter back in the day. Looks like he wants to be a hunter again.
Back in the day, like 2 days ago?
Yeah, back in the day. Back in my day.
Back in my day.
But, yeah, the board, it's not bad. It's just you don't really have much of a front line. That's kind of the issue. You have some heals, but like Magnus and Lone Druid, I feel like should be your front line, but has them in the back for whatever reason.
Yeah, putting the Necrophos in the front. I'm not sure I 100% agree with this. I mean, Swift B, you've got 2 HP. You've got 26 golds. You've got the free rule. I feel like you kind of need to move on this. I feel like, yeah.
He has not spent his gold. So this.
Yeah. Oh, there's.
Unfortunately, gold does not transfer. He's rolling now. It looks like.
Yeah.
Gold doesn't. Oh, that's a level 2 disruptor. That's a big power spike.
That would have been nice to have.
He might not get an opportunity to use it.
Not into level 3 Magnus, I don't think. Magnus with the Empower just does so much. Not only for himself, but for the team as a whole. The more he can survive, the more he can get that off. I mean, the Mirana is doing some work. Was doing some work before a Golem dropped on her from the sky. Okay,
yeah,
well,
that'll put an end to him.
That's GG.
So he ends the game with 0 gold, but of course we saw 26 of that was used while he was fighting this last battle. So
13 rerolls for
a little
funsies.
bit of mismanagement for his econ for sure.
Yeah, and that's some of the thing. If you're one of these players looking to get up there in the ranks, whether it be competing in tournaments like this or just grind on the ladder, it's hard to sort of get overwhelmed and try and keep track of too many things at once and forget something fundamental and basic like, okay, I should probably spend my gold here. And yeah, there's the thought process of I want to try and live and not ruin my econ if I do survive. But that's a big gamble, especially when you're on like a 5 or 6 loss streak, which I think he was.
Right.
So looking at this, we're seeing Void on that bench.
Oh boy.
We're seeing some Voids.
I like it. He has 2 in Vigilant, which is one of the new alliances, of course. Not really, in my opinion, useful until you get to 4, because then all your allies will attack the enemy hero that has cast a spell, so a lot of focus fire.
It's kind of like a slightly different version of that Deadeye perk.
Yeah.
But again, going towards those targeting the spellcasters, which can be good and bad in certain situations. Because I've definitely seen like a unit, like a hit from death, not die because all of a sudden everybody starts switching targets. Though it does pair potentially into the hunters, depending on what hunters you want to run with your savages. But in this situation, wow, down to the wire, the Hobgins trading those blows, and we're seeing Nexus with 3 HP.
He has 38 gold. And he's pretty close to finishing a lot of heroes. Caden's Blade. The question is, does that stack on top of Void? Because for those that don't know, Void, the new alliance, for every one of your heroes, which makes it very strong, you have I believe, is it a 5% chance to deal 5% max HP and damage?
Well, he doesn't have the Void out yet, and it's
something like that.
Yeah.
So it works kind of in a similar way to Caden's Blade.
40% chance to deal 5% of the target's max HP is pure damage.
Right, I mixed up those numbers, but yeah.
Oh, he got the Dusa. Oh, that's
right.
Okay. So before he had it on the Drow, which is fine because she only does 118 damage, but because of her aura as well, keep in mind she's increasing the attack rate. 1 attack rate already on this Dusa. Let's keep an eye on how much damage. Top right corner of your screen, how much damage this Dusa is potentially going to do. This is only a level 1 Dusa. Keep that in mind. Oh, that's a pig. That's a pig. Okay, here we go.
There, he gets it off immediately too. The Stone Gaze. That's going to help. He is crushing.
So this is a level 1 Medusa. Keep that in mind. top damage instantly with that Cadence Blade.
This item might get nerfed.
I think it might need
it's
to.
Quite good. Yeah, that's really, really good.
Oof.
Lone Druid ended up doing more damage, surprisingly.
But a level 2 Lone Druid into that, so...
So how many voids do we have? We only have one in the game, or on the board, which is
plus
Faceless Void himself.
Faceless Void. So how would you even swap this? You're already level 9.
Well, Shadow Demon doesn't do
anything. Yeah.
Well,
just
it's Heartless and Demon, technically.
But, yeah,
At
okay.
this,
level 1, yeah, no.
One level of Heartless, does that matter that much in this stage? I don't know. Maybe. And if you could get 3 Void in, I think it's worth, right? I think it sounds pretty strong. He has 2 Faceless Voids in.
Yeah, all right. So that's Nexus.
He's going Enigma.
Okay, well, I was going to go check out what Freeze is doing. Hang on real quick, what Freeze is doing.
How dare you?
Okay, back to Nexus.
How dare you?
I'm sorry.
Did he get it? No, he's not putting TA in for Shadow Demon. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I feel like losing the Heartless to get Void, to me, it sounds pretty strong.
It does. I don't disagree. So he's going up into Apodictic, the mage player, of course. Oh,
the triangle, though.
That's actually pretty massive. That was a pretty huge Delta Slam going on in with the back of the damage off that Coddle. That's not a good time.
Now we're never going to know if it would have been good. We're never going to know. Because he's dead.
Because he's dead.
How unfortunate. Man, I was really looking forward to seeing Voids.
And HTPG just took 20 damage as well. Okay. And Frieza just took 18 damage. We just lost 3 players that round.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That's probably the most triggering when each respective rank matters. And you lose like first, and then somebody loses like right after. You're like, oh, that feels
2
so
seconds
bad.
just cost me a point or 2, and that can be all the difference. Because I want to remind everybody, while we have 3 groups, only the top 8 players across all 3 groups are making it to the finals. So if you're in the top 2, you're pretty much guaranteed. But that's it. That's really all that's guaranteed at this stage. I want to see how Leroy has made this build work. He has stabilized so well. He's the only person we've seen have this much success with Knights. Every other Knight player we've seen has been eliminated first in their lobby. Warlock, stop walking backwards. You're supposed to not be here anymore, good sir.
He's supposed to die, my friend. He finally does, and that's when the damage comes out. So, yeah, LC is level 2. We'll have to look at the stats of all the heroes after this, but looks like he's losing this board.
Oh my goodness, he's getting slaughtered.
Is this 21 damage? I don't think it's 21,
no,
but
it's
it's
not,
a lot.
But it's close.
Very
it's
close.
20.
Okay, I was right. It's not 21 damage.
It's not. You are absolutely, you're technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
Click on LC, because...
I did. She's right there.
Oh, sorry. So 9 kills only, 24 dual damage. Her HP is going to increase a little bit because of the Stonehold Cloak.
That's not enough.
Does have a decent amount of alliances active, so the HP... I don't believe you see the HP increase or damage increase until the round actually starts.
Which I wish they would change, honestly. I wish that would change.
I agree.
Forensic, I'm real quick going to look at the scoreboard as we go into this last round because I want to see what Forensic's net worth is. 200, she's not even the highest net worth in the game. Interesting. So we are seeing Pouty Panda and Friends. No, I want to see Leroy and Apodictic. These are the players at the bottom here. I want to see how they do in this final battle, potentially final battle, if you're a fan of Leroy!
No, Apodictic, man. That's who we're going for. Remember, we're rooting for the underdog right now. So Mage versus Knights. Got the triangle. Defense going here. Phil Jackson would be proud. Actually, that's a triangle offense, technically. So
I didn't.
Boy, I sounded like a real NBA idiot right there. But luckily, nobody knows what traditional sports are that are watching.
the NBA?
It's the basketballs.
Gotcha. Those are the orange ones, right?
Yeah, they are orange.
Perfect.
Sometimes.
I have seen the movie Hoosiers.
Okay, that's really old school.
How young do you think? Okay, anyway.
I mean, that was made in like the 50s. What do you mean? That's very old.
With Denzel Washington?
Oh my! Did they remake Hoosiers?
Did you? Okay.
Denzel
We're gonna have to have a
Washington.
conversation after this broadcast, everybody.
Denzel Washington.
I'm pretty sure I'm right.
All right.
Anyway.
Ugh,
no, let's remember the Titans. I'm completely.
I was gonna say that he did a football movie.
Yeah. Sports! Leroy, 1 HP and a dream, taking on Apodictic, who has made it to this top 4 situation. Let's spectate Apodictic here at the end. One of these two players is very likely to go out here because Pouty Panda and Forensic just faced off in this last round, which means it says Wallop at the top of your screen. I think that's what we're about to see. Potentially, we're going to lose both of them here in this round. There is a very high likelihood. That's the blink in, though.
He has a level 2 Void Spirit.
Hello. Okay.
All right, the triangle is horrible.
Way too small.
Oh my God, that was atrocious.
Oh, wait, where are you throwing that? No, Coddle, please.
That was actually the worst triangle I have ever seen.
Its hypotenuses were just not.
Oh my
oh
lord!
My goodness.
I mean, the spirits just don't seem very strong unless you have a ton of, as Leroy gets knocked out just in time to get 3rd place.
Yep.
Apodictic with 3rd, so still top 4. That's what you want to do.
Yep.
But it just doesn't seem that strong without a bunch of Storm Spirits. I feel like it's not even playable.
Yeah, I actually don't feel like you run that at all. I'm gonna take a look at the scoreboard real quick just to give us a big semblance of where we're at now, going into this last duel. We are seeing Hunters, we are seeing Brawnies, we are seeing Savage. Difference between 6 Savage and 4 in this particular instance. I actually don't think you need to go to 6 Savage, but clearly it is working for Forensic here as well as some Summoners, Druids. But Scaled was brought in as well into the mix here for Forensic. Going to be a little bit less relevant, though still helpful against the Disruptor.
Yeah, keep in mind, of course, like you were alluding to, the 6 Savage, the difference now, you get a little bit of increase to damage, but also applies to your summons, which is Lycan, and I believe Lone Druid, I want to say. He's on the board right now.
That does sound right.
A lot of, there it is. That's a big, fat, juicy bear.
Oh, but the bear, look at the bear in the back corner. Get out there, Misha. Get in there. Get her done.
Well, Forensic with 64 HP, so very healthy, but Axe starting to go to town on people.
Uh-oh. That's a lot of spin. Spin to win. And there it is.
Relatively close, though.
Relatively close. 9 damage done. Pouty Panda.
Does the other board, what does Marana have for items for Pouty Panda? Is it the Cadent? No, it's
Beefly.
Okay.
Oh, and the Bloodthorn, though, on the Dusa. All right, let's talk about Bloodthorn for a second. It's a tier 5 item. Obviously, it's the massive attack damage, but enemy hero has more than 75 silence them. And that's on the split shot. And they crit for 140% damage.
Wait, can you click that again?
I can. Can't miss.
I don't think the attacks matter for the silence. I think it still silences 1.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. The crit is also only on 1 person because only 1 person gets silenced.
Okay.
We can see. I mean, it's kind of hard to see overall, but that's how I'd assume it works.
Well, we're going to find out.
That's a level 2 axe, by the way. I don't know if you mentioned that, but that is
that is really quite terrifying.
Remember that, guys. That's a tier 5 unit now. 25% HP, and he chops everybody down.
So we're seeing not looking so good for Pouty Panda so far. The double bear is actually able to get out into the fray. Seemed to do a lot, but that axe is still strong. That is a little terrifying.
And Marana is a beast.
Oh, Marana actually got stunned by her counterpart. Oh, that's huge. That was absolutely massive.
Is that a level 1 Marana on the other side? Because this is a level 2. That might be the difference here.
I believe the other one is level 1 for Forensic as well. No, it's level 2. Yeah, they're both level 2.
Okay,
and
both have butterfly too.
Both have butterflies.
All
right. Interesting here. Pouty Panda's winning this with only a level 1 Bristleback.
And
only a level 1 Lone Druid.
Might be better to put a Sand King in here, honestly.
For what?
For the
for the Bristleback. Yeah, absolutely. That's 100% what I would do here. Oh, what did he just trade up for that? No, what's the Bristle? No?
No, he has another. No, he still has the Bristle.
What did he just trade out, though?
I'm not sure.
He lost
Maybe he had 2 Bristle ones in there, perhaps.
I doubt it.
Either way, he's at 3 Brawny, 5 Savage, so a little bit awkward.
That's a big Static Storm to start off this game.
Into a stun, but then the counter stun by Tidehunter. So,
Dusa, where are you throwing that out, though? Off the side of the board. Not ideal.
Marana is who we really need to be watching at this stage, right? Because this is when Marana start to really clean up. And the Golem is going to town on this one. Marana 1 versus Marana 2. Arrow will not connect for Marana 1.
They're both Marana 2. They are both Marana 2.
No, I mean number 1 and number 2. We have to distinguish them somehow. You want to call one Sandy and one, what's another woman's? Shannon, my name. That's another woman's name. You need to be able to call them different names.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's fair. Sandy and Shannon.
Shivas.
That's another name.
No, I think he took, what did he take? Vlad's?
Yeah, Vlad's.
Okay.
Interesting.
What about the other side? What did Forensic take?
We can look. We have the technology. Also Vlad's, I think.
Okay.
All right.
I wonder if there is a reason to pick your item right away.
Hang on. Are they running this? I'm going to open the scoreboard again real quick. Are they running the exact same board? Almost.
It's close.
It's really close. I wish they put them in the same. Almost identical, yeah.
Well, Scaled is different, and Insects is different.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
Wow. They're running almost fundamentally the same composition.
It's 6 Savage versus 5, though, right?
Yeah. That's the big difference here.
Of course, that doesn't really make that much of a difference, because the fights are very quick, so you don't really get that many attacks off, and there's not that many summons.
So we're going to keep an eye on where the CC goes through and how much the Bears are able to do. These Ravages have been pretty massive. Pouty Panda, yeah, just really struggling now. What fundamentally changed? That's my question, because Pouty Panda won like 3 rounds in a row up against Frenzic, but Frenzic has been able to turn this back around.
The Inesix Golem is going to town on, we called her Sandy, right?
Yeah.
The Marana on the bottom.
Yeah, but
that's
that's
gonna be
it.
the difference.
That's it. All right, Frenzic, who was in first place this entire game, walks away with the victory in round 30. So, game over, round 29 and round 30, back to back. Those are quick, convincing victories, and it was a 1v1 for the last 6 rounds of that game. That is pretty staggering. It seems like there have been these break points that we're discovering over the course of it. We'll see 1 round we lose 3 players. 1 round we'll lose 2 players. And, and it just really feels like some of these builds, if you can't get them lined up to hit those power spikes, you just get chunked out. And so many people trying to go for this same Savage build is what's contributing to it, because they just can't make it work.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just my opinion. I want to hear what 1437 thinks. Steven, how was that game?
Well, I mean, I guess we kind of predicted what was going to happen from the last time I checked in with you guys. I think the 3 players that we talked about, they all pretty much got top 3. So let's just take a look at the clips that we have to kind of break down a little bit more of like what's happening and other things as well. So this game, Leroy, he actually decided not to level up, and he saved a lot of gold, and he rolled on level 3 and he rolled on level 4. And one of the reasons why he did that is because he got these double ogre caps. These double ogre caps means that he wanted to play the Legion commander, but unfortunately for him, all the rolling he did, he was only able to find 1 Legion early in the game. So something like a high risk, high reward kind of play, while he's loose streaking and rolling on level 4, it actually dropped his net worth a lot. He actually fell about like 40 gold behind the top 1 board, but he was really hoping that he was going to hit that Legion 2 and play a build that's actually stronger than the 4 Savage Hunter meta build that we're seeing so far. But unfortunately for him, he was not able to get the Legion 2-star early in the game, and he was only able to secure himself 3rd place, which I think is not that bad considering you fell so far behind in terms of net worth, using a not, like some normal kind of way of like reaching your build. So here we have Nexus. Nexus actually had a good idea in what he wanted to do with playing his hunters and savages, but unfortunately somewhere along the way he started buying these void units and these units that don't really mesh well with his build. And what that does is it kind of confuses you in terms of like what kind of units you want to play on your board, and you don't generally want to do that, and especially like these high pressure situations, because you're just going to confuse yourself by having too many options going to the late game. You kind of just want to like stick to your idea and just go with it. And now here we have the final battle, Pouty Panda versus Frenzic. Both have very similar builds. Pouty Panda had 5 savages, Frenzic had 6, but the big factor here was that Frenzic just kind of had more upgrades than Pouty Panda did. The Tide Hunter versus the Disruptor, Pouty Panda's upgrade was a Disruptor, but the Tide Hunter is just much, much stronger than the Disruptor is, especially when you get that big Ravage stunning everything and slowing down the enemy's buildup of the Savage damage. Although the Axe 2-star was a very good pickup for Pouty Panda, it just wasn't enough since the backline damage just wasn't there for Pouty Panda, and Frenzic was just able to take that game. Both of these guys were the highest health, strongest board throughout the entire game, and as we can see, like, we pretty much realized what is the strongest build in the current meta.
There, day 1 already got a sense of what the strong build is, but again, I am not putting it past any of these players to show up next week and show that they have developed how to beat it. I also hope we get to see this group one more time before the end of the day, because I would like to see Leroy play again and not go for such a risky opening build. We'll see what happens. I also want to give a big shout out and thanks, of course, to the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, it is AT&T, helping to support the grassroots of mobile esports. They have been with us from the beginning, helping to make this tournament a reality, supporting the prize pools, helping to bring the players out to all these massive events. So thank you so much to AT&T for helping to make this a reality, giving mobile gamers a place where they can show up, they can compete week over week, they've got a competition they can show up to, and of course, walk away with some money. It's always kind of nice.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, what's a better way to live your life than playing video games and making money?
Those sound like 2 good things. I'll do that. That sounds lovely.
Me too.
That sounds like a good time. And you know what? If you actually want to get involved in that, I don't know, maybe season 5. I don't know. You could hit ! Sign up in the chat, and you can get information when you go over to the website, put in your info, and you'll get to be the first ones to get updated for Season 5. So be sure to go do that if you are interested in getting involved in the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, another way to do so, especially in the world of Underlords, is over on Twitter at ESL Underlords, where you can stay up to date with all the games, the action, all that good stuff. Make sure you do not miss the broadcast. Of course, if you're watching us on a streaming platform, which I think you are, you can also hit follow and like there to keep up to date. We're going to jump on to a short break. When we come back, it is our 4th matchup of the day. I'll see you in just a few.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. We're here for Season 4. This is day number 2 of the playoffs for Underlords. I'm in Verum, joined by Suns Fan, where we've been getting to explore with all of you at home the new meta, the new game, the new adventure. And so far, it already seems like people are starting to figure it out.
Voids!
You want to see Voids?
That's all I want to see. It was so close. He was 1 unit off. It was on his bench. Why would you tease us like that? Why?
You know, maybe he's just a bit of a masochist. I don't know. we're never gonna find out how good.
A sadist in that
Sadist.
case. I mean,
That's
he could be
true.
both.
Okay, you're right. I got that.
He
my
could be
terms.
both.
You know what? Look, all I know when it comes to teasing people, that would be not an ideal situation. But you know what? In some cases, we've got some other action going on that I might want to tease you with if you're also a fan of mobile games, because of course the ESL Mobile Open is more than just Dota Underlords. We have multiple other titles going on in our program, one of which is a game that I'm a fan of. If you want to kill some time and you want to go real fast, it is Asphalt 9 Legends. It's a racing game that you play on your phone, and it's, I think, in my opinion, probably graphically the best mobile game I've ever seen. When I watch it, I literally forget that I am watching a game on a phone, and over the last couple seasons, we've had some pretty dominant performances for some of our players. Elite Joe, our back-to-back, the two-time champion from seasons 2 and 3, he won both events back-to-back, was actually fortunate, or we're fortunate in the sense that he actually provided us with some footage to take a look at. So we're going to do that right now. If you guys have never seen Asphalt 9 Legends, now is the time. Let's take a look at that. Now, Asphalt 9 is one of these games where I guess you could call it more of an arcade racer than some other stuff, because realism is subjective. Let's put it that way, because I don't know how many cars can do 360 flat spins.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a little bit of highlights. I don't know if this is going to age me. Is that the right term, age me?
Yep.
Cruisin' USA, Cruisin' World. Anytime I would go to like an arcade, looked a lot like this game. Of course, not as hardcore as this.
Yeah, this is pretty, again, the arcade element's actually one of the things I love about this game.
I love
so much.
that fact, yeah.
Yeah, because you go in and there's a lot of things. So you know how we have terminology in Dota and in Underlords? We talk about, like economy, and we talk about, board and building up, the open fort and alliances. There's a lot of terminology for this game as well. So boost management and boost economy is one of the biggest things that you can worry about in this game. You see the boost bar at the top of the screen. You get that by completing ridiculous tricks, drifting, all that good stuff.
My goodness.
Yeah, so basically trying to maintain as high boost as consistently as possible is the name of the game. Oh, and also what's cool about this is we see the players do it in time trial. That's how they qualify. But when they play live on stage, they actually go head-to-head. And you can demo each other. You can blow each other up. So imagine you're a player who's been practicing for months on end only in time trial mode to suddenly go and play against another human being. It gets real interesting live on stage. So this game is actually a ton of fun. And
How is that? That looks really good for a mobile game.
I know.
Not even just for a mobile game. That's really good graphics.
Yeah.
I was shocked when I saw that.
Yeah, and you can play it like if you got it on the phone, like full 60 frames per second, all that good stuff. We often have like demos set up at our live events. So if you're going to be at ESL 1 LA, not only are you going to have a chance to watch that game, but you actually probably have a chance to try it out a little bit as well, which is pretty darn cool. So that's a little more information about the ESL Mobile Open for you. Back to Underlords. Let's take a look at our leaderboard coming out of that last game. Ziggy, gosh, stop being so good. You're never going to have an arrow next to your name because you're always just going to be in first. But it looks like the rest of the spread has widened up a little bit after that last one.
Yep, a little bit. I'm very interested in page 2 because App Addicted gets 4th place again.
Oh, he's moving up in the world.
He moved up a little bit. He's getting there, and we still have quite a few games to go in terms of not only today, but next week as well.
Oh, boy.
So he has time, but he needs to step it up maybe a little bit more. Because now this is where it starts to get very scary if you're not in even the top 16.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Very hard to get.
Yeah, making it that top 8 overall, that is what we are looking for. Back to Group 2, though, which is the group we will watch with our next game. Of course, Ziggy, 11 point. Actually, even just the top 2 versus the rest of the lobby has been just convincing. We are seeing between first and third like a 15, 16 points, 17 point spread.
17,
oh my goodness. Basic math.
Trigonometry.
Trigonometry.
Yeah,
yes.
there's quite a big discrepancy between top 3 and even just the rest of the board in general. So
yeah,
we'll see if it continues to be the case, or if maybe some of the people on the bottom side of that bracket will take some risks. Try out voids, maybe.
Oh, look, I want to see 6 Assassin. We're going to find out, though, because our game number 4 is up and ready to rumble. Let's get into it with this group. Ziggy, of course, we're not going to watch them a whole lot this game because realistically, they've almost guaranteed their spot at the final. I mean, yeah, there's a chance technically, but they're looking really darn good. I feel like there's a very good chance we see them in the finals.
Bloodbound already, beginning for Grips.
All right. That was
Bloodseeker's kind of needed for this strategy.
That is 100% true. I mean, I actually don't mind a little bit of Ogre Magi.
Yeah, Ogre saw. I just think Warlock is so bad.
Yeah.
I mean, he's there to die, really.
I mean, heal's pretty good. Less good when you use it offensively.
Yeah, I hate it when that happens. He just doesn't seem to have the best AI. Poor guy.
Look, I think we should just turn that feature off. I know you can technically use it as an offensive ability. Maybe just don't. Maybe
that would be interesting if you could have 2 versions of a spell.
Toggle it.
And you just choose before the battle starts which one you want to use.
Look, we've been talking, like, both behind the camera and in front of it, about, like, different ideas to, like, change up the game a little bit. I am of the opinion that I want more little tweaks that I can make on the fly, things like that, to make this really interesting. And yeah, I know the idea of an auto battler is that it's automatic, but at the same time, I think more options are always good when trying to bring out flexibility and bring style to these.
For sure.
I'm also a fan of combining items to build better items. You know what I mean? I think having more tier 1 items. So
definitely complicates it a bit more, which it depends on what you're going for at the end of the day from a dev standpoint.
This is true. Of course, absolutely. This is just us theory crafting, as it were.
Today's all about theory crafting.
Very much so. I mean, you've done literally nothing for the last 48 hours but talk about Dota Underlords.
That's right.
If you guys didn't watch the opening stream, it was hilarity ensued.
All I talked about was Void and Assassins, and we haven't seen none of them yet.
Wait a second. No. You need to hit the other one. Wait a second. Oh, I actually thought Ogre Metro was about to do that. That'd been sick.
Very close.
Very close. Let's take a look at our scoreboard to start things off, just to see where everybody is at. Bloodbounds are easy to get early. We're already seeing multiple Druid Summoners. One person's got the Bloodseeker out, and that is Expedite. A couple open fort strats to start things off, and surprising that we only see 2 people, only really 1 person going for the 0 board, and now everybody's pulling it. So in our last lobbies, we've seen consistently players opting to go for these really long loss streaks, but I think players like it's Martini, who's what I wanted to go towards here. There we go. Have found these boards that they actually think can just win.
Well, it might be that, and it also might be the mentality that for some of these players that are down in the rankings, they can't afford to take damage early because it can be difficult, especially against people that have consistently beat you, to come back from such a large deficit. So maybe if I was playing, for example, the mindset would be I need to force good units early on. I don't want to go on a lose streak, even though it, in theory, is better. It becomes, you don't want to have a losing mentality. You need to win at some point.
And here's the thing to keep in mind, too, is that... Oh, boy, Warlock. Here's the thing to keep in mind, is that... Wow, he's actually got
2.
All these Warlocks. Oh, my goodness. But he's just selling them all. He's not going to commit to it. I think...
Okay.
The chance to get a level 3 level... yeah, okay, fair enough. So here's the thing. Health is a resource. And if you really look at it in terms of what a free reroll costs, a reroll is 2 gold. So how much HP are you going to lose to get that free reroll? To get that 2 gold, to build into your overall net worth? Those are the questions you have to ask yourself. Is losing 3 HP or 2 HP in the early game worth that 2 gold to potentially get that unit to go on a win streak? But the whole idea is that once you finally commit to wanting to go all in, you need to go on a win streak. You need to make that back. You can't keep going 1 and 1 and 1 and 1 at that point.
Right.
So he gets the heal on himself here. I think he actually wins this.
Yeah, he might. Another heal. Wait, the punch?
Nope, does not matter.
Fine.
Totally
easy
fine.
game for Warlock.
Easy game.
Look what happens when
life.
Defensive Shadow Words are used to heal.
Shadow Word heal. Shadow Word pain. Kind of lame.
Yes, indeed. That is a Warcraft reference, isn't it? Shadow Word. Is that Warcraft?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Because I remember original Dota,
I
can't remember if maybe it was still called Shadow Word in original Dota. You're bringing me back to old times. Nostalgia for the win.
Nostalgia factor. I mean, that's a big part of a lot of these games, too. We're playing Dota since ye old times. Of course,
I was
Ziggy.
In diapers when I played Dota.
But you're an old
Still
man.
in diapers.
I went from being in diapers to also being in diapers. It's a rough situation all around. That's a heck of a board. That is 4 Savages, 2 level 2. That's a level 2 Bristleback already with a level 2 Tusk with Bloodbound. Don't just...
no Bloodbound yet.
Yeah, but just maybe don't take that, though. I feel like that's a bait item. I feel like every person we've seen go into that has baited themselves.
Yeah, it's kind of a hit or a miss. It's not quite as bad as before, though, when you had the Bloodbound contract, because Bloodbound wasn't as good back then,
no,
right?
Absolutely
so that's
not.
the big difference.
Yes.
Back then, I was like, you pretty much have to find 2 for it to be good. But this, if you get early Bloodbound units, it can be good. But he doesn't have any, so.
Keep in mind, a lot of these early fights, a lot of it does come down to RNG a little bit. What units you get in the carousel. That really is that's just it. What do you get in your shop? Ziggy has gone 7-0 so far. So not only is he in first place, this man also apparently
he sold his soul to Gaben.
Yeah,
Sure.
just to get consistent play. But I'm going to take a look at Grips right now, because Grips just got a level 2 Arc Warden.
Okay. This unit, of course, has changed. The Mana Void that is on, or the, what is that item called? It's not Mana Void, is it? No, that's the
Voidstone.
No, it's not Voidstone either. It is Voidstone. Very good. God, these names. Anywho, he will be able to get his replicate up, the other Arc Warden, but as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, items do not transfer to the clones, so...
Feels bad.
Yeah. Arc Warden just doesn't... I mean, we have bad memories of Arc Warden because he was kind of the unit back in the day.
He got real busted.
He was super, super good, and then even after they nerfed him, he was still pretty crucial in a lot of strats. But he's doing relatively well here.
He still loses this, but that's pretty close.
I mean, this is the kind of loss that you want if you're going to lose, right? You're taking very minimal damage, you get a free reroll, and if you're already losing, you get to continue to lose.
Wait, hang on.
Are you serious?
Oh!
The cleave!
Power. Oh, my goodness.
I knew it. You see?
Yep.
I was confident. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
Easy mid. Don't say that in pubs. It's infuriating, especially when you lose mid. Just saying.
I feel like that's the only time you say that in pubs, though.
That's true.
So taking a look at this so far, 89 HP, kind of and down. It seems like everybody's sort of been trading blows back and forth, except for Ziggy. But we're going to open up the scoreboard and take a look at exactly what these win streaks, if there are any, are looking like.
We can see the pretty win streak effects in place, actually.
Wow, 3-3, 3-3 across the board. It has been a slugfest. Everybody's trading blows. We're seeing a ton of different strategies coming out so far.
And this is a Druid Summoner. So we talked about Summoners not being maybe super strong, kind of a side alliance, if you will. So we'll see if he ends up trying to go for Savage as the main.
Looks like, according to the board, it looks like playing into Druid at least, for sure. But Druid's, again, kind of a side alliance. You want to get a couple of those strong units like a Lone Druid or like a Tree of Protector up a level. I feel like we never see Nature's Prophet.
Yeah,
he's never.
He's pretty bad. I mean, if you remember back in the day, Nature's Prophet had the Treants, and he was considered probably, if not the worst unit, at least bottom 2. He was in consideration for worst unit ever. And then they changed it to give him Wrath of Nature, which was the damage essentially from Dota. So,
ultimate.
But now he's back to Treants, and probably not so great.
We're back. And it's interesting, too, because we're seeing Brawnies now from Jitch also going into this Druid Alliance. No Nature's Prophet, though, no surprise. And there we go. Starting with this in. I'm surprised how few people, I was going to say, I'm seeing going into Brawnies, given its prevalence so far today. Really, only 1 or 2 people, I think, have been sort of flexing into that one. This is going to be a tough board to beat, though. He's going into Ziggy, and Ziggy got the unit he was looking for with that Bloodbound, and it did absolutely nothing.
Oh, Bloodseeker died immediately.
Yep, that's the worst fear. You put him in the back, just to, like, the reason you put him in the back is because he's going to face everybody anyway, so that doesn't matter. And you want to have everybody allocate their targets before he gets into the fray, so that he ideally doesn't take damage right at the start. But that sometimes still happens.
It mattered not.
It mattered not. Ziggy's still on a massive win. Wait, he lost somewhere. He lost.
5 HP has been cut into the leader.
Who beat him, though? I missed that. Maybe maybe it's Martini or Expedite. One of those two.
Well, it's Martini's on a 5-win streak right now. Jitch on Twitch will re-roll. Stonehall Pike is probably the item. So he has 2 very good scaling items with a scaling alliance in Brawny. So this could be, it's very early on. He doesn't have a whole lot of level 2s, but if he finds a few of them early on in the next few rounds, he can snowball this super hard because of these items.
I can find the shop, I swear. Wait, there it is. Oh,
all right. That's nice.
That's real nice. Interesting he's putting his bristle in the back, though.
Might reconsider now he's level 2. We'll see.
Yeah. That was definitely
at the end of the day, maybe you want somebody else to tank so he can get the kills.
He's
better at getting kills than anybody else.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. That's exactly what it is.
I really like this board. Even though he has 76 HP, I think he's going to start doing a lot better now. And I would pick him to, just based on what I've seen already, the fact that nobody else is really going for Brawny. If they are, it's maybe one person. In addition to the items that he has, as I say this, he loses.
I mean, he's absolutely slaughtered.
I think that this has potential to get top 4 easily if he just finds a couple more units.
But it's, I need to take a look. We just saw Expedite's board right there, and it's Martini. They're also both on win streaks right now, so they could be some other potential competitors up there with Ziggy. Let's take a look at what Expedite's doing with this as well. Interesting. Just getting level 2 units and putting them on the board. Not a whole lot of synergy happening right here.
Yeah, just Druids and Deadeye, which, you know.
I think he'll get rid of that. Honestly, I think he'll get rid of the Bloodseeker when that time comes. But it's Martini as well. But yeah, no, I don't disagree at all. I think that with those scaling Brownies, let's actually take a look at the board real quick here at the scoreboard as we see, yeah, only one Brawny player coming in.
That's a lot of NOs and an Essex.
Yeah.
Wow. They're actually the same NO, too.
Interesting.
Wow. They're all the same. You don't see that very often.
No, you do not. So, clearly, going to just continue to go for this here, this NO. Going to be healing and stealing, all that good stuff. All out attack, I should say, being the one there. And I just think healing and stealing is fun to say, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I love that idea that you steal items. I think...
Yeah. Bloodseeker, please.
Would not be surprised if that ends up being a hero in Dota at some point, actually.
Yeah, actually would not be surprised, but it's interesting. We just saw that...
a spray paint, finally!
Woo! Get her done. It's Martini just beat Expedite. Our two players who are on win streaks just went toe-to-toe. And It's Martini with very similar builds, I might add.
Yeah.
If we look at It's Martini here, both with a Bloodseeker. But in this case, going into Warlock Savage early. A lot more CC available.
A level
with
2
this.
Witch Doctor as well. So he's going to get off a very early cask, which can be extremely annoying. One of the best CCs in the game, because especially against, I mean, there's not that many channeling heroes, but if you have like a Coddle, for example, my God, that is the most annoying hero to go against, other than Disruptor.
You hate your life at that point. It's no fun. Let's see, though. Double Bristleback in the back here for Jitch, who's down towards the bottom of the overall HP scale. Oh, man, Eno, yeah, get yourself out of there, friend. Getting absolutely wrecked. But there's the cask, like you're talking about, just doing a lot of damage. And no Dragon Synergy here, so not going to have the Mortimer, because not going to do make a whole lot of difference, though. But
heal each other. Heal.
Heal.
That's not going to be enough.
Nation, please.
Although the bear is quite strong, but
not strong.
Not good.
So not having that Druid Alliance here.
I feel like you're bad luck. Every board you've went to is lost. I feel like.
Well, you know what? I don't need that kind of attitude.
Who's on a win streak? Let's see if the win streak loses. Pick a win streak guy. Towards the top. Grips. All right. He has
this
four
is with the summoners. So he committed to the 4 summoners and now Primordial as well, and it's working pretty well. Double Stonehill on a caster-heavy list. Interesting.
This is a pretty strong lineup at this stage of the game, so we'll see if the caster's curse is actually real.
Yep.
Is going up against a 51 HP. Actually, Vladimir Bot has spent all his gold.
Yeah, I noticed that. 0 Econ, level 7. Here we go.
Vladimir Bot, why?
Oh, okay. Keep Lycan alive. Still a touch longer. Oh boy, that was certainly a Shadow Fiend ult.
The bot, will he do it?
Wait a second.
Will the bot actually do it?
They just stole the level 3 Magnus! Oh no!
Oh, that is a big steal.
Oh,
the Enthrall.
Oh my!
It's a demon.
Oh my goodness!
The caster's curse.
Oh my goodness!
He lost to a bot. Dear Lord.
Well, look, a bot with no economy that is not going to have a lot of fun for the rest of this game.
All right, so who do you want to lose next?
That's the clearly I have all the power in the world.
Yes, continue your rampage, please.
All right, who's next? Who is next? Who's doing kind of well? All right. Okay, we'll have to pick the item first, and then we'll decide. We haven't seen S. Judd yet today. Hello, S. Judd.
Probably a reroll here. Oh, he already rerolled. Oh,
so you got to blade. I'm putting a blade mail on your tree is not bad. All right, he's leveling up. Okay. Only now going to level 6. He is real far behind in that regard.
So he's probably going to lose, is what you're going to say?
Yeah.
Has Hunter Druid Heartless with a side of Vigilant?
Little slice of Vigilant in there.
I mean, they're all level 2 units. So
they are. This actually should be fine.
Yeah,
he's got some good tanky frontliners, too.
Very tanky, indeed. Of course, I do believe that Pudge is kind of a placeholder unit because you're not getting much synergy other than Heartless early.
Yep.
Which, of course, is good at this stage.
No, wow, that the shot from the Windrunner there actually doing quite a bit of damage.
I think Caster's Curse might be over.
Yeah!
You've done it.
Look at me go.
Unless Eno can 1v8, which we saw last week.
We did. Repeatedly.
Nope.
Nope.
Very good, sir. You've done it.
Well, what is it with these Magnuses? Just any chance there's to be a level 3? Just like, it's me. I'm the one. Put me in coach.
Yeah, it's like he was coded that way, perhaps. He's a level 1 unit now, but Druid. So that does change up Druids quite a bit, because Enchantress was removed.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. Bye, Enchantress.
If only we could put Enchantress out instead of Nature's Prophet, I'd be pretty happy. course, summoners might.
Well, we already had a
something to say about
Savage Druid kind of.
True.
We already had that going for us, so.
Oh, go all Heartless. You can get Necro and Abaddon. Nobody really goes for like all Heartless anymore, though.
Well, this is interesting too from S-Jud because he's opting to do sort of the slow roll level up. He's not going for this like level up over this all in. He's just adding XP in kind of conservatively over time, keeping him above that 30 mark, which I think is actually fine. The change going to that 30 interest cap, I think, has been pretty solid. And ooh, that's a big NOL. Otherwise, man, this Drow in the back with the Desolator has been doing a lot of work. Oh my goodness, holy!
Nice.
Just the double shot from the Hunter buff is just so frustrating to deal with.
How many kills does Wind Ranger have?
Have I called her Windrunner repeatedly over the course of this broadcast?
This is the first time I've called her Wind Ranger in years, literally.
Good call.
I can't stand saying that. She has 13 kills. Okay, so is that 39 damage? My math is correct?
Yeah, times 3. Yeah. There you go. Easy.
So pretty solid.
Ooh, there we go. There's the level 7.
All right, we got some Brawny now.
Got some Brawny, got some Savage. This is looking pretty good. Where are the Brawnies at? Let's take a look. Only 8.2, not a lot.
Not much.
Well, that is 3 Bristlebacks.
Wait, what? In the shop?
No, on Jitch's board.
Oh, dear.
We're going to look at that after this. Hello. That's a lot of quills, though.
The minus armor is just so strong. The Deso.
Yeah. The Deso is huge.
With Heartless on top, that's really nice.
Oof.
That's actually carrying him so hard early.
It is, actually, though. It's not a lot of neg armor, either. It's only 7, or 5, rather. I was going to say 7, but yeah. All right.
How much is Heartless at level 1 right now? Is it 5 as well?
4, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, so 9 overall.
Big jump, though, from 2 to 3 on Heartless. Not that you'd ever really go 3 Heartless. That's the downside to it. All right, let's take a look at Jitch. Actually, before we do that, though, I need to check in with 1437. This game has been kind of quiet so far. 1437, what are you thinking so far looking at this?
Well, I mean, the first thing I noticed when I check the game right now, if you look on the left side here, look at everyone's health. They're all like around 60, 40 health. There's some player who's also on 30, and the top board is only at 70. That means this game is very, very close, and any little upgrades or big units that can complete some alliances can pretty much turn this game around. Like all the players at the moment, I feel like they're very close in like the power spikes they're hitting, and it might also be because most of them are all in the same build, right? They're all playing the Savage, they're all playing the Hunters, and we see that this is what's winning, so they're all trying to do that. But there's one big difference between top 1 board and everybody else. We have Ziggy, who's actually playing Bloodseeker with 4 Savages. So we saw how powerful Bloodseeker has been, so why not combine the two and just see how it does for you? And as of right now, Ziggy is in it seems like it's actually fallen to 3rd place now. But earlier in the game, we actually saw like 3 Bloodseekers, and they were all the ones that were at the top and having the highest health. But right now, S-Jud is taking over the game with his Hunter Heartless build. He is trying to go into the 4 Savages late game, but hasn't found them yet since it's highly contested at the moment.
Theben, do you think that Vladimir Bot will make a comeback this game?
I mean, I know we all like to root for the underdog, but this is a bit far-fetched here, I think.
That's unacceptable. Thank you for your time, 14.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love the second the caster starts complimenting somebody and talking about them, either they instantly lose. It's like, yeah, Ziggy's looking great. He loses 12 HP just off the massive amount of bristlebacks coming out from S-Jud there. I believe it was S-Jud. Somebody was running massive, it was Jitch. Jitch with the massive amount of bristlebacks. So, good times all around.
Almost at 6 Savage here for Ziggy.
Oof.
So, and he
With
does
the
have
summons.
2 summoners.
Yeah,
so
then I think it's worth.
It's okay. It's not that great.
I still
okay.
Yeah, I still wouldn't necessarily roll with it. I want to see what Grips is doing. Sorry, Vladimir Bot, I don't really care.
I care about you.
Oh. But no. 4 summoners. Trying to do something a little bit different here. Has kind of been able to find the levels. Let's take a look at the shop. He's spent all the gold, so totally rolled down.
Yeah.
Couldn't find the Doom. That's really unfortunate. Finding Doom 2 and even Shriant. Oh, man, not finding these brutes. That was actually a big deal, I think. I think if Grips goes out here up against Martini, yeah, I think there's a very little chance up against this super meta build that they're going to be able to survive, especially when the Inesix gets hooked in. Oh, that's GG.
That's unfortunate. And then the Disruptor ult to add insult to injury.
And then the cask on top because, you know, and then the additional CC of the NOL. Oh, boy.
I mean, turning this around, they're pretty low on HP, and he has nothing to heal because of the Nesix dying right away. That might have been the difference. We'll see.
I mean,
He's
wait a
actually
second.
overcoming
wait a
it.
second. Wait
He's
a second.
overcoming it.
Wait a second. Did I reverse caster curse it?
You did. Typical. I mean, he did spend all his gold, so he might be a little bit stronger than some of these boards, but you have to think the fact that he had to spend all this means he's not going to last too much longer, most likely.
No, he did out-survive Vladimir Bot. Band is the other one sort of down here towards the bottom, but hey.
Good manner. He says good game, Vladimir Bot, so
yes.
Good to see that he is being a good, clean boy out there.
Amazing. So we do actually have the ability to take a look at how our other games have been going so far. Our previous rounds, I should say. So we had S. Judwood 1, then Swift Panther, and then Forensic. So we've had multiple winners in this group so far today, and not even all these players are at the top of the leaderboard right now, which means it could really be anybody's game. So we're going to keep following along with Grips here for a little while longer, just to see exactly how these summoners are going to play out.
Very contentious group for sure.
Yes.
Working with 3 druids right now. We'll see if he actually wants to go for the 4.
Marana! Marana! Oh my goodness, okay. Wait a second. That Marana just got bullied so badly. The Mass Serpent wards and then a Golem. Oh my goodness.
I was going to say, Medusa with the Deso is super strong, but Nesix was actually able to survive for quite a while to heal. So will mitigate a ton of damage, but with only 17 HP, doesn't have a whole lot more to work with. Will live, technically. He's holding on.
Yep, surviving. But I think this is probably near the end there for Grips, as you mentioned, losing all of that key or the key economy there. Jitch did go to level 9, as did a couple other people here. Let's take a look at its Martini, though, down here towards the bottom.
Level 2 Shadow Fiend just picked up.
Whoa,
and also
Warlocks!
Has the Ristool Circlet, I believe it's called, onto the Tusk. That'll give him a second demon to go along with. Well, he doesn't have a Nesix, though, so kind of weird. But SF will get off his ult, and then Tusk, he's trying to get Tusk to get his ult off second so he doesn't end up silencing Shadow Fiend, but usually gets that punch off pretty fast.
Yeah, the punch, that doesn't need a whole lot of mana to make its thing happen.
Oh.
Okay.
All right, he gets it off, so Tusk gets silenced, and Shadow Fiend deals a ton more damage right now, temporarily. And now Tusk will do the same.
All right.
Very shortly.
Yeah, got to get the ult off, though. Got to try and survive through the CC. No. Punch is not going to get off. That's actually huge, and that's a lot of damage coming in from Expedite.
So 26 HP down to 16 now. 31 gold, so we'll probably have to spend it now that he's getting close to... I mean, he probably is already in one-shot range.
Doesn't have enough to level up, though.
Oh, Refresher could be very good for
Refresh
Doom.
the Shadow Demon? Or Doom?
Oh, sorry, he doesn't have Doom.
Shadow Demon, though, maybe. Is it even worth it? No, never mind. What am I saying? Put that...
It's a level 1...
and you don't have the Druid to bring it up. Yeah, but see, so this is interesting, though, because, like, decided not to commit fully to the Savage, couldn't make it work, decided to try and go into Warlock Warrior. And
yeah, it's kind of an awkward build, it feels like, isn't it? Kind of a mishmash to a degree.
There's the Tusk.
2 level 2. He's just rolling down. He doesn't really have much of a choice.
No.
Tidehunter could give you a front line.
No, I'm not about the SF.
I mean, he's really just looking... Lone Druid is the biggest thing you can upgrade right now.
Troll Warlord would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, Troll's not bad.
Just because you could, put it in the realm of your... Yeah, grab it, and then you get the Trolls as well.
Might not survive, though, this round.
Yeah. Into Ziggy, this is probably pretty unlikely. Got to deal... I mean, gets the Nesix in, so that could be kind of big. Got to try and deal with that relatively quick. There's the bear.
1 bear and 2, but they're both level 1, so they're just soaking damage.
I'm looking for roots. Nice armor break, though, on the other bear. The return mission. Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
He's doing it.
The Pudge getting stolen is kind of a big deal, but I don't think it's actually going to matter. The Cask is doing so much work. Takes down the Marana, and I cannot believe it.
SF with the awkward Requiem at the wrong time, as usual. Just right-click, young man.
Yeah.
Young demon.
Young demon. He's probably like 2,000 years old.
That's true. For a demon, he's young.
Yes. And we're seeing now just everybody back and forth. You've got S-Jud still at the top there. There we go. There's the Troll.
Okay.
Subs it up for the Tiny by Tony. And all right. I
think you probably just have to roll for a lucky lone druid, but maybe not. Feeling somewhat comfortable with his... No. He's going to put in Necro, so we'll get Heartless and the 4th Warlock, so a lot of heals now.
Yep. It's
So as long as you can protect this troll, that's kind of the name of the game.
Gotta let those fervor stacks get up there, but again, only level 1. We'll see. That was a big Ravage, though.
Right. I am shocked he didn't put Cadence Blade on troll. That's shocking.
Oh, yeah. It's not going to be shocking for much longer because that's done.
Wow, it was on Disruptor, who was in the front.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
Wow.
I noticed that right off the bat. Cadence Blade, I actually don't think was necessarily the pick here, just because you're not really running any of these super hard carries. Ziggy, though, our first place player, who has had such a fantastic series of games, looking to potentially go out in 5th place right now. It's Martini also getting knocked out. So, oh boy. Level 9 now being reached for everybody. Expedite getting a lot of levels up, but we're seeing that really solid level 2 pickup there onto the Tidehunter and Mirana.
Oh, yeah, that's the dream.
Oof.
Mirana is so god tier. So Tidehunter level 2 in the front line, does have the Ogre Cap, which I actually never remember the actual name of, but we'll just call it Ogre Cap for now, which will buff the level 2 Bloodseeker, who also has...
It's literally called that.
Oh, I never remember the name, but apparently I call it the correct one all the time. But Bloodseeker with the Stonehall Pike. We'll have to check how many kills he has after this round as well.
To try and keep an eye on that. I believe the Bloodseeker's already taken out, though. The Mirana trying to do her best.
Oh, boy.
Doing a lot of damage, but I don't think it's necessarily... Well, actually, maybe enough space... No, never mind.
Anno just destroyed her.
Yep, okay, and that shot from the...
5
Windrunner
HP.
as well.
Yeah, click on Bloodseeker. Let's see what he's working with right now. It's only level 2, obviously.
27.
27? Okay, so like 90-ish, whatever that ends up being.
That's not enough. Especially considering your only source of Bloodbound here. Again, this feels like a bait. People trying to make Bloodseeker work into the late game because they get the Ogre Cap.
Right. Well,
and
the other issue is on Tidehunter too, who's not going to die right away.
Exactly. I mean, I would at least throw it on your Weaver that's level 1.
Yeah.
It makes so much more sense.
Oh, gets a level 2 Mag, who actually has Octarine Essence, so looking for extra empowers.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Okay, now we're getting Brawnies.
Oh, did he delete Bloodseeker?
Yes, he did. He finally was like, I'm just saying more than anymore.
So Mirana. So Ogre is just wearing an Ogre Cap as a stylish
It's aesthetic
thing.
at this point. Pure aesthetic.
I can understand that. That's fine.
Ooh, that Magnus took a shred. Wow, that was a lot of damage off the back of that Ravage, too. Spin to win, though, on that Juggernaut. Going to be just ripping right through. But the Mirana in the corner, the one to keep an eye on for sure, because she hits like a truck. Look at this damage. Look at the damage going through with these stacks of that Savage. Oh, my goodness. Hello.
2 level 2 Miranas are disgusting, man.
Wow.
It's another one of those units that you probably, depending on your board state, you don't want to upgrade to 3 because you get 2 arrows. That's pretty good. And they typically get them off twice in a fight.
800 damage. I mean, 1,800 damage, though. That's a lot.
It is. If you hit, I mean, you could miss.
Theoretically, yes.
Or it could hit like a summon unit.
It could, but again, less I think in these boards.
All right, Moonshard
Moonshard on her?
pretty nice.
You have to put the Moonshard on her?
Oh, yeah. So double Moonshard, right?
Yep. Oh, my.
Okay, on the Windrunner instead.
Oh.
Wait, how many kills does that Mirana have that has Stonehall Pike?
13.
13? Okay. How many kills does Windrunner have?
2. Never mind, but still worth.
Okay, yeah, you have to take the best option available.
Trying to think, though. I almost wonder if the Octarine Essence would almost be better on. Just to get another one of those arrows off.
The cap that Lycan is wearing, I believe, is for brutes, right? But he doesn't have
that
brutes.
is correct. He does not have that. So taking that...
2 items are actually useless.
Yeah, like...
Pretty big risk.
Again, Ziggy, who is far and away our first-place player so far, making some... Maybe he's just experimenting. Maybe he knows he's far enough ahead that he's like, I'm just going to try and experiment with some different stuff. That or he just really has not had the game go the way he's expected. But oh my goodness, this core of hunters in the back is just Shrekking everything.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Look at these Miranas go.
Well, unfortunately, they're outnumbered.
They are.
That is the unfortunate part.
They are.
And they finally get CC'd by the Sand King. And it looks like that Ziggy will finally find his end in this round.
Oh boy. Well, okay. The second I hype them up.
It's Caster's Curse today.
Yeah.
Or just this game specifically. Wait, I see a T. They're going for Vigilance. So,
6
36 gold,
6
only
hunters.
1 HP.
6 hunters.
Oh, that's right. Does he have the antlers? Or does he actually have 6 hunters in?
He actually has 6 hunters.
Okay, the old-fashioned way. Sure, sure.
With warriors in the front. This is like, when I think of
and
like...
4 Vigilance.
When I think of like the start of Underlords. You think like there's like fundamentally, I think of like an auto battler. I think of big tanky front line and lots of damage dealers behind them. That's what I think of. This is like your bread and butter auto battler experience. Those are also walls.
They are, but of course Hunter's pretty good against them because they can take them down really quick succession.
Ooh.
And now he has 4 vigilance. You're going to see every unit kind of target the lowest unit or whatever unit actually casts a spell. So a lot of focus fire going on.
That Terrorblade did not do a whole lot though.
Tidehunter double Ravage. Oh man,
that's huge.
Man, that's really unfortunate for Expedite because he was so close to having a level 2 Mirana and level 2 TA, which I think might make the difference there in that fight, especially considering that who was it we were watching? Ziggy had 2 level 2 Mirana, so they're back in the pool. Could have easily found them.
But what's the big difference here, looking at this board? What do you see?
You know, the Cadence Blade.
You got it.
Kinda
on
good.
that Medusa, which if the Medusa can be brought up to the next level, that would be absolutely massive. We are seeing a little bit of a change here for Band. Keep in mind, 0 gold, not level 10.
Right.
This could be pretty catastrophic at this point, going into one of these remaining players.
Well, he gets top 3.
Yeah, I mean,
be happy with
still
that.
amazing. And again, it seems like Savage Hunter is the top build. Pretty much, I don't think there's two buts about it at this point. Yeah, there's some builds we haven't necessarily seen, but I think there's probably a reason that everybody's running this at this point, and definitely I think has to come down to just how powerful that Savage is right now.
Indeed. So Band will go down in this fight now. So it's going to be a head-to-head between Jitch and
Judd.
Yeah, we're watching Band. I thought we were watching his ghost for a second there, but he loses on both boards.
Double Elim, yeah. So this is interesting because Judd was actually in the lead for most of this lobby, and Jitch was actually down at the bottom. Jitch was the one running 3 Bristlebacks at one point.
Oh, yeah.
Still has not been able to find that Bristleback level 3.
Was this the board that we said that we were thinking it would go all the way potentially because of his start?
Yep, because he had the Brawny stacks.
Brawny, he got Stonehall Pike and Stonehall Cloak.
Correct. This was the one we predicted to go all the way and win.
Man, we sound so smart now.
3,500 HP. There's a reason I haven't come back to him because he's been pretty safe so far this game. And
he has Caden's Blade as well, but on Necro, so not.
Well, that's okay. I mean, the attack speed's not amazing, but he does the least damage otherwise. Yep. So I think doing it in this case is actually okay, putting on a caster like that. But having a bit of a potential struggle here this game. The heal going off is actually doing a little bit for him, but I don't know if he's going to pull this around. Too many level 3 units on the other side.
Yeah, Axe gets a couple chops, but we'll see if it ends. I mean, each kill is going to buff up the rest of the Brawnies, so he still can get stronger the later this game goes.
Yeah.
Another chop. So he's only going to lose by a couple units, so will not die.
Oh, hang on.
Chop.
Hang on.
Oh. All right, loses by 1 unit. That's really good.
And he's going to gain an additional, was it about 3,500 additional HP before?
Yep.
Now at almost 38.
Is he, Vesture of the Tyrant? That's kind of positioning based. Haven't seen a ton of people actually pick that up.
But I think in this game, I mean, I think
you re-roll.
Yeah,
okay.
You get the Bloodthorn, I think.
Bloodthorn or Radiance are amazing.
He goes to the Bloodthorn. Yeah. Puts that on the Lone Druid, which I'm not disliking it.
He's level 1. I don't know about that.
Okay, actually, hang on. I actually think I maybe put that on the Lycan, or even on the. Magnus is gonna die too quick.
Caden's Blade on
Medusa
now.
It's
so
still there.
Still have 4 Brawny without the Beastmaster.
Oh, hold for this axe.
Sell for this axe, more like.
Okay.
Yeah, he has room to improve, and neither player is gonna die in this next fight unless there's some catastrophic failure.
Is the additional, I don't know, 1,000 HP he got between that round and this round between all of his Brawny characters enough? I think it is going to be enough. That's the difference maker.
So good.
Look at this.
So good.
This is insane. That again, it's literally another 1,000 HP you've got to chunk through on the board. It makes such a difference. Oh my goodness. And it's not going to be GG, but boy, is it going to be close.
Yep, he ends up taking this round as well. So just seeing the power of Brawny and how they can scale into late game, especially when you have the items that also scale with them. I mean, these are the perfect items we talked about at the very beginning of the game. So, and the axe level 2. That probably does it.
Oh, that's it. I don't think there's a, and he found another one just to rub it in. Just to rub it in. He found another one. Also, potentially, S-Judd doesn't have one of his own, does he? No. All right, we're going to watch this from S-Judd's perspective.
He is holding 1 axe, maybe trying to prevent.
Deny it.
Yeah, but too late.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Much too late. Only
having 2 Caden's Blades, though.
2 Caden's Blades, and he lost the 600, though. He decided instead, go into the... Oh, man, this is interesting. All right, we'll see how this goes. This is the final stand. If you're a fan of S. Judd, who had such a great start to this lobby, can he rally the negative armor, everything else going on through? His core of hunters surviving in the back, but the brawny force is making its slow but inexorable charge towards this corner, and the axe is going to town.
Oh my god, it's actually so close.
Oh my goodness.
Caden's blade is so good. I actually can't even believe how good that is.
Oh, wait.
He's going to win this round.
Wait.
Oh, it's going to be close.
Oh! That additional weight.
And he dies.
Wait.
Yeah.
He lived with 100 HP. The kills he got in the last round literally made the absolute difference. He lived by 100 HP.
Sure. For sure.
And now he's at...
What can you upgrade here? Two windrunners is really the main thing.
Hang on. He's now at 40. He got 300 HP additionally again that round as well. Oh my goodness.
So Caden's blade, like we talked about, doesn't care about how much HP you have since it's percentage based.
Yep.
And we'll see if it can do as much. I mean, positioning is going to make the biggest difference here for each respective player.
All right. I love the fact that these games are so even here at the very end. We are on round 31. This seems to be about the point where the damage is done. The Medusa goes down early, though. Look at this core of hunters in the back from S. Judd. It's trying to hold on. Can it do enough damage? Suns fan, I think it might be able to rally here.
I think Jitch is losing this. Oh, my. All right, well, he's not dead yet. This is actually going to go super late game. 6 HP. It's going to come down to this last round, most likely.
Oh, my goodness.
Everybody out of gold. Like, what can anyone finish? Like, Lone Druid is the big one here.
That's the big one. You've got to find it.
You got to sell your axe because you don't really need it anyway.
Yep. Get the Disruptor out of there. Or get the axe out of there.
There's
more.
The roll. Not going to find it.
Nope.
So positioning is the only difference he can make here. Maybe don't put axe in the absolute front. There, he's going to put more frontliners, so axe won't take all the damage, which I think is fine.
I'm curious.
Even though he does have blade mail.
How high will Bristleback's HP go? Is the cloak
2,700 to 8,500.
That's pretty solid.
All right, he moves a lot of the units to the left side of the board. We'll see if this makes any difference.
That's a really big static storm as well. Going to try and take down some of these key carries. He's able to get through most of them.
Axe went ham.
That was absolutely
huge.
huge.
The fact that Axe lives so much longer because of the repositioning made the difference in the fight. That was huge.
Absolutely massive. And Jitch on Twitch, despite a somewhat slow start, we called it from the beginning. Big brain plays on the couch here.
That's right.
I was going to say desk because I'm used to it's a couch. That's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. We predicted it because Brawny early, able to get those stacks off, combined with those scalable items. You play for mid-late. You don't take too much damage early, but you play a little bit conservatively.
And Jaden's blade. Don't forget Jaden's or Kate. God, you're really infecting
my brain. See, you said it with so much confidence wrong. I thought you were meaning me.
Why?
How can you attack with your items if your items aren't real? I don't know.
Next patch, just change it to Jaden. Make it easier on us, please, pal.
I'm gonna mess you up for life now. I've actually messed you up for life now. We're gonna be live on the cast at ESL 1 Los Angeles.
Jaden, please.
At the Shrine Auditorium, and he's gonna mess that one up.
Yes,
a lot of fun either way. That's fine. That's okay. 1437 is standing by with his final thoughts on that game. 1437 kind of went how we expected.
Wow, that was actually kind of crazy. Like for a second, I was thinking that this was like a deja vu or something from like but actually it's the exact same thing. Jitch's Brawnies versus SJ's Savage Hunters. And you know what? We have a few other clips as well from this lobby that I would like to show you guys. So let's go check it out right here. So we got clip number 1. We got Ziggy here. We were talking about how Savages are super good right now, especially 4 of them. And then Bloodseeker is also really good in the early game. And we can see here Ziggy playing both of them in the same build. And one thing we talked about was how there's actually a lot of NO players this game, and they all had all out attack. Now this might be the reason, and it's because people are playing Bloodseeker, right? NO all-out attack can stun all the Bloodseekers and all these other Savage units while also reducing the amount of healing that they do. And that might be one of the reasons why these other players decided to go out of Bloodseeker into the late game and why it didn't feel as strong in the mid game as it normally did. In the other games, we saw more players going with an Essex and the Bloodseeker always healing off them. But when you have NO, especially with all-out attack, it's really hard to do that. So here we got another... Can we skip to the next clip? Oh, right here, right. We got Martini here. Sorry. He's playing actually a Warrior Warlock build. It's not something that we normally see, but Martini did get some Warlocks in the early game, and he was probably thinking about going into Savages with the Shadow Fiend as his backline DPSer. I think that's actually a really cool idea compared to like playing with Hunters, and it could have worked if he did find those Savages, but unfortunately he couldn't. He did decently going into the mid game, but late game, you just kind of get outscaled by the 4 Savage Hunter builds. And I just want to show like this is a really cool idea that I think in the future it could be very viable if the Savages do get toned down a little bit. I like the idea of like this is Shadow Fiend instead of the Hunters as your DPSer. So we got the final fight here, Jich with his Axe 2-star and Blade Mill. Now we can take a look at this fight here. Let's look at the enemy Esjid's Dusa hitting that Axe, just losing so much health just because of the Blade Mill. That's pretty much the only reason why that Cadence Blade Dusa died so fast in the early beginning of the fight is because of that Blade Mill, and it really carried him throughout the late game compared to the first time when we were watching Jich fight into the Cadence Blade Dusa. He didn't have a Blade Mill that time, but this time around he did, and it was the difference maker beating out the 4 Savage Hunter build as the 4 Savage Brawnies instead.
Wow. The smallest of interactions making the biggest of difference. I didn't notice the damage going through on the Medusa from the Blade Mail, but makes so much sense. 7% is what that attack is doing. At that point, you've got an Axe who's probably near 10,000 HP.
Yep.
So you're doing to yourself an incredible amount of damage.
30% reflection, if I'm not mistaken. And I think we actually saw him pick up that item. He re-rolled, and we're like, these items are kind of meh. But Blade Mail is, like, we didn't talk about it specifically, but on Brawny, obviously, since you have so much HP, and against Jaden's Blade with the percentage, it's a great point from Theban. I mean, that was most of their damage.
So he was taking like 300 damage every time he was attacking.
Yeah.
That's pretty rough. And Medusa only has a couple little like 1,500 HP or 2,000 HP at that point. So really goes to show that sometimes, those small itemizations, the small decisions at the end make all of the difference. But you know what else makes the difference? When you sign up for the Good Luck, Have Fun pledge. ! GLHF in the chat. You can take a stand against online toxicity and, make the gaming world that we live in just a little bit better for people, especially, Underlords. Everybody is coming back to it right now. People who've been away for a while, giving them the most positive environment that we can, making them feel welcome is super important to that. Over 400,000 people have already signed the pledge, so definitely be sure to check that one out. Also, Season 5 is coming up right around the corner. If you want to find out more information about Season 5, you can hit ! Sign up in the chat to get more information about that one. And of course, social media. That's a place where you can do things, particularly follow ESL Underlords. I think that was...
Oh, okay.
That's like the only thing you can do, actually.
Oh.
It's like the only... It's
I
like
didn't know that.
open your phone and Twitter's just got one button. That's the only button. It's just follow ESL Underlords. You should do that, because that way you will never miss a broadcast. Keep up to date with all the awesome stuff there. We're going to jump on to a break. When we come back, it is our final game of the day. Will we see more Brawnies? We're going to find out.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. We're here with our final game of the day, day number 2 of the playoffs, here for Dota Underlords. I'm Inverum, joined by Suns fan. 1437 is standing by in the ether to give us all the amazing updates to these games because they've been really good. They've been faster than I think we're used to.
Yeah.
30, 32 seems to kind of be the round, but it generally has come down to 2 players just dueling, which I think is some of the best Underlords, to be honest, because then it becomes just a total mind game.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen, I mean, items have always been important, but we're seeing, I feel like, items have much bigger impact on the game, especially in head-to-head matchups where, back in the day, it's all about the hero synergy, the amount of stars you have, and positioning, and the items are kind of an afterthought. Now I feel like they're as important as the rest, if not more so, depending. I mean, Caden's, I have to double-check that every time I say it. Caden's Blade, very powerful.
I would be surprised if we didn't see some nerfs on that. Let's take a look at our leaderboards, though. Remind everybody where our standings are. But I agree. I think the fact that items now, not only are they more impactful, but you've got more control over it with the reroll. It feels so much more satisfying to watch as a player.
Indeed.
Taking a look at Ziggy, of course, still at the top of the leaderboard. S-Judd, though, moving up. Pouty Panda's still chilling there in 3rd place. Swift
Leroy's
Evo.
almost out of top 8.
Oh, my.
That one game he took off actually makes a huge difference depending on where he would have placed.
Yeah,
the bot could not carry him.
And I feel like people getting baited into these builds that they don't necessarily want to go,
right?
And then still just feeling they have to commit to them, and I'm good enough to make it work. In most situations you are, but these are the top 24 players in North America. These are some of the best players going toe-to-toe right now. Jitch moving on up in the world into that top 6 position. I kind of wish we had these in like 8s, maybe. I don't know.
Next time.
Next time. That doesn't work, though, for the whole... Anyway, just for my mind, because I have to do that. But
Apodictic! He's on the rise!
Hang on. Yo, Apodictic has gone from start of day 1, Apodictic was right down near the bottom. He was came in at like 22nd seed, the actual bottom, like 22nd or 23rd seed, has moved his way all the way up to, I think, like 14th position. That's pretty good.
And on the other side, Isa, who started out as one of the top, is now on the last bracket section. It's not good.
What's interesting, Isa came in as the 24th seed, the lowest seed, moved all the way up to the top, and is fallen back down again. And this is kind of what we expected, though, because this is day 1 of launch, day 1 of season 1, day 1 of a new patch with new heroes, with new alliances, people still figuring everything out. This is exciting to me. You know what else is exciting to me? Group 3. I requested Group 3 specifically because we saw some really cool stuff happening, and I want to see more of it.
I think it's because you want to appease me and my love for Apodictic.
Yes.
Who I just randomly chose, and I have no idea who he is or where he's from or anything like. I mean, he's from NA. That's all I know.
There you go.
Or so we think. You never know, right?
Well, we're pretty
all
good.
Right, we know
we can check some information.
We've been to his house. We've seen his IP address.
Okay, well, hang on. Well, don't go too far. But no, we have seen some great stellar games out of this group. We have a little cluster towards the top. We've got a middle group as well, and then one down towards the bottom. So I need to see some of these middle-tier players step up today, because if this is your day to do it, before everybody figures it out, while everyone's still refining strats, this is your time. Walk into an Eminem song. You only have one shot.
Wow.
Wow.
You really did that, didn't you?
No. It's an illusion. It's all in your head. Okay.
We have a replay of this, I'm pretty sure.
No, absolutely not true. This is definitely not being broadcast to the world. Like game number 5, which we're about to jump into right now. Let's get her done. Suns fan.
I have a prediction.
Okay.
So I'm trying to think of the mindsets of these players, right? You play a bunch of Underlords. You're now kind of on the back foot if you're not in the top 8. You have to take risks. But I think if you look at the other side, the people that are in the top 8, or at least right on the verge, they might try to go more conservative. It depends on your personality. They might all try to go for this savage build that not everyone's going for, but it seems like the strongest right now. And that could open it up for somebody that takes some huge risks, that continues with the Bloodbound, or even going back to the 6 Mage, which I think we've seen work a little bit, but I think the main one that we were looking at was the Spirits, which just doesn't work without a bunch of Storm Spirits. So just forget about that build for now.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's still a lot of strategies you can go for, and taking risks can really maybe catapult you into the top 8.
I think also the thing to keep in mind is that players at this point they haven't had a chance to really look at what the other groups are doing, unless they're like trying to kind of tune into the stream as well. It's this next week, it's these next 7 days where really we're going to see things develop and go all in. And I thought Knights was going to be a thing. I thought it was going to be more, but the players who tried to make it work have not found success. In fact, usually getting knocked out in 7th and 8th place. So not really surprised that's not the case. But we do have actually the previous winners from this group number 3. Let's see how our day has progressed so far. We have had almost a different winner every single game. Swift B has actually been our consistent front runner here. One of the reasons at the top position in this group.
Indeed. Right now we're watching Frenzic, who did have Bloodbound synergy with the Ogre cap, but obviously gets these very early Brawnies, because remember, Snapfire is now a Brawny unit. So if you can get those kills early on, then perhaps you can snowball like we've talked about so many times, but it does depend on you actually finding the rest of the Brawnies and upgrading them. So still not set in stone by any means what he's going for. Of course, that does open it up, the fact that he has an early Snapfire to get Dragon Alliance as well. There's a lot of possibilities.
It's so interesting too because he's in first place with 100 HP and like not having fought anything. He's only gone against open forts. It seems like everybody's leaving everything off the board. Let's actually take a look at the scoreboard. This next round's probably not going to matter too much, so we're just going to look at the scoreboard here. As we take a look at this, already some level 2s coming in here from Nexus and Frieza. Taking a look. Seems like Brawnies are going to be the play. A lot more Bloodbound in this lobby as well. This was the most consistent Bloodbound lobby that we've seen. Yep. Trying to pick up those Ogre caps. But again, I am still not convinced this is not a bait. I need to be convinced that this is still a viable strategy. Yes, we've seen one person get to top 2 with it, but a lot of stars had to align to make that a reality.
We have 2 Bloodseeker 2s already in this game. So that is a start.
Apodictic. Apodictic.
He does not have the Ogre cap, but has the old-fashioned Ogre Magi.
Well, he does have an Ogre cap. It's on the left head right there.
That's true. 2-headed Ogre.
I was expecting more of a reaction.
No, 0 reaction. I mean, I've worked with Slacks before, so I usually tend not to laugh ever because he's just dead inside. You know how that goes. Yes,
okay. Yes.
He's quite dead.
Okay.
He just pulls off a good act.
Gotcha.
I believe Swift B is going for Mage right now, and Apodictic is opening it up for that as well, potentially.
Ooh.
Might have 2 Mage players. We'll see.
All right. Swift B. Let's see how Swift B's doing. Our winningest player in the lobby so far today.
Level 2 Storm Spirit.
With a Stonehall Pike. Oh, me, oh, my.
So, again, if he wants to go for Spirits and Mage, then you pretty much have to go for 3 Mage. Well,
he's going for Mage, though, for sure, because he went for the Arcane Boots.
Yeah. Which is not really a great item, but for Mage, I guess, it gets your spells off a little quicker. It's one of the weaker items in the game, I think, especially at Tier 2. But
I think it could probably be a Tier 1 item.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's like 1.5, it feels like.
Yeah. It's that middle ground. It just feels like it would be a better Tier 1 item or a worse Tier 2 item.
Right.
So here's the world we live in. Going up against some Druid Summoners, though, coming out from Frieza. And going to be doing not too bad so far. Really will depend on whether or not this Bloodseeker... Okay.
Yeah, level 1 Bloodseekers don't typically last too long, so can't be too surprised there. Of course, I'm interested to see, like, is this 100% set in stone that he's going Mage? Because, yeah, these are... I mean, level 2 Storm Spirit is kind of big early. And he picked up, like you said, the Arcane Boots and a Kaya. So it kind of...
I would be very surprised if he's not.
It's just, my point is, if you don't find a lot of mages in the next, let's say, 3 to 4 rounds, then you could pivot away from it if you have to. Yep. I just don't like the idea of pigeonholing yourself into doing one specific strat just because you find a few units early. You don't need to force it.
No, I think at this level of play, players need to go in with a strat. And just, and I'm not saying force it, but also, yeah, kind of do that. Well, good players don't force it. They know when to stay on certain strats and when to transition and when to find the, when they get the rolls and they find the heroes that they want that are leading towards that ideal route, you get there. I mean, the river has got a couple of forks in it, but you generally know you want to go downstream.
Wow, that was a great analogy.
Actually, I'm really proud of that. That was on the spot.
That was really good.
I'm going to write that down. That was pretty good. Somebody clip that. Thank you. We're taking a look at...
Why is this potato, like, inside the table? Or is he actually on top?
He's on top of the table.
Is it actually correct physics? Wow, incredible.
I want to find out who made that table, because it is strong. It is a very strong table.
Yeah, potatoes are pretty hefty, so I would have to agree
Open
with that.
the shop. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that needs to be the next feature added. A shop button that isn't invisible, please.
And legit, 2 pixels by 2 pixels. It is wild. I'm trying my best here, team. And he's not buying anything either, so my efforts were in vain. Because he's at 30 gold. He's exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, very fast to 30 gold.
Ooh, Swift B is spent, though. He's only at 12.
Well, he's feeling the pressure. You know, you gotta stay on top. Gotta continue to your dominance.
I mean, that's really it, though. Like, he is starting off strong. He's got a lot of HP. He wants to continue his win streak. He's going to do so, I imagine, unless the Carapace comes out at the most awkward of times.
And it's going to be close, actually. Carapace is about to come up. Whoop! Yep, it'll do it. So it's a really good loss because you don't take that much damage and get a free reroll, but I'm not sure if he was streaking or not. But either way, he has a bunch of Storm Spirits, and like you said, he's been rolling because at the lower levels, you'll be able to find some of these units a little bit more often. So getting those Earth Spirits and Storm Spirits will be pretty fast, along with the Embers potentially. And level 2 Enigma.
Oh, there you go. And this is normally where you want to go to level. You want to go to level 5. So you're at 5 HP right now. You would get to 19-4. You go up to or 14-4, and you go up to 5. And everybody else is doing this. Swift B is not, which is interesting to me here because he's kind of wrecked his economy so much early. He's actually put himself back in these levels, opting instead to go for these units again, buying after the.
Okay, sorry, that was surprising. He didn't take Morphling as a mage player. So does that perhaps indicate that he does not want to go 6 mage and he wants to actually go full spirits? Which I don't necessarily disagree with because he does have, in theory, well, technically has 5 storm spirits right now, right? A level 2 and 2 level 1s. So it looks like a full spirit build. And he might be already deciding that's what he's going for 100%. But we'll see. Barricade for that's not very good for spirits.
I think Dragon Lance could be interesting.
Vanguard is really good though, because you put that on your level 1 Storm Spirits.
Yeah, I think that's so. If he takes Vanguard here, I think it's a pretty clear indicator that he is going. No, he takes Barricade. Okay. I have no idea. All right, we can theory craft for the cows come home. Apodictic, what happened? You were doing so well.
Apodictic, please, Apodictic, don't screw it up. Don't you screw it up now.
Be nice, Suns fan.
After all the hard work, don't throw it.
Nice.
Don't throw it all away.
He has come so far, though. So far today. It has been pretty darn impressive. We are getting the Bloodbound, the Brawny, with that Bloodseeker just running all the way over there just to die really quickly.
Yes, this is not a strong board. In case we could not make that any more clear, not a very strong board right now.
No. So this is like every time, you know one of those pictures where it's like the one on my team versus like the one on their team? You know those memes?
Yeah, the Bloodseeker.
This is the Bloodseeker that's always on my team.
Yep. Just worthless. Does he have any? How many kills does he have?
5.
Okay, so 15 damage extra with the Stonehall Pike. Weaver has the 20 extra damage with Hurricane, or not Hurricane Pike, what is it actually called? The upgraded version of whatever that item, Dragon Lance. Yeah, I can't remember that. Maybe you can upgrade that to Hurricane Pike in the future, but we'll be able to attack globally.
Why though? Like, the Lance is always interesting to me because like it's a Lance. Why does it increase your range?
Isn't a Lance? When I think of a Lance, it's that's a joust. Isn't a Lance what you hold in a joust?
You do, and
that extends your range.
I mean, it does, but like in this case, it only works for ranged units. What are you throwing lances?
Well, I think it's there.
It's the metaphor of increasing, your arm.
Right. Well, think of it this way: in Dota, which a lot of this is taken from directly, obviously. If you put it on a melee hero, it's broken. It's too good, way too good.
Real strong.
Actually extending the range of a melee hero. It's like Monkey King. That's why that hero is strong. So they probably just port it over 100% and say, does this make sense? Yeah, let's keep it the way it is. Same with Battle Fury being on melee only, right?
Yeah, there you go. With that cleave. Ranged cleave, a.k.a.
Splash damage.
A.k.a. splash damage, a.k.a. Dragon Knight.
Right, I tried putting a Battle Fury on that hero once. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it makes you feel real sad. At least they're not permanently bound to the heroes.
Yeah.
Like some other games.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Pouty Panda.
Yeah, I don't want to look at this board anymore. Please get me out.
Yeah, get me out of here. Nexus as well. Nexus actually one of the lowest players in the lobby in terms of score, going Warrior Heartless.
Wow. Okay.
But he's got a level 2 Drow with the Deso. We've seen how good that can be.
Yeah,
and then Leroy as well is going more into this traditional Druid Savage build with a crit on that Bloodseeker though. Oh my.
Yep, that's a solid item. Because the lower Bloodseeker gets, of course, the faster he will attack, so more likely to get some crits off.
Yep.
Unfortunately, goes for the demon first, which would just spawn another one. He actually keeps going to the demon. Now that I think about it, Anesik's pretty good against Bloodseeker in some ways because it forces him to target that. But at the same time, he does get health afterwards.
Yeah,
right?
he gets the health back, and if you can stack with like a Stonehill Pike or something.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
It's actually real unfortunate. You just these summons build actually just can just feed these scaling items, these scaling heroes. So it's interesting. We had Nexus and Pouty Panda, the two players on a streak, go toe-to-toe. Nexus won pretty solidly. So I need to check out how Nexus is doing, because Nexus is one of these players who I feel like has had really strong openings, really strong early games, but is just not being able to convert that into late-game play and wins overall. So let's see how Nexus is doing. Already, they're all at level 6 now. Let's take a look at this shot. Got a kind of a hodgepodge of board, though, which is kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, he has a couple dazzles on the bench along with Witch Doctor, so I mean, he could go Warrior, Troll, Heartless, get the attack speed. I mean, it all synergizes well.
Yeah, you got Warlock there as well with the Troll. Okay, interesting. So basically leaving themselves options. But this is actually not encouraging to me. It means they don't have a game plan. They don't know exactly how they want to transition this build.
Well, this could be... I mean, we haven't seen a ton of games like this specifically with this build, right? I mean, we can obviously see the synergy.
Yeah.
We just... Typically, it does not scale well. But if you go Trolls, it kind of does. Don't you think? Like, because Troll Warlord is a warrior if you find him eventually. You have Witch Doctor, Dazzle, which give you the Troll Alliance just at the 2. And that obviously synergizes really well with any minus armor strat, which Heartless gives you. Necro being put in with the Witch Doctor eventually will give you the Warlock plus another Heartless. So I could see this being pretty good. I don't know if this is a game winner, but if you're going for top 4, this could be pretty good if you get your levels up, which he is. I mean, that's one reason he's doing really well, right? All his units are leveled up pretty much.
And not a lot of contested picks here. Obviously, the Tusk is going to be a little contested. The Drow potentially contested. And the Warlock, just because we're seeing so much Bloodbound. But otherwise, yeah, not really. So you're right. We can see Warlock and Troll, potentially with healers, also flexed in there with the Heartless, with the Necro. See, again, part of the reason the Necro is so great, because they just lock in all those synergies for you. Put them on the board. I just love to see all the synergies just drop.
Yeah, what is it? With Dazzle and Necro, it's the healer.
Yep.
With Witch Doctor or Warlock and Necro, it's Warlock and then Heartless as well.
Yeah.
Pretty strong.
I'm trying to think of... I just feel like there's not another great Heartless option. Like, Abaddon's really good, but really you need to run Knights. He's weird. Lifestealer just feels chronically underwhelming. Yeah. All right, though.
Yeah, and there's no item that gives Heartless.
Yep.
So, wait, click on the Heartless real quick. Let's look at all the units. I know Lich is on there as well. Who are we missing? Shadow Demon. You already have a Demon that makes it a little bit more awkward. Yeah, you're right. You might be stuck at 3. You might have to just put in a random Lifestealer or Abaddon just to get the 4, honestly.
I think it might be Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, not a great...
I mean, if you can end up getting Brutes with Lifestealer, then it could be worth it. That's pretty strong.
If you could get Doom in here as well, potentially.
Yeah.
That could be a cool potential flex. We're going to sit and watch this for one more round just because I'm kind of curious now that he's got the Warlock with the Shadow Demon in here. It also looks like he's potentially going for 6 Warrior, which could be interesting. That's a lot of armor. I'll pull it up after the end of this game.
I would be shocked.
As would I. But this is hurting. Like, he is taking it to Leroy right now.
Yeah. I mean, he does a lot of damage, but we talked about how the scaling works, and this doesn't necessarily scale that well. Like, Heartless level 1 is really good early, right? The longer the game goes, it's going to be more underwhelming, but I mean, we'll see what he chooses to go in terms of his transition. Because he doesn't have the attack speed at all right now, so he has that on his back foot. Is that even that's not a word.
He's on the back foot? Yeah.
He's on... No, the back foot feels like you're up against the wall.
Yeah, you're at a disadvantage. That's what that is for
Whatever
sure.
I'm trying to say, you understand. It's English.
I did know that.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. All right.
Spirit boys.
3 Mage, 3 Spirit. We just saw double Wind Runner, Wind Ranger, level up down at the bottom with HTPG. HTPG, who just took down that last board we saw, by the way.
Gracious. I really like this build, though, because you have like absolute frontline with Jewel. You have 2 Earth Spirit 2s and an Ogre Magi. And eventually, once you get all the Storm Spirits in, it's going to be crazy. I really like this build. I hope it works out for him, because this will just add another potential build to all the viable ones we've been seeing so far.
Well, SwiftBee's already won 2 lobbies today.
True.
And I feel like we didn't see them win with... I feel like we saw them win with Savage Hunter. So now to be able to play another build and potentially come back and now be one of the top HP in the lobby, that's really interesting. I got to get 1437's thoughts on this. We got a lot of different builds coming in. Theban, how are you looking at this?
Well, it seems like our top 2 boards right now are not for Savages, which is interesting because typically, like when you see something like this happen and they're not really going into the Savage builds, they tend to fall off in the mid game. And that's my worry for Nexus because he's playing this Warrior Heartless, and I think it's really strong in the early game, but he also doesn't have any Savages to transition into. But we'll see how that goes for him. He does have a bunch of Warriors on his bench, and he might go for 6 Warriors as well, but like I said, it's not something that we've seen yet, and I think it's something that we should look out for if he can actually maintain this strength that he has. But the most important board, I think, that has the highest potential right now is Swift B. He's got a bunch of spirits already upgraded, especially the storms. Those are pretty much the most important in the spirit builds. And on top of that, he actually has an Enigma sitting on his bench. He actually completed his Enigma around round 7 or so. And I'm thinking that late game, he might want to just throw that Enigma onto the board just to deal with some potential brownies or some units that are too tanky, because Enigma also does percentage-based damage that can really help him as well, since the spirits can kind of keep the units in the middle of the map and disarmed, while the Enigma damage and his Midnight Pulse also slows now too. So I'm really interested to see how Swift B is going to transition into the late game with what he has right now.
And that's really cool. And keeping one single hero sort of in the back pocket just to potentially deal with one particular set, in this case the percentage-based damage with the Brownies, I think that's a really cool strategy. 1437, is that something we've seen too often sort of before the launch?
Oh, well, one of the things, Enigma used to be a very strong Brownie counter when he was an ace unit, but in the previous patch, he was actually removed from the game or rotated out. So that's why we haven't seen a lot of Enigmas recently. But maybe there will be a surge of them coming back into the just because the meta is revolving around Brownies as well.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for that update there at the middle of this game. And
these triangles are strong, man. I mean, another change to Enigma, by the way, they upped his percentage-based damage, but decreased the amount of time that it's on the board. But the cool thing is that he will actually target the higher HP units, so it's even better against Brawny now.
And it's interesting because, when I was phrasing the question towards 1437, part of my brain was thinking, what other units are like this that you keep in your back pocket as a hard counter? Obviously, Enigma is one now that he's back in the game. That's excellent. But who else? Who are these other units that you're like, oh, I'm not necessarily going into Hunters, but Medusa with the Caden's Blade could potentially do that. Or, there's just a couple other potential options that we're seeing.
Seems like that hero just works on every board.
It does, realistically,
it's too good.
Yeah, it's really darn solid.
I love this composition, though. He'll be in the late game, so we'll have time to look at him a little later.
Yeah, I want to see what Apodictic is looking like now, coming into what could potentially be the final round.
Apodictic, why?
We got
spent all your gold. He has 4 Brawny.
Oh, but not enough kills. Not nearly enough kills.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
It's tough to get stuck in a Brawny build when you don't have the kills to start the game, because it's obviously harder to get kills later.
I actually think this is the one build you can't transfer into. Like, you really just can't. Like, you have to get Brawnies early, or you just shouldn't go Brawnies, I think.
Right.
Even if unless you...
As your main.
As your main, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. Like, because you got to commit to them, like, really forcefully.
Well, he wins on that board, but of course that's because he spent all his economy, so...
Yeah.
He's just trying not to get last right now. Which, he's been on the up and up, and this is his one bad game of the day, it looks like, but he'll still have time to... If he continues this trajectory, that is, he'll still have time to get back up.
Will indeed, and now we're seeing the roll down coming in from Frieza, just the full committal. Okay, 2 level 2s coming on in. Another like and potential.
There's 5 Hunters right now. That's with a crown. The Antlers, that gives the free Hunter
Here
alliance.
we go. Okay, that was huge. Drow, Mirana, and Wind Ranger all to level 3 to go into this, but going up against a board that we've seen do some work.
This is a good board.
Joel is just tanking so much damage. All that armor being...
Triangle!
Uh-oh.
Pretty good.
Oh, look at the Storm Spirit damage onto those squishy Hunters in the back, though. Suns fan, this ain't looking so good.
Yeah. Well, remember, Storm Spirit disarms with the triangle. So very good against Hunters specifically if he can get them in.
Joel just
Not the greatest triangles, though, as Mirana. He actually gets caught on the backside there. Very close.
And with this Mirana in the corner, it actually is kind of a nice sort of, you still take damage from the Storm Spirit when you go over. But
Oh!
Hang
He
on,
just needs to
though.
attack once. All right, Marana prevails. But this is with no gold left in the bank, so.
Oh my goodness, that was comical. That was an auto attack. The difference maker.
How can he get 6 hunters? What's he missing right now? Terrorblade or Medusa or Weaver even. Actually, he does have a Weaver
on the board.
On his, he sells it actually.
Sells it. So on his bench, I should say. I keep mixing up those two terms.
I wonder if it's better to have no Pudge and put the 6th hunter in. I guess not. He really does need the front line. That's actually a tough choice.
Not sure totally what this Enigma's doing for him, to be honest.
That's true. I guess with all the Brawnies, hoping to...
Yeah.
That is a little odd, though.
Well, let's see how much damage this Enigma does. He needs to get off the Midnight Pulse, though. All right, here it goes.
Not the best placement,
yeah. It's doing okay. No, it did 1,500 damage. Like, I think at this point, having a 6th hunter, just the amount of aggregate damage you're going to increase from that extra attack is going to do a lot. Still does walk away with the victory, though, it looks like, on this board. Into the Marana and just Misha. Okay.
What's he missing for Vigilant? Is there a Hunter? Probably not. Probably has all 3 already.
It's Luna.
Just TA Luna, so no Hunters.
I don't think you commit. I don't think you commit to it though. It's good, but it's not. I don't think it's that excellent.
The 6th Hunter is just more important.
Yep, I would agree. Apodictic, unfortunately, though, in our conversation talking about Frieza, is out in 8th place.
No.
Oh, poor buddy.
He knew we were watching. He got nervous.
Unfortunate.
Ooh, Butterfly.
Butterfly. Yeah, I think it could be Fly here.
Could get Vlad's even, actually. You're all in the corner, so.
Yeah, but I
take Vlad's.
Interesting. So Drow is doing 2 things that are really cool in terms of auras. Obviously, giving that True Shot aura with the additional attack speed, but now also giving Lifesteal aura.
Well, the cool thing about that is because of her passive, like you said, the Precision aura.
Precision aura, sorry.
The attack speed. Units are wanting to stand next to her.
Yeah.
So based on that fact alone, Vlad's gets extra value, right?
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Precision aura.
We say that now. Watch Marana jump away immediately. That is part of her arrow. See if she walks all the way back or not.
All right. Here we go. Trying to make this one happen. That's a big ball of okay, Weaver just got shreked.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, he only has 4 hunters on the board, so goes for the Vigilant, by the way.
Yep. Okay.
And yeah,
that
ain't good.
That didn't do so hot.
Nope.
Oh boy. Playing into HTPG.
And that's it.
That's gone. Now what is HTP? So what is HTPG running?
6 hunters, 4 Savage, 2 Summoners, and 3 Vigilant.
So almost the same build we saw before, but I think this to me is like the optimal version. I like this a lot. You have got so much damage. It doesn't even matter if you don't really have a front line. You're just gonna wreck things. This to me feels really solid. He's got the TA if he wants to drop into the 4 or the full Vigilant aura, but I don't know.
What do you replace? I mean, you could get rid of a Druid.
I think you go to 10. Though you have 3 gold, so I don't know how you make that happen. Ooh, Leroy just got a level 2
I think
Titan.
if he gets like a level 2 Lone Druid, then maybe you get rid of Magnus and put in the Vigilant. Because Vigilant with 6 hunters is ridiculously strong.
Focus fire you're going to get is just really tough.
But doesn't really have much gold, like you said. Still has 18 HP, so shouldn't die, because his board is relatively strong. It's not going to get crushed, I don't think, by anybody.
No, I think he might actually walk away with the W here. Terrorblade did a lot of damage before it went down. Wind Ranger as well.
I mean, he's not close to Lone Druid 2, which is unfortunate, but he's only 1 TA and 1 Marana away from 2-starring. And if you do get the 2-star Marana, perhaps you just call it a day and get rid of Magnus.
I feel like the 4 Savage is just really important.
That's true. You do lose Savage.
I don't think you can. For 2 damage, but it's all allied heroes. No, I don't think you give that up.
How far is he from leveling? Maybe he can just chill for a couple rounds.
I think he's. Oh, he's
not even close.
But I think he has to. No, you got to roll. You've got to roll at that point, I think.
Yeah, finding Marana is a pretty huge power spike, as we've seen many a time.
You have 3 level 1 heroes.
And the problem is your Druids are just there for Savage. They're, as units, not the most useful.
I mean, if he can find a Refresher Orb, get that on the Lone Druid, that could offer a little bit more.
I mean, if he finds Magnus, then it guarantees Lone Druid 2, which is also a power spike in itself. Because now it's a 50-50, right?
Yep.
Which one gets 2.
Yep.
And it looks like here it is... Oh, we have to wait. It is Magnus, unfortunately.
Yeah, not ideal. Ooh,
Oh,
that stuns.
Oh, tiny stun or tiny toss is so good.
Oh, but at least the ult got off from the Terrorblade before the silence went down, and watch that Terrorblade just start to Shrek through the damage. I don't think they're going to have enough, though. Not with the Eno ults. Maybe in the back with the distraction. Hang on, though. That Golem did a whole lot. Eno does drop.
Another Disruptor ult. My goodness.
Wow. That Golem drop did so much. That saved the day. It counteracted the stun from the Eno ult. And now HDPG, player I wanted to profile, is on a winning streak.
Let's look at his shop, because I mean, I do think you chill, because getting that next level I think is huge.
Yeah,
but
I
of
think you
course,
risk it.
you need to find level 2 Mirana and TA if you're going to do that. Otherwise, it might not be worth.
No, I think you're 100% right. I think you got to risk it for the biscuit.
He's rolling.
He's going to roll once or twice, I think. But I think he needs to stay above 20. Oh,
You just
boy.
can't find that level 2 Druid.
No.
Very annoying. So let's see what 50-50 he gets.
Okay. I also kind of want to watch Leroy, though.
Leroy's at 9 HP.
That's why I want to watch, because Leroy is one of the top players in this tournament
and
so far.
He's been dropping a bit, too, so this could be a big development for the rankings.
Yeah, he started off so strong today coming into this first couple games, but not the best Disruptor ult, though.
Yeah,
missing the majority of the units. That actually could be entirely game-changing here. I think he'll lose that round because of this. This round because of that, I should say.
Yeah, and he will go out here.
Oh my goodness.
Another ult, but
too late.
Indeed.
Ooh.
All right, Leroy, things are getting a little hairy for you, my friend.
Not a great situation to be in. Forensic is back on a win streak as well. Another version of this board. We're seeing, though, the more pared down version. In this case, more focused on the Druids. And instead only going for the 3 Hunters.
Love that Ogre cap. It's doing a lot.
It's the bait item. I've said this before.
Ooh, 2 tier 5 items.
And
he rerolls. BKB's got to be the choice, right? BKB just feels so good.
Put on your Tidehunter. Oh, my goodness.
You could. I mean, he gets off his ult anyway. I don't
That's
know if that's
true.
actually that good.
All right. How's Pouty Panda doing? He's been falling down. Doing a lot better now that he's got a level 2 Tidehunter. That's for darn sure. Again,
he doesn't have Kraken Shell, so maybe BKB just allows him to get it off first no matter what. So
yeah,
that could be worth.
This is interesting. A variation going into the Insect Summoner is scaled for this build.
Huh.
Again, the only one not going for this 6 Hunter that we see HTPG doing. So we'll see how much of a difference that makes. We'll jump aboard with SwiftB and Nexus in a bit. They've sort of been at the top of this game the whole time. Now it's Pouty Panda versus HTPG. This is going to be very interesting. The battle of 3 Hunters versus 6.
Yeah, he does have the Mirana too, so that's probably the main focus here with that Medusa as well. No crazy item on Medusa though, so probably hoping for a big boy item next time around if he's able to survive that long. Yeah, he crushes this one.
Yeah, HTP with the double loss, it looks like at this point. We'll just double check on Forensic's board as we see that. That Tidehunter ult was absolutely massive. It was huge. It stunned half the board.
Well, it's funny that you're seeing Tide trying to go in every lineup because Kunkka's gone.
Yeah.
Like, it's all about crowd control. That's why both of them can't exist in the same world. Unfortunately, their lore, they hate each other with a passion. So they can never be together in Underlords again, it seems.
It's just not meant to be. I want to see how SwiftB and Nexus doing. So this was the Mage Spirit build.
That
and
is
then
it.
Nexus went in for the 6 Warlock build. We haven't seen them in ages. They've been battling up against each other for the last while.
6 Warlocks.
We have. We're seeing different stats, Suns fan, after last week. After
this
Scrappy's. I'm so happy.
I miss Scrappy.
I'm just so happy that we're
6
seeing
Warlocks
these
is
different
kind of
builds.
disgusting. Getting off ridiculous amounts of heal. But, like we talked about, the BKB onto Tidehunter allows him to get the Ravage off pretty much right off the bat. But there's the Disruptor ult. The heals are starting to come to fruition. Pudge tanking up quite a bit. Finally does fall.
Oh, that ult. That Eno stun, just doing work. Pouty Panda gets knocked out during this fight, but look at the heals. They're just surviving through everything.
Yeah. And of course, it links with the Underlords themselves, so with Eno doing so much damage over time.
Oh my goodness.
Definitely taking advantage of that alliance quite a bit.
Wait.
He loses
Wait.
after we say all the nice things about him.
No, draw.
Draw, okay.
You know what? The one time Warlock is good to use his ult defensively.
Yeah. Very true.
Awkward for sure. All right, SwiftB though. I kind of want. Who do you want to watch? I'll leave it up to you, Suns fan.
I mean, out of these two, not SwiftB, right? Because SwiftBee's probably going to be in the last 2.
I feel like that's a strong possibility.
Let's watch Nexus for now. He gets a level 2 Tide Hunter.
And level 10. Oh my goodness. He's down to 1 single gold. But, you know, like a glove. Just barely, just fits it right in there. Perfect.
6 Warlock, man. Very cool.
I haven't seen 6 Warlock in months.
Like when Warlocks were first, I think the first buff they ever had, people were going 6, but it didn't last very long.
Uh-oh.
Seeing the Chrono Cube. This is the Spirit board, of course. So you're going to see a lot of triangles with the disarm from Storm Spirit.
But this backline of Warlocks is healing through it. I'm not sure if they can keep it up for that much longer, though. Not the best Delta Slam, though. Oh, boy.
Another one. Oh, terrible. I didn't even know it could not hit something. That's horrible.
That's twice in a row.
Ugh.
3 times in a row.
But it doesn't matter. I mean, the fact that you have a level 2 Void Spirit is huge because of the break mechanic that you get from each Delta Slam. So remember, breaks are ridiculously good. They, depending on the item, they get rid of the item. Maybe it's every item, actually. I'm not sure.
So SwiftBee just beat both boards.
He's strong.
Which means we have to watch him at the end here because depending on how this goes down.
Sure.
SwiftBee.
So he has a Coddle 2 in the corner with the Mana Boots. He is 2 Earth Spirits away from getting a 3-star.
But he's not going to do that. We've learned that the hard way.
Yep.
It's 1 Earth Spirit. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of the Storm Spirit. Yeah, get the Earth Spirit level 3. Do that.
If he can find it.
If he can find it. I was thinking Storm Spirit.
Void Spirit has... It's interesting. Void Spirit has the Moon Shard, not the Void. Faceless Void. There's a lot of Voids. Very confusing, actually.
Yes. And he has Void, I should note.
Yes, he does.
I feel like that's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Faceless Void has... Oh, wow, he just crushes this board.
Wow!
So even though that SwiftBee is doing really well, we kind of want a little bit more parity, perhaps. The fact that this strat is crushing is awesome.
It is. It's very happy for the health of the game.
Yes.
The fact that we have a 6 Warlock make it all the way to the end, as well as a Spirit Mage make it to the end. Oh my goodness, that was so close.
1 HP for Nexus.
I cannot believe it. SwiftBee also faced a Ghost that last time, so nobody went down to him.
That's right. SwiftBee probably going to win this one very easily, unless something crazy happens, like Tier 5 items. I wonder if anybody gets Divine Rapier if they'll take it. Heart, Tombstone. I feel like it's worth the risk to take a Divine if you get the chance. Radiance. Okay.
I feel like you never get the chance.
So Radiance is good for the tanky builds where you get damage over time for a long period, as well as the mischance, of course. But against like SwiftBee, you're just going for second place with that build because it does nothing against SwiftBee. Like literally nothing. It's all magic damage.
Yeah, at this point, you're fighting for second. 100%.
Like BKBs would have been great.
Yeah.
I don't think you can get piped this late in the game, most likely.
I don't think so.
I mean, even like a Bloodthorn could be. I mean, with so many Storm
Silence?
Spirit, maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just 1 unit, though. You know?
Yeah. I don't think you're going to stop the still. All right. So, we got to watch. Okay. We're just going to keep watching this board
This is
right
the
here.
Ghost.
Yeah. I want to watch. I got to change things over. I got to change things up.
Nexus versus SwiftBee, the triangles.
Okay.
Void Spirit.
SwiftBee.
He's crushing.
He's holding on. He's making it work.
Yeah, so Nexus is going to go out here. And he will get third place.
Question is, does
Indeed.
Frenzic go down too? He does.
He does. To the Ghost of the third place. And he gets second.
And he gets second.
That is hilarious, actually.
So he loses to the player who got third and gets second.
Yeah, only in Underlords, you know? I love the change that they made way back when where your board faces the actual other board instead of having individual. It is so much more exciting.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, that was, honestly, I think that was the change that really brought Underlords into being like one of the most popular auto battlers, I think. Not having that off the bat, just facing a random one, and it doesn't doesn't feel impactful, especially like you're trying to play a game with friends and you could face each other, but you weren't facing each other.
Yeah.
In this case, we just saw action from start to finish. We saw creative builds at the end.
Triangles.
We saw Mage Spirits. We saw 6 Hunters. We saw 6 Warlocks.
I never thought I'd see 6 Warlocks again. Does that mean we'll see Void at some point?
Void was also in that. Void was also part of that last one.
The 3 Void, the new alliance.
We saw it in the Spirit build. Spirit Mage Void.
Oh, no wonder it was so good. I missed that completely. Notice I didn't get super excited because I didn't even notice.
I mentioned it and you took it really relaxed, and I thought you were just pulling an action slacks.
I was just ignoring you, apparently. My apologies, friends.
That's fine. I'm still excited about it. And who else is probably excited about it? 1437. I need to hear your thoughts on this game because it flipped all of our expectations upside down.
Dude, I said it. Like I said in all 3 games where I saw mages, these are the guys I gotta look out for. These are the guys I gotta look out for. And finally, we got Swift B. He was the chosen one. He did it, and that was actually one of the most beautiful, best execution of spirit mages that I've seen in a very long time, and that was really great amongst all these like hunter savage boards and such. So we got like 2 clips over here, so let's just take a look at that. What we got going here. So we got Apocalyptic here, our boy. We were looking out for him, seeing if he would make a turnaround. He was playing Hunters and Brownies. Now, both of these are very good alliances, and they do really well, but there's one thing missing. He doesn't have the supporting cast of Savages in this build. So he doesn't got that, scaling damage that he gets throughout the fight with these like hunters hitting fast or the Brownies tanking up for these hunters or anything like that. So he sort of just runs out of damage at some point and pretty much just got outscaled by the other Savage boards, and he ended up getting last place this game. So maybe next time he'll decide to change his build up a little bit. So here we got Swift B. He's got the 2-star Void Spirit. He's got 3 storms. Later when he goes to 10, he puts the 4th storm in, and he's got the Enigma to complete his Void Alliance as well. And it's amazing, such a sweet board because there's nothing you can do about it. Even you get Savages, there's just such good consistent damage coming out, and even if your spirits aren't the ones doing the magic damage, you still have the pure damage coming out from the Void Alliance instead, and all your units always have a chance to do some kind of DPS because of that too. So this was the point in the game where Swift B kind of just cemented his position in the game and just pretty much cleaned up everybody after that. And there's not much else to look at in this game, to be honest. Like, Swift B executing these Spirit Alliance so well, and I really appreciated his work in this game.
Well, you heard it there, cementing his place in that game and in the leaderboards overall. What a fantastic day, winning more than half the games in that lobby.
Very impressive. That's not something you see very often. I mean, we'd have to look at the actual brackets, but yeah, like you said, pretty much no chance to drop out.
Then let's do that in just a second. Before we do that, though, I have to give a big hold on. I have to give a big thank you to AT&T, the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. We've got to give a second here to make sure we get all the stats together. Presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open, helping to make this a reality. Over $35,000 in prizing for this tournament, with the finals at ESL 1 Los Angeles, playing on the same stage as the pros at the Dota Major. That is quite a feat, which would not be possible without the support of AT&T, supporting the grassroots of mobile esports, giving these players a platform to play. So thank you so much to them for helping us make this a reality. And now, Suns fan, now we get to see our final leaderboard of the day recap, where these players are up at the top. No surprise. It is the one and only Ziggy, but hot on their heels, it is Swift B, swiftly making their way up to the top of the standings. S Judd and Jitch TV. Gosh dang it.
Leroy just hanging on right now.
Jitch is like this. I mean, to be fair, though, if he had not missed that one game, he would be right. Anyway,
yeah.
Jitch started out, I want to say, ended yesterday in like 16th or 18th spot. He was not on the screen today, and now he's in 4th place.
Yeah.
That is a pretty nutty growth. Lord Gort, who's also right at the top of the leaderboard today, dropped down to like 16, to like 12th place.
New
16th
patch.
place. Wait, 12. These are 12 in these. 12th place.
No scrappies.
Yep. Here's the thing. The players who put in the time yesterday, who did the work, who are experimenting.
Apodictic. No. So close.
Not out of it yet, though.
Not quite out.
Not quite out yet, technically. 5 wins. No, wait. Two wins. Oh, wait, maybe out of it now. So we only have 2 games left for each group, and I think
it's going to be hard. Yeah.
It's going to be real tough. Okay, that's fine.
First close times, and everybody else gets 8th. It's possible.
It's possible. Everybody else gets 8th.
Everyone together gets 8th. Anything's possible if you put your mind to it, okay?
Could you imagine?
The math is real.
Math is real. That math is not.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Oh, guys, it's been a heck of a day. We got what we asked for. So thank you all so much for tuning into the broadcast. Social media is a place where you can go to follow us at ESL Underlords on
The social media.
The social media.
I sure love the social media. Boy, oh boy.
Boy, oh boy.
One day,
I'm a big fan of it.
I'm going to be a big boy on social
That
media.
one right there, though, specifically is where you should go. Also, be sure to like and follow the channels where you're watching this right now. That way you stay up to date when we go live again next week to determine who our top 8 players will be, where the ones who are going to the finals. This is it. I mean, it all comes down to this. The last 2 games per group, the last 6 games, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a good day, though. I'm pretty stoked.
Will Apodictic do it? Will he defy all odds of math and physics?
We're going to find out.
And Underlords.
We're going to find out because it is an adventure for every single one of these players. And if you want to be a player competing in this event in the future, you can find out more information about Season 5. Exclamation point sign up in the chat. You can put in some information and you'll be emailed and notified when the next season is beginning and all sorts of sign up info there. So be sure to go do that if you want to compete in the world of mobile esports. It's a lot of things at the end of the day. Suns fan, closing thoughts.
I love Underlords. I love Void. I love them so much I didn't even notice they were there. It's a void. Technically, you can't see it.
Oh, that's true. Did you stare into it and then it stared back at you?
Yes. So I can't wait to see my first Void match next time.
Next time.
Here on ESL Underlords.
Here at the ESL Mobile Open Season 4 for myself and Verum, Suns fan, and the crew. Thank you all so much for joining us. We're back tomorrow with Clash of Clans and next week with more action. I will see you then.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.